One Sam stood on the front lines of the final army, the soldiers beside him shivering with fear. Their shoulders trembled, their teeth chattered. Sam closed his eyes and let out a sigh. He wanted to fight his nerves, be calm. It was tough to stay composed in the face of death. Sam continued to stand tall and proud, keeping his sword clutched in one hand, staring out across the battlefield. At the far end, the Demon King and his horde were streaming out of a huge portal of darkness. It was the biggest black gate any of the soldiers in the final army had ever seen. The howling wind echoed across the battlefield, mixing in with the hiss and growls of the monstrous horde growing in front of them. "We're all going to die," said the soldier beside Sam. He started muttering it over and over again. "We're all going to die. We're all going—" Sam clutched the man's shoulder with one hand and cupped the man's mouth with the other. The soldier's eyes widened, freaking out even more. "We're not going to die," said Sam. "Humanity has formed the greatest army ever known in the entire history of Westria. We will not die in the face of this threat." The soldier had stopped shaking, but Sam was still worried the man might start wailing as soon as he removed his hand from his mouth. "Look," said Sam. "I'm going to remove my hand, but I don't want you to start screaming. I'm going to give you something to help with the nerves. It's called brightweed. The elves used to take it before battle to keep them calm and focused." Sam let go of the man's shoulder and then materialized some leaves from his inventory. He then slowly let go of the man's mouth and handed them to him. The man took the leaves and put them in his mouth and began to chew. His face grew noticeably calmer as he ate the leaves. He nodded at Sam in gratitude. Of course, Sam knew the leaves weren't actually real brightweed, but the placebo effect was enough to calm the soldier down. He figured, if given the option, it would be better to die with the knowledge that you fought brave and valiantly than to die cowering in fear. Sam saw it as one of his parting gifts to the soldier beside him, one last act of secret kindness. For in Sam's mind, he had little doubt that their destruction and loss was near inevitable. Yet it was the hope that a miracle could still happen that kept him going. A huge horn could suddenly be heard echoing across the battlefield. "That's the signal," Sam thought. He straightened and got ready for the battle ahead. The general in the center of the army shouted, "Charge!" Sam pushed his boots off against the black sand and began running forward. The sound of battle cries and rushing feet echoed all around him. The demon horde hissed and wailed and then galloped towards them. The two armies were going to meet in the middle. Leading the front line of the demon horde was a creature called a demonling, a ghastly crimson monster with a mouth composed of tiny razor-sharp teeth that could rip through armor and flesh with ease. One demonling rushed ahead and leaped right towards Sam, mouth wide open. The monster was fully prepared to dig into Sam and rip his head completely off from his neck. Sam swung his blade faster than the demonling could move, slicing the monster cleanly in half. The ichor and ooze of the dead demon splashed onto his face, and Sam had to take a second to wipe it off. More demonlings came his way, and he made quick work of them. All around him, the front-line human soldiers were pushing back the demon army's first wave. Demonling hisses were quickly turning into whimpers. The echoes of their galloping feet were turning into the sounds of their bodies smacking against the ground, dead. Adrenaline surged through Sam as the primal need for survival took over, and he entered a state of battle frenzy. His heart pounded against his chest, his throat burned. Maybe, he began to think, maybe we can actually win this thing. Sam continued to move forward, slashing his sword and ripping through the horde of demonlings with ease. If we can keep pushing forward, Sam thought, maybe we can get close enough to the Demon King, and if we can slay him. Sam's hopeful thoughts were short-lived as higher-level demon soldiers showed up in the second wave of the demon horde's attack. Demon soldiers were warriors composed of deep red flesh and fought with mutated arms that functioned like swords or battle axes. They fought with greater sentience and strategy than the bloodlusting demonlings. Sam rushed forward, ducking a demon soldier's swing of a battle axe, and then jumped up and sliced the demon warrior's head right off. He wasted no time, heading towards his next enemy. There was no time to pause, No time to assess which way the battle was going. Any hesitation meant instant death. He could hear in the background the groans and screams of his fellow human soldiers. Unlike the demonlings, the demon soldiers were definitely putting up a stronger fight against them. Sam sliced through another group of demon soldiers, only to find a massive shadow looming over him. He looked up. His eyes widened. It was a demon giant, a colossal monster, with massive fists and arms with sharp, protruding bones. Sam jumped backwards away from it. The demon giant swung its arms, killing a dozen human soldiers with utter ease. First from the sheer strength and power of its blow, and if that weren't enough to kill the human warriors in front of it, the sharp bones along its arm finished the job, stabbing the humans all over. Sam gasped at the sight of the sheer destruction. The demon giant wasn't even one of the Demon King's strongest soldiers, and yet they were taking out some of humanity's best. Sam took a step backwards, only to knock into something. He realized, before even looking up, that he'd been so awe-stricken by the demon giant that he'd lost focus. And losing focus meant... Suddenly, looming over him was another demon giant. Sam had no time to react. The demon giant swung its fist right into Sam's side, sending him hurling high up in the air. Sam didn't notice he was flying above the two clashing armies, as the pain from the attack was so intense it overtook his entire sense of being. Seconds later he crashed into the ground, countless bones in his body snapping and breaking upon impact. His whole body ached and throbbed with the greatest amount of pain he'd ever felt in his entire life up to that point. He couldn't quite understand why he hadn't died immediately upon impact. Looking around, he realized he'd landed not quite on the ground of the battlefield, but upon a pile of dead human soldiers. Their bodies had cushioned his fall. Sam's vision began to wobble. He could see blood leaking out of his body from different points. So this is it, he thought. He rolled over and watched as the demon giants plowed through the human army. It was the greatest human army ever created in the history of Westria, and here it was being demolished within minutes. Sam realized they never stood a fighting chance against the Demon King and his horde. A swell of anger filled Sam's dying body. It's our own fault, he thought with bitterness. If humanity had spent more time preparing, maybe things would have gone differently. If the elves were still with them, or even the dwarves, maybe then, Sam thought wistfully. But even then, who could really say? The clouds above were gray and full of ash. A sea of dead bodies lay everywhere. The demons had won. Sam felt his vision begin to close in on him. He was being enveloped in the darkness of death. As he was about to take his last breaths of life, something strange happened. A bright light emerged in the clouds above him. Huh? The bright light got closer and closer, filling Sam with a sense of warmth. Is someone casting a massive heal spell? Answering Sam's thoughts as if he had spoken them, the light spoke out. You've been chosen, young knight. Who is this? Sam thought deliriously. I am the last living goddess of this world, said the light. I will die along with the rest of Westria, never to return. I have enough power, however, to send you back. Send me back? Back where? Will you be there? The goddess paused for a second, sadness filling her voice. I will not be there, no. I don't have enough energy or power to explain anymore. Just trust me. You're the only one capable of doing this. Good luck. And with that, everything went black. Sam slowly opened his eyes to find a group of wide-eyed children and teenagers looking over him. There were multiple kids, all scruffy and dressed in dirty rags, surrounding him, wherever it was he had woken up. They were all whispering excitedly. Shh, you'll wake him up. No, look, he's awake already. Before Sam could get his bearings and figure out what the heck was going on, the children around him collectively cheered, Happy birthday! Sam blinked and soon enough found a birthday cake being held up in front of him. The cake had 16 lit candles on it, and the icing said, Happy birthday, Sam. except there were finger marks in the icing of the cake that suggested the cake had originally said, "Happy birthday, Samantha." Was this cake stolen? Sam wondered. He shook his head as a migraine began to form. "Blow out the candles," said a nearby teenage girl. The girl had curly auburn hair, freckles, and large, beautiful green eyes. Despite her raggedy clothes, there was no doubt in Sam's mind that this girl was stunning. "It's your birthday." "My birthday?" Sam said, confused. He looked down to his palms, perplexed. He couldn't understand where all his bruises, cuts, and wounds had gone. "It can't be my birthday," he said. "Aren't I dead?" The teenage girl's face went red, and she clutched his cloth shirt and pulled it towards her and hissed beneath her breath. "I don't know what kind of weird dream you just woke up from, Sam, but if you've forgotten that around here none of us know when our actual birthdays are. So it's nice to still celebrate a pretend one. Even if you suddenly think you're too cool for it, think about the younger ones here." The girl gestured with her eyes to the little kids smiling up at Sam. "Why is Sam acting so weird?" asked one of the little ones. "He always acts weird," said another. "No, look, his eyes are different." They all stared at Sam and then gasped, including the teenage girl who had just taken a very authoritative tone with him. "Sam," said the bossy girl, "are you okay?" The whole room was spinning, and he felt like he was going to be sick. He got up off the bed and stumbled past the kids surrounding him. He caught sight of a mirror and stumbled towards it. He caught his reflection, shaggy black hair and deep red eyes. This was how he always looked. Why were these kids surprised? He always had red eyes, at least ever since he unlocked his class. Suddenly, the moment right before his death on the battlefield came rushing back to him. His conversation with the goddess. The goddess's words echoed through his mind. "I have enough power to send you back." He turned, dumbfounded, to the group of kids who were all looking at him with concern. "What year is it?" Most of the scraggly kids around him had no idea, but a slightly older teenage boy with round features and short brown hair said, According to the Royal Westrian calendar, the year is 1766. Specifically, we're in the month of September, about a week until the start of fall's time. Why do you ask? Do you think the royal family or the powers that be will change the calendar system? That will surely lead to absolute chaos and mayhem. Can you imagine? We'd all definitely die in such a scenario." Sam had stopped listening to the boy after he had told him the year. "It's not possible," he thought. "Have I really gone back in time?" He began to look around the room. It was a shabby room full of bunk beds and little kids. "I've been here before," he realized. The memories were still flooding back to him. "This is where I grew up." He then looked up to the kids in front of him. He knew these kids. The slightly neurotic and paranoid boy was Toby, and the bossy girl was Clara. "My best friends," he thought, smiling. He hadn't thought about them in such a long time. He had almost completely forgotten about them. Not out of malice or anything, but more from the trauma of having lost them so long ago. So much had happened since he had last seen them. Years, battles, wars, conflict. They had become a blip in the history of pain and suffering that was Sam's life. They were a hopeful, warm reminder of gentler, ever so slightly happier times, but with that warmth came unwanted agony and frustration. It had caused him too much pain to think about, so he tried his hardest to ignore the memories, to forget his two friends that he had lost as much as he could. It had been the only way for him to move forward. But now he was back in a new timeline, and his friends were still alive. He approached Toby and put his hands on his face. He squished his hands on Toby's cheeks. Sam," said Toby. "What are you doing? Is there something on my face? Please tell me there isn't a spider on my face. Did you kill it? Please tell me you killed it. And why are your hands still squishing my face? Don't you know spider venom can leak through the pores and kill you?" Sam grinned. This is Toby, all right. He then looked over to Clara, who had a less than pleased expression. Were you ever thinking about maybe blowing out your candles, you ungrateful twig? "Do you know how difficult it was to procure this cake?" Sam laughed, knowing full well that procure was Clara's way of saying steal from some unsuspecting noble family. Clara was the queen bee of the orphanage. She gave each of them tasks and goals, and even though she was always bossing them around and barking orders at them, everyone knew she did it out of a deep love and affection for them all. She knew that it was easy for people in their circumstances to mope and be depressed all day long, and the greatest counter to that was having a job to do. It was also her idea to give everyone in the orphanage a birthday, even if it was a pretend day that they decided upon. He felt his stomach rumble and realized he had a strong, nagging pain. The pain explained his skinny arms and features. He was starving. He had forgotten how awful and underfed his orphan life had been. He then noticed all the orphans making furtive glances to the cake. "Oh man," he thought, "it must be taking immense willpower from everyone to not devour that cake in front of them." Sam wasted no more time and went ahead and blew out the candles. Everyone cheered, and one kid even said, "Finally, let's eat cake." Clara quickly cut everyone a piece, and Sam sat back down on his bunk bed and tried to eat his slice slowly to really ration it out. Most of the orphans then turned away from Sam as he began to focus on his thoughts. Now that he had gotten his bearings and he was dealing with his hunger, he was starting to realize what the intense implications of being back in time were. It was dawning on him the sheer enormity of the task the goddess had placed on him. He could feel the burdensome weight and level of responsibility thrust upon his shoulders. He could undo the past. He could save everyone, including his orphan friends standing in front of him. But where did he even begin? Could he really do it all? He then overheard the orphans nearby say, "He's really acting weird. Weirder than normal for sure. Maybe it has to do with the red eyes. Should we take him to a healer in the city center?" Red eyes. So many things had happened all at once. Sam hadn't considered the implications of his red eyes weighed against the fact that he was back in time. If I have red eyes, that must mean... He called upon his class profile in his retina and was absolutely astounded. 3. Sam couldn't believe it. He stared at his profile's information floating in his retina. Sam class, Blood Knight, super rare. Tier, unranked. Class, open slot available. Strength, 2. Agility, 3. Endurance, 3. Magic affinity, 0. First of all, according to his first timeline, he shouldn't have been able to see his profile in the first place. That was a surprise. The next shock was the fact that he already had his class unlocked. The goddess must have sent him back in time with both his memories and his class. The greatest surprise of all, however, was the fact that he had another class slot open to him. That was unheard of. Travelers, the name for those individuals known for having unlocked profiles, classes, and abilities, could only ever have one class. That was because the tutorial dungeon where one unlocked his or her class could never be entered twice. But because Sam had gone back in time with his class already unlocked, he had created a loophole in the system. He'd be able to enter a tutorial dungeon, also known as a white gate, a second time. Sam grinned. In a world where travelers could only have one class, he'd be the only one with two. The task the goddess had left before him was truly monumental, but Sam was beginning to realize he might have more than enough tools to face it. He had to get to work immediately. With that, he stood up from his bed and ran out of the orphanage to the city streets beyond, not stopping even as his orphan pals yelled after him. Sam wandered through the city of Resfall, admiring the sunny, clear blue sky and the happy looks on so many of the citizens. He walked through one street that clearly specialized in food that was full of butchers, bakers, and winemakers. A warm smell of fresh bread wafted in the air as Sam walked past. Everyone is so happy, Sam noticed. People smiled and said hello to each other. This was not the Resfall he had grown accustomed to over the last 5 years. He had known a Resfall oppressed by a tyrant, a city where everyone was suspicious of the other, where taverns were never jolly but only filled with lone drinkers and the odd group whispering in the back. The Resfall he had come to know was one full of betrayal and misery. But Sam looked up to the royal keep at the back of the city, on the hill that looked over all the rooftops of Resfall, and he realized Princess Alice Grace was still alive. So many people, Clara, Toby, and others, were all still alive. Just the very thought of it all made Sam filled with joy. But then a darker thought followed his happiness. Everyone is alive for now. They'll be dead soon, though, if I don't do something about it. Sam finally came to a courtyard he had been looking for and sat down by a fountain. He had to get over how amazed he was about being back in time and focus on the mission the goddess had entrusted him with. As Toby had told him earlier, the year was 1766. That meant the dungeon gates had been around for over 3 years now. No historian in his previous timeline had ever been able to pinpoint exactly when the first dungeon gate appeared, but everyone could agree that they first started popping up in the year 1763. The dungeon gates were large portals that appeared, seemingly at random, all across Westria that led to dungeons in other dimensions. They were incredibly dangerous places, and most people who entered a gate never returned alive. For those few who were able to return, they were able to bring back everything they acquired from within, including power, equipment, wealth, and magic. Those lucky few came to be known as travelers. And so, with the arrival of the dungeon gates, a new era of adventuring came to Westria. Little did everyone know that the gates would ultimately lead to strife, bloodshed, and the demise of their entire world. It would have been amazing if the goddess sent him back all the way to 1763, when the gates had first appeared. Then he could get a real head start over everyone. As it stood now, however, there were some extremely powerful travelers out there across Westria who were both good and bad actors on the world stage. Nevertheless, a lot of terrible events could still be stopped. The Elven genocide and the Dwarven calamity were two that came instantly to mind. But those two horrific events were currently still years away. He had to focus on the terrible series of events that happened in the future that were currently barreling rapidly towards his new present. There was the assassination of Princess Alice Grace in about 10 months' time. But even sooner than that world-shaking event, there was the next 3 months of his own life that he had to change if he hoped to stop anything else. If today was his 16th birthday, that meant it was the 23rd of September, meaning he had roughly 5 weeks before the beginning of Novriel when he and his orphan pals were all forced into a white gate where none of them but him had survived. Just thinking about that time in his life made Sam seethe with anger. We never should have been thrown in that white gate in the first place, he thought. He considered what the best strategy going forward was. He couldn't go to the authorities and warn them about what happened to him and his friends in his original timeline, because no one would ever believe him. He could potentially enter the White Gate housed in one of the many courtyards of the Resfall Travelers Guild. If he did that, though, it would make it impossible for him to enter the one he would be forced into in a month's time, because at that point he would have unlocked his second class and therefore wouldn't be able to enter a White Gate ever again. There were 2 major problems with that plan. Firstly, the Travelers Guild guarded that specific White Gate unbelievably well, so he wouldn't be able to break in. Secondly, he could enter it legally if he somehow was able to get enlisted in their Traveler Training Academy, which orphans rarely were accepted to. Plus, even if he did get accepted, it would slow down his own development and training plans to the point that he might not be able to stop crucial upcoming events in history. Another option was simply to gather his orphan pals and run away. The problem with that idea was that they didn't have anywhere to go. The land outside of Resfall was full of bandits, monsters, and dangerous beasts. Plus, the Spectral Church, which looked after all orphans in the city until they were 17, would come after them. The church had connections with the different laborers' guilds, like the Miners' Guild and Farmhands' Guild, and it was an open secret that the church shuffled the orphans in their care into horrible, near-slave contracts after they were old enough to leave their care. To the church, runaway orphans were runaway products they had promised to other clientele in the city. That left only one real feasible option: enter the White Gate just like he had in his first life. Except this time, he would be ready for it, and he would make sure the other orphans were too. He had 5 weeks to train both himself and the others for the task. But before he started training, he needed a few basic supplies, and to get a few basic supplies, he needed to get some money. He checked his pockets and he only had a few measly copper coins. For an orphan, money was always in short supply, but luckily for Sam, he was rich in ideas. 4. In a dark corner of Resfall was a drinking establishment that went by the name O'Leary's. It was a sleepy, indiscriminate pub that on first glance might strike a passerby as a bit drab and gloomy, but otherwise would provoke no further reaction. Unbeknownst to those more virtuous citizens of Resfall was that beneath O'Leary's pub was an illegal fighting arena and gambling den, and unlike the bar that sat above it, it was very popular. The grumpy man behind the bar, however, slammed the door shut right before Sam could enter. "Aren't you a little too young to be coming to a place like this? Isn't a potential upset customer a threat to the smooth running of an illegal establishment as the one housed downstairs?" The barman let out a sigh and said, "Fair enough, lad. Just don't come complaining to me when you lose all your money or get tossed in the ring and die. If I'm dead, how would I even be able to complain to you? I don't want your ghost haunting my dreams, okay, smart guy? Now beat it." Sam opened the door and headed down a dark, dingy stairwell. He could hear the sounds of shouts and cheers as he went down the steps, followed by the sounds of punches and kicks landing on bare flesh. He eventually arrived in a smoky basement crowded with people surrounding a caged ring where 2 men were currently fighting one another. The 2 fighters were trading blows. Their eyes were puffy and blood was dripping from both of their noses. Despite their injuries, they kept fighting. The winner would only be called when the other was knocked out, or one of them forfeited from the pain. Underground arena fighting was popular throughout all of Resfall, with the more elite fights between powerful travelers actually being royally sanctioned and mainstream with the public. Fights between powerful travelers could fill whole stadiums. But Sam had to take advantage of the closest and most active gambling den at that exact moment, and one that would have no scruples of letting a 16-year-old orphan placing bets. Sam approached a portly half-dwarf sitting on a bar stool at the back and offered the man some money on the fight. The half-dwarf made a face at the boy and then ultimately shrugged. "Coin is coin. If you want to throw it away, well, that's why we're here." Reginald's face was right up against the cage of the fighting arena below O'Leary's pub. He liked to see the fighters up close, hear their shallow breaths, see the sweat forming on their bodies, and watch the blood glisten on their battered faces. The only time he didn't have his face plastered against the arena cage was if he was leaning back to take a sip of his ale, or if he was going to place another bet. The 2 fighters in the ring had been battering at each other for a while now. They were going blow for blow. One powerful punch would be enough to finish the fight. "Come on!" Reginald yelled. He needed his fighter to win. He had put a lot of coin into this fight. The fighters were groaning and swaying now. It was almost over. It was just a matter of who had enough strength to finish it. Finally, the knockout blow came and Reginald's face widened against the cage in horror. He watched the fighter he'd placed a significant amount of money on collapse onto the floor of the arena. Reginald's shoulders slumped. How did this happen? He knew there was only one solution to his problem. He needed to double down on his next bet. He looked over his shoulder and saw the half-dwarf bookie paying out coin to a newcomer he'd never seen at the underground arena before. It was some kid with shaggy black hair and weird red eyes. "What does that kid know that I don't?" Reginald grumbled. Reginald downed his ale and then went to the bar to order another drink and place another bet. "I'll make my money back for sure," he said to himself. As the day went on, Reginald grew more and more depressed. His bets kept losing, while that damn new kid kept cleaning up. Finally, it was the last match before the afternoon break, and the final match was going to be a big one. Felix Firepunch versus Dangerous Darren. Without question, Felix Firepunch was the better fighter and clear favorite to win. Dangerous Darren didn't stand a chance. Reginald went over to the bookie and put a huge amount of coin on Felix Firepunch. This match and this bet were going to be the saving grace to Reginald's miserable day of losing. After he'd placed his bet, He couldn't help but overhear the young black-haired kid place all of his winnings on dangerous Darren. Reginald gasped and turned around to look at the kid. Is this kid some kind of moron? He laughed to himself. Let the kid throw away all his money. See if I care. With his bet placed and a new drink in hand, Reginald returned to his spot right at the front of the arena to watch the match. He felt his heart flutter with excitement. It would be good to make all the money back that he'd lost today. Part of him could already feel the relief it would bring him. The yearning for the relief almost felt better than the relief itself. Isn't that always the way? Reginald thought contemplatively. The dream of something good is always more delightful than actual reality, isn't it? Soon, the match between Felix Firepunch and Dangerous Darren began. The two fighters circled one another. "Go Felix!" shouted Reginald. But from the start of the match, something was off. Felix Firepunch wasn't moving with his normal, agile gait. He seemed sluggish and out of it. No, it was worse. The man is drunk. Dangerous Darren seemed to realize this just at the same time as Reginald and made his move. Darren rushed in with so much speed and force Felix didn't see it coming. Darren knocked the man to the ground and started pummeling his face again and again until the arena referee had to pull him back. Felix Firepunch was unconscious and knocked out in the ring. The favorite to win had just lost. Every person in the arena was shocked and beginning to feel the horrific feeling that came with losing a lot of money in a bet. The only person smiling in the entire bar was the teenage boy at the back, the one with the shaggy black hair and crimson-red eyes. Sam grinned as the half-dwarf paid him out. "Don't look so smug, lad," said the bookie. "You win today, you lose for the rest of your life. You shouldn't be here chasing this feeling anyway." Sam couldn't help but think the bookie's advice was actually quite sound and, in some ways, kind. "Ah," grumbled the half-dwarf. "If you got the itch for betting, there's nothing I can say that's going to stop you. Enjoy your winnings." Sam took the large sack of gold coins and put them in his pocket and headed out of the dingy establishment. He had remembered in his previous timeline that Felix Firepunch's loss had been a huge upset throughout the entire city. It had caused an evening of uproarious drinking and wallowing throughout all of Resfall. What no one knew at the time was that Felix Firepunch's wife had left him for a younger, handsomer, and wealthier man the night before, and so Felix had shown up at O'Leary's underground arena, sleepless and drunk, and with zero ability to fight. Sam had taken full advantage of that knowledge and walked away with more coin to his name than he could have ever imagined, especially at this particular time in his life. With his new sack of coins, he could now pick himself up a decent set of rudimentary gear. 5. On his way to the merchant district, Sam used some of his new coins to get some food. He went to a pub and forked down a large slice of steak and ale pie. The salty pastry tasted delicious. It may have been the tastiest meal he'd ever experienced in his entire life. He had forgotten the constant gnawing hunger he had felt in his younger days. Was it because he'd been fed more in the years to come, or was it that he had experienced even greater traumas in his future? Sam didn't want to dwell on it. He had tasks to get to. He paid for his pie and continued on his way to the merchant district. As he left the establishment, he overheard a fanatical woman wailing from the pub's kitchen. "You have to try this new recipe. It's called bacon and egg ramen. It's delicious." Sam didn't even want to try and figure out what the woman was talking about and continued on his way. The next neighborhood was bustling with all sorts of shops: watchmakers, locksmiths, leather workers, and carpenters. Sam walked through the bustling street and arrived at the merchant specializing in goods for travelers. With the arrival of the dungeon gates in Westria, a whole new economy had sprouted up. Magical crafters, artisans, merchants, and other shops all made in service of selling goods to travelers. There were also merchants selling things to non-travelers too that only travelers might come by, such as healing salves, potions, or rare crafting materials. He stepped into a weapon shop, a little bell jingling in the air as he did so. Sam was in awe of all the items on display at the shop. There were powerful swords, glittering armor, and even a few bows with elven enchantments. He took a quick look at some of the wondrous weaponry and armor, only to be blown away by the price tags. There was no way he could afford any of this. Even still, it was nice to dream, and Sam had never entered the shop with the intention to buy something truly amazing. He just needed whatever weaponry he could get his hands on, anything to just get started. "If you're going to shoplift, I'd rather you make your attempt already," said a voice at the front. Sam turned to the owner of the shop and blinked. Why does he assume I'm going to shoplift? Sam then looked down at his raggedy clothes and skinny arms and realized how he came across. No one looking like him would have the money or disposition to buy weapons used by travelers. Sam pulled out his sack of gold coins and said, "I want to get your cheapest sword, your cheapest bow, and your cheapest satchel of arrows." The shopkeeper briefly looked surprised at Sam's sack of coins and then came out from behind his station and went over to a small barrel where a bunch of unimpressive weaponry was piled high. "I can sell you this," said the shopkeeper, handing him a sword that looked like it had seen better days. Sam took in the sword, and a message came up in his retina. Brittle copper sword, common, tier unranked. Weapons and equipment came in the same grading scale as classes. It went common, uncommon, rare, super rare, mythic, and legendary. They also had tier levels, going from unranked, novice tier, apprentice tier, journeyman tier, adept tier, and master tier. The only difference with items compared to classes was that you could get different variations, so you could get the same type of sword in any variation of rarity or tier. A common brittle sword at apprentice tier would be stronger than the same type of sword at the unranked tier. Similarly, a rare brittle copper sword would be stronger than a common brittle copper sword, though both would be weaker than a common iron sword. Sam smiled at the cheap sword. "This will do for now." "And everything else I requested?" Sam asked the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper then held up a bow for him to see. "Beginner's bow, common, tier, unranked." "That works for me as well," said Sam. The shopkeeper then got him a satchel with 20 arrows, and they settled on a price. Sam thanked the shopkeeper and headed out with some rudimentary gear and a few coins still to spare. 2 guards stood on the western gate of Resfall. Together they watched as the sun began its slow descent over the hills and forests beyond. The sky was an orange twilight, and the guards watched contentedly as another peaceful shift at the gate was soon coming to an end. "Look," one guard nudged the other. The other guard was enjoying his peaceful contemplation to himself and thought the other guard, an avid bird watcher, was bugging him about another sighting of a gold-leafed sparrow. He really didn't give a rat's bum about birds, and he was sick of humoring his colleague, especially at the end of a long shift. But it wasn't a bird his colleague was pointing at. A young boy around 16 with shaggy black hair and red eyes was walking through the gates. "Is that kid crazy?" thought the guard. "Where's he going at this hour?" The guard called down to the boy. Excuse me, lad. Where are you off to? We're about to lower the gates in a minute. You won't be able to come back inside the walls until tomorrow morning." The young man shrugged. "That's okay." The guard's eyes widened. "I'm not sure you understand. The gate won't be open, and you'll be stuck out here. All sorts of bad monsters linger out there in the woods. You won't survive the night." The kid shrugged. "Don't worry about me." The 2 guards looked at each other. "Go on then, son," said the other guard. "Your funeral." Sam continued walking forward away from the city and into the nearby woods. As he moved between the trees of the forest, he reviewed his profile once more. Sam class: Blood Knight, super rare. Rank: unranked. Class: open slot available. Strength: 2. Agility: 3. Endurance: 3. Magic affinity: 0. He frowned at the sight of his single name at the top of his profile. Most people who unlocked a profile got their full name, but since Sam was an orphan and belonged to no family lineage, he simply just had his first name. If he were to marry or discover verifiable proof of who his family was, his last name would be updated on his profile. But seeing as neither of those things was at the top of his to-do list when it came to saving Westria from total apocalypse, he wasn't going to worry about them. He was shocked, however, at how low his stats were. That definitely had to do with being a malnourished orphan, but he'd already started to rectify that today, and he would continue to do so by eating steady meals going forward. Even still, Sam was astounded by his stats. He'd forgotten how low a starting point he had began from. According to his stats, he was probably one of the weakest living creatures in all of Westria. Well, we'll fix that soon, won't we? Each of the 4 stats were raised in different ways. To train strength, one must practice attacking and slaying monsters, lifting weights, building muscles, and fighting. To train agility, one must practice running, jumping, and cardiovascular exercise. To train endurance, one must practice and survive taking attacks, defending, blocking, and withstanding powerful blows. To train magic affinity, one must practice casting spells, meditating, mana channeling, and mana cultivation. The great thing about the first 3 stats was that you could pretty much train them all fairly consistently just by fighting monsters, which pretty much was his plan for the evening. If he wanted to gain in power quickly, he needed to take advantage of having a class unlocked already, but the class didn't unlock its first ability until the class ranked up from unranked to novice tier. Then, he'd really have a great starting advantage. To rank up a class, one had to rank up specific stats connected to that class. For the Blood Knight class, Sam had to raise his strength and endurance stat to 11 to reach novice tier. Then going forward, it would take 20 more stat points to rank up again at 31. There were gains to be had with some stats, particularly magic affinity, halfway between ranking up to the next tier, but he would worry about that later. Those gains only started coming into effect at the halfway point between novice tier and apprentice tier mana affinity. Sam looked out into the darkness of the forest and grinned. It was time to start training. 6. Sam started his evening of training with the most difficult task: hunting. He crept through the woods, trying his best to blend in with the bushes and concealing himself from any of his prey. Or, if he was being honest about how weak he was, his predators. He held his bow with an arrow nocked, ready to get into a firing position as soon as he found a target. He breathed through his nose to stay quiet. His stats may have been low, but much of the knowledge and techniques from the last 5 years wasn't, and that included his own muscle memory. He looked up and saw a small bat hanging from a tree. Perfect, Sam grinned. He lifted his bow and pulled back the string and arrow. He adjusted his aim and then fired. The arrow flew across the open spot of woods and punctured the bat. It was dead before it even had a chance to make a noise. The creature fell from the tree and splattered on the ground. Sam hurried over to the dead bat and picked it up and added it to his inventory. "You'll come in handy later." He was so happy he had retained his inventory ability from his previous timeline, but even if he hadn't, it wouldn't have been too hard to reacquire. A class could only be unlocked by going through a tutorial of a white gate, or on some rare occasions, absorbing an ultra-rare item known as a class stone. The ability to see one's profile and gain an inventory, however, could be unlocked simply by entering any type of dungeon gate. Loads of merchants did exactly this, stepping through the lowest level dungeon gates, only to exit immediately after and never venture into a dangerous dungeon ever again, simply for the power of the inventory. You couldn't blame them. The power to store any items or belongings in an immaterial space that could be then conjured into your hands at will was truly an astounding power all on its own. Sam grinned at his empty hand where the dead bat had previously been, before he had stored it away in his inventory. With one bat killed, he continued to stalk through the woods, hunting down any small beasts that he could handle. After killing over 20 bats, Sam began a different stage of his evening's training. First, he gathered rocks and sticks and created a fire. He then began materializing the dead bats and poking sticks through them and letting them grill near the fire. He left his bats to grill for a long time while focusing on other things. After killing the 20 bats, he'd managed to raise each of the top 3 stats by 1, while magic affinity lagged behind at 0. It was time to start rectifying that discrepancy. Most humans were not born with mana coursing through their veins, but the sheer act of unlocking a profile and a class created an untapped presence of mana in one's body. It was just a matter of tapping into it. Sam sat cross-legged and focused in on himself. He mindfully thought about all the parts of his body from his toes to the top of his head. Next, he began to think about his body beneath his skin, the blood cells and organs all working in tandem to keep him alive. Then, focusing right in center of his stomach, just below his chest, he zeroed in on a tiny little white orb of energy floating there. There was no way to notice this orb of energy if you didn't know to look for it. It was so minuscule. It would just stay there dormant if you didn't go looking for it. Sam sat there meditating for 20 minutes, nourishing the tiny white orb just with his attention to it, and it slowly grew a little bit until some of its energy began to leak away from the orb and out towards the rest of his body. Sam grinned. He called up his profile once more, and he was very pleased to see his magic affinity stat had gone from 0 to 1. In his previous timeline, it had taken him weeks after unlocking his class and surviving the White Gate to raise his magic affinity stat that much. It was incredible how much faster his power gains were already. He returned his focus on nurturing the tiny bit of mana inside of him when he heard a rustling nearby. He opened his eyes and saw that a trio of wolves were eyeing him up and the feast of barbecue bats he had been cooking for himself. Sam's eyes widened and his heartbeat quickened. He stood up slow and calmly. He began to walk away from the 3 approaching wolves. If he could show to the wolves that he wasn't a threat, they'd settle on the cooked bats nearby. Sam needed that to happen, for there was no way he could take on all 3 wolves at once with his current stats. He slowly walked away, and the wolves hurried towards the fire and began tearing into the cooked bat's flesh. Sam sighed with relief when this happened, but within seconds of each of the wolves chomping into the dead bats, they looked back up with dripping blood from their teeth, eyeing Sam hungrily. He materialized his sword from his inventory into his grip. There was no way he could outrun the wolves if they were going to come after him. The wolves split apart and started making an effort to surround him. They growled and got ready to pounce Sam. They bared their teeth, ready to rip him to shreds. Right as they were about to leap towards him and chew his head off, they each began to shake strangely. The wolves coughed and spat out blood. Next, they collapsed on the ground. Sam smirked at the sight of the dying wolves. They had fallen for his trap. The blood of the bats he had hunted was venomous to a large percentage of the predators in the forest just west of Resfall. He walked up to each one of the struggling wolves and lifted up his brittle copper sword and ended each of their lives. The following morning, the 2 guards for the day shift swapped with the night shift guards and took their positions at the western gate of Resfall. "Hey, did you read that book on bird watching that I lent you?" asked one guard. The other guard bristled at the question. "I obviously haven't read that book and don't plan on doing so," thought the guard irritably to himself. "Why does this guy put us both through this torture? Hey, do you see that?" Ugh, here we go again. But it wasn't a bird. Emerging from the forest was the shaggy, black-haired kid who'd gone out there the night before. "I thought that kid would be dead for sure," said the guard. But clearly that wasn't the case. The kid's clothing was even more ragged than it had been before. He was covered in cuts, bruises, and dirt. And yet, the kid was alive. And even more impressive, he seemed to have a smile on his face. 7, Sam returned to Resfall, incredibly satisfied with his night of training. After he slayed the wolves, he decided he could be even more proactive with his trap. He drenched his arrows with the blood of the forest bats, and then went through the forest hunting wolves. By the time morning came, Sam had increased all 3 of his top stats to 6. He had even managed to raise his magic affinity 1 more stat to 2. He looked over his profile happily. Sam class, Blood Knight, super rare, rank, unranked. Class, open slot available. Strength, 6. Agility, 6. Endurance, 6. Magic Affinity, 2. Even he was impressed with his gains from one night of training. He figured the combination of eating more, feeding the mana core in his chest, the general muscle memory and knowledge from his previous life, and plus all the beasts he'd slain last night, had led to speedier stat gains than a normal human would typically experience. Fine by me, Sam grinned. He didn't think he could do an exact repeat of what he had done the previous night and still see as good stat gains as he had just experienced. He would need to change up his strategy for sure. He headed to the market district and sold the wolf pelts and meat to gain some more coins, and instantly went to the nearest pub and ordered as big a breakfast as he could get. He was famished. After breakfast, he headed back to the merchant's quarter once more, and went ahead and used the majority of his coins to buy an item called a healing salve. "Kid, I don't understand why you want this," said the merchant. "The item has a one-time use, and you're clearly not a traveler. If you think you need one of these for some crazy scheme, I imagine you'll not live beyond it, even with this healing salve." Sam was polite to the man, but politely ignored the merchant's advice and made the exchange. With that done, he was ready to start training again, though he figured he should give his body a rest first. He headed back to the orphanage, which was now empty, though a piece of paper had been left on his bed. It said, "Are you alive? Clara." He went to a nearby desk and picked up a feather and ink and wrote down, "Yes," underneath it. He then placed the note on Clara's bed before heading back to his own bunk to catch some much-needed shut-eye. Sam woke up a few hours later, feeling refreshed. He was surprised to see that none of the other kids had returned to the orphanage. He figured Clara had probably organized some kind of pickpocket heist, or they'd been shuffled along to a mandatory service at the spectral church. Either way, they weren't around, and Sam figured it was for the better. He still wasn't sure how or what he was going to say to Clara and Toby about the fact that he was no longer the Sam they knew and cared for, but a Sam from 5 years in the future. Oh, and the apocalypse was coming, and they'd both be dead in a couple of months. Sam shook his head just thinking about it. He'd tell them more soon, but there were a few things he still needed to take care of first. Sam got up and left the orphanage behind once more in pursuit of his training. The next few days, Sam spent all his time in the woods, hunting wolves and bats, and any other wild beast he thought he could take on to raise his stats. He made sure to take breaks and focus on nurturing the mana core inside of him, and using that to raise his magic affinity stat. The mana core was instrumental to his early training. Only peak athletes and human warriors reached beyond stat 10, and that took months, if not years, of training to get there. Since Sam was already beginning to fortify parts of his inner body with mana, it just made all of his other training exponentially faster. Normally, people didn't cultivate the mana inside of them until after they survived the White Gate, and normally had stats beyond 10. What Sam was realizing was that cultivating so early was allowing for early stat gains that were unheard of before. When he wasn't hunting or cultivating, he'd make sure to take quick breaks to rest and cook some of the wild wolf meat. Finally, Sam got to a point where he had gotten his top 3 stats to 9 and magic affinity to 6. He was finding even with all his cultivation, it was taking longer and longer to raise those stats. He was going to have to start taking on stronger beasts soon, but he really didn't want to do that until he unlocked his first class ability. He was ready to finally push himself to the brink. An hour later, he was back out in the woods, hunting around for wild beasts to fight. He eventually stumbled upon another trio of wolves. These wolves looked stronger and deadlier than the previous ones Sam had fought. The beasts snarled at him and quickly began to circle around him. Sam held out his arms. "Come and get me, pups." The wolves took the invitation and leaped towards Sam with their fangs out. The first hit came in the shoulder, with one wolf digging its sharp teeth into Sam's flesh. He heard a ripping noise as it dug out part of Sam's shoulder and ripped it off. The other wolf dug into his left calf, while the other went for his stomach. Sam's vision went blurry, and he fell onto the ground. The wolves started tearing into him. He could feel himself getting closer and closer to death, and all the while Sam was counting down. 3, 2, 1. He materialized his copper sword in his hand and stabbed one of the wolves instantly. Before the other wolves knew what was happening, Sam stabbed them as well. What the wolves didn't know was that Sam had coated his sword with the blood of the bats he had slain the night before. The bats whose blood was poisonous to the wolves. The beasts wailed with pain. Their bodies trembled, and they soon collapsed on the ground, dead. Sam didn't have a moment of relief, because he was quickly approaching death himself. He was bleeding from multiple parts of his body and was going to go unconscious in seconds if he didn't do something quick. He materialized the healing salve he had bought earlier and began to rub it all over his injured body. The ointment began to clear away his wounds, repairing his flesh in a matter of seconds. He didn't have enough ointment to fully heal all his cuts and bruises, but he was able to heal the lethal wounds that were about to kill him. He crawled over to a tree and leaned his head back. He checked to see if his training strategy had worked. He grinned when he looked at his stats. Due to putting himself into so close of a near-death experience, both his strength and endurance stats had gone up to 11. His first Blood Knight ability would now unlock. 8. An official scout of the Resfall Travelers Guild rode on horseback through the forest pathway. His blue cloak, with a white insignia of 2 swords crossed, was a clear marker of his deep affiliation with the guild. He was on his regular shift, sweeping across the nearby farmlands just outside the walls of Resfall. A scout was an important job within the machinations of the Travelers Guild. Their job was to keep a lookout for any new dungeon gates that spawned across the countryside and notify the guild immediately. If the boss monster in the final room of a dungeon gate wasn't destroyed within 30 days, the monsters inside the gate would be able to exit and enter Westria and start attacking civilians. It was therefore the responsibility of travelers everywhere to stop such dungeon breaks from happening. The Resfall Travelers Guild took great pride in upholding this responsibility. The scout was relieved to see that there hadn't been any new dungeon gate appearances on his sweep. He was looking forward to telling his superiors that there were no threats to the land at that moment. Except, just as he was 30 minutes away from the walls of Resfall, he came across a dungeon gate. It was a large, bright portal of blue energy that was fearsome to look at. "I guess I counted my eggs a little too quickly there," sighed the scout. He whipped the reins of his horse and started hurrying back to Resfall to notify the guild of a sudden blue dungeon gate appearance. The scout didn't notice, but as he was riding away, a young man with black, shaggy hair and red eyes emerged from the shadows of the trees nearby. Sam took in the blue dungeon gate before him. It was a swirling mass of powerful mana and energy. To most, it was terrifying to look at. For Sam, all he did was smile. The dungeon portal was blue, indicating that it was both a regular, standard dungeon gate and the weakest of its kind. Most dungeon gates that appeared out of nowhere were standard gates of varying levels of power. Blue was the weakest, otherwise known as a novice-tier gate, followed by green, yellow, orange, and red. The other type of gate that could appear happened far less often, and they were known as irregular dungeon gates, which often followed their own special rules and protocols. The tutorial dungeon gate, the White Gate, was one such example. All of his efforts over the last few days were in preparation for this blue dungeon gate looming before him. He recalled hearing about the appearance of this gate in his first timeline and how it had been a low priority for the Travelers Guild for a couple of days, as it wasn't worth anyone's time to come out and take out a gate that was so low level and offered very little rewards. But for someone like Sam, it offered everything he needed there and then. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward and entered the blue dungeon gate. Entering a dungeon gate was a very strange feeling. It was simultaneously exhilarating and anticlimactic. One had no idea what existed beyond the gate until they stepped forth into it, and that was incredible. Yet, there was no breathtaking feeling in the act of entering the gate. You stepped into it and, blip, you were in another dimension, another reality. The world of the dungeon gate. It felt a bit disconcerting how rapid your reality shifted from one plane to the next. Luckily, for Sam, this may have been his first dungeon in this timeline, but he'd experienced countless number of dungeons in his previous lifetime. He looked around and saw that he was in an underground cavern of some kind. A cavernous realm was one of the most common environments you could find within a dungeon gate. Other environments included grassland, forest, swamp, and the list went on. He took a step forward, scanning the nearby area with his eyes. There were no monsters in his immediate vicinity, which was normally the case in a low-tier blue dungeon gate. He looked over his shoulder and saw the portal still brimming with energy. He could walk back out of the gate now if he wanted to. All regular gates let you leave, unlike a lot of the irregular gates. Sam continued forward. The cavern led in only one direction from his entry point. He walked through the tunnel, hearing the echoes of water dripping into puddles. Eventually, the cavern expanded into a large open area with multiple branching tunnels. Right as Sam was about to step out, he heard a noise. Sam crouched down to avoid being detected by the incoming enemies. Stepping out into the open area were two goblin guards. They were each holding torches and had daggers sheathed at their sides. The two goblin guards began walking the perimeter of the open area. Crap. Goblins could be incredibly dangerous monsters, especially when they were angry. They had a soft spot for torture and cruelty. Sam began to slowly back-crawl further up the tunnel he came from. He didn't want to get into a head-to-head fight with these monsters if he didn't have to. Further away and cloaked in nearby shadows, Sam materialized his bow and arrow and got ready for the incoming guards. The two goblins passed and Sam released his arrow. It went right through the skull of one of the goblins, knocking the creature's corpse over. The other goblin screamed and began running away. Sam rushed after the goblin guard while dematerializing his bow in his inventory and replacing it with his brittle copper sword in his grip. Sam knew he couldn't let the goblin guard get away. If he did, the guard would alert all the other goblins in the dungeon, and they would swarm him in a deadly group that would greatly outnumber him. Sam caught up with the goblin, punching it in the back of the head. The goblin fell over, only to roll around with its dagger unsheathed and narrow eyes full of rage. Sam kicked the monster's arm away with his boot and then finished it off with a plunging sword blow to the chest. When the life faded from the goblin's eyes and it had let out its last breath, it began to disintegrate into a strange, silvery puddle. Sam's favorite part about dungeons and fighting monsters was about to happen. The loot. 9. When dungeon monsters died, they didn't remain as corpses. They disintegrated into a silver puddle that then transformed and left behind whatever loot the monster randomly dropped. In the case of the goblins Sam had just defeated, they both left behind a few coins, a dagger each, and a mana stone. He picked up a dagger and inspected it in his profile. Copper dagger, common, tier, apprentice. Nice, thought Sam. The other dagger was of the same quality and tier type. They were both probably stronger than his brittle copper sword. He sheathed both to the side of his waist for easy access. It was good to have multiple weapons when necessary, but he was keen to find himself a better sword than the one he currently had, as that was the weapon type he was most proficient with. Still, he couldn't complain about the daggers. Next, he looked over the mana stones left behind. The mana stones were another reason that Sam had desperately wanted to start training inside a dungeon gate. Regular wild beasts out in the forest didn't leave behind something so valuable. Most dungeon gate monsters dropped mana stones. The mana stones, as their name suggested, were rich in mana. With special techniques, the mana could be drained into a traveler's body to improve his or her magic affinity. With some skill, you could even drain the mana to help with the development of another specific stat attribute. The mana stones were both blue, to indicate they were the lowest tier type of mana stone. Sam sat down on the ground to drain them immediately. He sat cross-legged and held the mana stone in his grip and closed his eyes. The white core of mana in his chest had grown larger over the last few days of training and had begun to spread out throughout his body. Focusing in on the mana in his fingertips, he created a bridge of mana with the stone, and using his own mana, gently pulled on the energy from within the stone and drew it deeper inside of himself. He felt a rush of energy and power surge through him as he did so. A lot of the energy from the stone faded away after a few seconds inside Sam's body, but some of it stayed and fed into the white core at the center of his chest. This was all part of the mana cultivation process. Since his body was still so untrained in cultivating, it couldn't, as of yet, efficiently retain as much of the mana stone as he would have liked. Even still, more power was more power. Sam quickly drained the second mana stone. He smiled when he saw that his magic affinity stat had gone up by 1 point to 7. He then got back up and surveyed the open area of the cavern. There were 4 different tunnels going in different directions. Sam's plan was to explore all 4 of them. Rarely does a traveler get the opportunity to solo clear a dungeon, and Sam wanted to milk the opportunity for all it was worth. He randomly chose a path and headed down it. He found a trio of goblins sitting around a bonfire. From the shadows, he used his bow and arrow to take out one of them. He then rushed forward with his daggers and took on the other 2. The goblins readied themselves to fight, but it didn't matter if they may have been technically a little bit stronger than Sam statistically. Sam had years of blade fighting under his belt, muscle memory, knowledge of patterns, and the like. He dodged the first goblin's thrust with ease and retaliated with a dagger slice to its neck. He grabbed the dying goblin by the chest and used his body to throw him into the other one and knock them into the fire. They disintegrated into mana stones, coins, and both left behind a dagger each. Sam pocketed the daggers into his inventory and then drained the mana stones for as much energy as he could. He was disappointed when his magic affinity stat didn't raise another point, but it was wrong to expect that after having been raised so recently. He picked up one of the goblin torches and carried it with him back to the open area. Right before he entered the second tunnel, he wedged the flaming torch into the ground and then materialized his bow and lit his arrow on fire. This will do some damage, Sam thought. He then rushed through the cavern to find more goblins, and when he did, he unleashed his flaming arrow on one. Causing so much chaos with that one attack, he was able to rush in and slice the goblins up before they even knew what happened. He could feel the difference in the strength of the copper dagger versus his brittle copper sword. The tier rank and general upkeep of the weapons made a huge difference. With the battle over, he pocketed the loot, drained the mana stones, and continued on his way. 20 minutes later, he had finished the goblins in the third tunnel, and was extra pleased to see a treasure chest was waiting in the former goblin encampment. He opened it up and smiled with delight. Inside was a healing potion and a stamina potion. Perfect, Sam thought. He placed both in his inventory and continued on his way through the dungeon. The fourth tunnel led to another open area with branching tunnels, and on the dungeon went, Sam making sure to clear all the tunnels before moving forward. After countless amount of goblins and draining of mana stones, Sam's magic affinity stat finally hit 11. A rush of energy swirled inside of Sam's body, and the white core inside of him changed color to blue. He had gone from having an unranked mana core to a novice tier core. With this new rank of mana, he could now better perceive the mana within his body, allowing for greater manipulation and control when cultivating it inside himself. Furthermore, if he closed his eyes and focused enough, he should be able to sense if there were any other mana sources nearby. This was one of skills available to travelers with a blue mana core. At first, it acted like a compass, nudging you in the direction of where other mana users were. But as you cultivated more, you could locate people or monsters within a certain radius with greater precision. He could sense mana coming northward in the dungeon, and he moved down the path. Sam's sense of the foreign mana grew as he got closer. It was definitely a significant amount of mana, and Sam then realized what he was approaching. It was none other than the boss room. Sam headed down the passageway, feeling the pulse of mana get more and more intense as he went down the tunnel. After a few more minutes, he eventually saw the path widen out. In the center of the room was the boss monster. It was a large goblin brute captain. The goblin was much larger than the ones he'd fought earlier in the dungeon. Its muscles were thick and intense. Just by looking at the monster, Sam could tell that it was a bruiser-type fighter. so it would attack him with powerful punches and kicks. Okay, Sam thought, psyching himself up. I got this. He headed down the passage and entered the boss room. He wished he could have shot arrows at it from afar, but there was a special energy shield around a boss room, and you could only attack a boss monster from inside that energy field. He pulled out a dagger in both hands and then rushed through the energy field. The goblin brute captain's eyes widened as soon as Sam barreled into the room with his daggers drawn. The goblin brute captain tried to get into a defensive position, but Sam could read the monster's movements and quickly pivoted his attack. He slashed one dagger across the monster's neck with fury. He was going to spin and deal another similarly deadly attack to finish the job for good. But upon his first dagger hitting the goblin captain's neck, nothing happened. It was like his dagger had cut against a powerful rock. Sam immediately leaped back in surprise. How high is the goblin brute's endurance stat? Sam quickly realized the fight wasn't going to be as easy as he expected. But the silver lining was, he'd finally found a good situation to utilize his novice tier Blood Knight ability. The goblin brute captain was beating his chest now, and ripples of energy were emanating off of him. The boss monster was powering itself up. Sam triggered his Blood Knight ability. A red ring shot out from him, and it encompassed the center of the large boss room, including both Sam and the goblin brute. Sam then rushed the monster head-on. The goblin brute was ready for Sam this time and pummeled him with a punch to the face, sending Sam hurling backwards. A sharp pain rippled through Sam's body, but he shook it off and wobbled back onto his feet. Over the course of his previous lifetime, he'd suffered way worse. An attack like that one was nothing to him. Sam rushed the goblin again, only to get pummeled once more. The goblin brute captain was smiling at his easy triumphs over Sam, not questioning the strangeness of his enemy's behavior. Sam continued this for 10 more minutes, taking countless punches to his face and chest. His face was puffed and swollen, and he was bleeding from his nose and mouth, but even still, Sam got back up again. The goblin brute captain was becoming visibly annoyed now that Sam wasn't giving up. The monster rushed Sam, and the young warrior realized it was time to go back on the offensive. Sam yelled and rushed the monster head-on with both his daggers. The goblin brute threw such a powerful punch, but when it missed Sam, the monster's arm crashed into the floor of the cave, creating a rocky crater. Sam was behind the monster now, unleashing slice after slice on the monster's back, draining the monster of blood until it completely collapsed on the ground. Sam stood there, catching his breath. He watched the red ring of his Blood Knight ability begin to flicker away, now that the goblin brute captain was defeated. That was the power of his newly unlocked Blood Knight ability. Pain Ring. Within the circle of the Pain Ring, the more a Blood Knight is hurt, the more damage the Blood Knight can deal back. So that was why Sam had forced himself to take all those punches and hits from the brute captain. He was building up the power of his own strikes. Unlike the first time he hit the monster and could barely penetrate the creature's skin, after accumulating more strength from the Pain Ring, he was able to deliver a truly monstrous series of attacks with his 2 daggers. Sam's vision blurred, and he materialized the healing potion he'd found earlier and chugged it. The aches, pains, bruises, and swelling all quickly disappeared when he finished the potion. He wiped sweat off his brow and looked down to the destroyed dungeon monster, disintegrating down into its loot drop. The monster left behind a large blue monster stone, more coins, and, to Sam's wide-eyed glee, a sword. He picked up the sword and smiled. Iron sword, common, tier journeyman. This was a significant find. An iron sword was far from the best sword in the world, but it was a great find for someone with a novice tier class. In terms of equipment, it would put him far ahead of most people at the same tier as him, maybe excluding a few nobles who had the finances for the very best and rarest equipment. Sam could tell just by looking at the sword, from its sharpness to its weight, that it was better than your average iron sword. It deserved its journeyman tier title. This was the exact weapon Sam was hoping to find. He placed all the items in his inventory and looked over his stats with satisfaction. Sam class, Blood Knight, super rare. Rank, novice tier. Ability, Pain Ring, novice tier, level 1. Mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Class, open slot available. Strength, 11. Agility, 10. Endurance, 11. Magic affinity, 11. For someone who began the week as a starving, malnourished orphan, Sam couldn't help but marvel at the truly incredible gains he had made in such a remarkable amount of time. 11. With the help of some other orphans, Clara pushed multiple tables together in the orphanage to create a proper dinner table. They then got to work on setting the table in preparation for their own little harvest festival feast. "What are we having for dinner, Clara?" asked one of the little ones. Clara barely registered the younger kid's questions. Her mind was preoccupied on her friend Sam. He'd been acting incredibly weird for the last week. He had always been a bit of a lone wolf, but never to the point that he would disappear for such long periods of time and not tell anyone where he was going. Clara couldn't help but think there must be something incredibly wrong going on. But why wouldn't Sam share it with her or Toby? Thankfully, she knew he wasn't dead, as he'd written back to her note. But still, she wanted answers. The next time she saw him, she was definitely going to bring it up. Totally lost in her own thoughts, she'd forgotten the little orphan below her, staring up at her wide-eyed. Clara narrowed her eyes and said, "Nothing for you, if you don't make your bed and help out more." The little kid immediately stood up with fearful attention and ran away to finish his chores. Clara smiled at the little boy. At that exact moment, Toby barged in with another group of orphans holding a large, beautifully glazed turkey. "We didn't even have to steal it," said Toby. "A noblewoman was about to have it thrown out due to a fly landing on it. I mean, I can definitely see her perspective. Who knows what diseases a fly might be carrying, but nevertheless, a whole turkey." Everybody cheered at the sight of it. Even Clara grinned happily despite all the things weighing on her mind. Regardless of whatever is happening with Sam, Clara thought, tonight's going to be a great harvest time meal. I just hope he'll show up to enjoy it with us. Sam took a quick moment to catch his breath after gathering up all the loot, and then began to make his way out of the dungeon. Now that the dungeon boss was destroyed, the gate would disappear within a few hours. If you were still inside a gate when that happened, you were destroyed along with it. Just under an hour later, he stepped back into the forest where the dungeon gate had emerged and started making his way back to Resfall. The sun was still setting, so he should be able to make it into the city before the gates were closed. Plus, with the harvest time celebrations happening, there would be more guards on shift to take care of any drunken buffoonery or rioting, so it was quite possible the gates might stay open longer than normal anyway. Not to mention, if you considered the fact that there would be many farmers and merchants coming from outside the city to join the celebrations, no one would want to actively thwart a winemaker from rolling more barrels into the city on a celebratory night like tonight. If anything, the gates would most likely stay open all the way through the evening until dusk the following day. As he expected, the gate was still open by the time Sam got back to Resfall, so he just happily walked on through. He ambled through the city, walking past taverns full of people and homes hosting dinner parties. Harvest time was always a wonderful time of year. It was crazy to think that if Sam hadn't been sent back from the future, this was going to be one of the last times everyone in Resfall would celebrate harvest time. He shook the melancholic thoughts from his head, reminding himself that he had been sent back in time for that very reason. All of those dour thoughts and situations could be avoided. He just had to keep working hard and strive to get stronger. He had to speak to Clara and Toby about what he knew as soon as he could. He would have spoken to them earlier, but the knowledge of the Blue Dungeon Gate was too good an opportunity to pass up, and that had taken priority this week. He eventually arrived back at the orphanage, still mulling over how he'd bring up the impending danger to them all, when everyone cheered as soon as he walked in the door. "Sam!" everyone yelled. Clara gave him a concerned look before smiling along with everyone else. "Grab a seat. We're just about to have turkey." "It might be infected with a deadly fly disease, though," Toby mentioned. Everyone groaned and threw paper napkins at Toby. "What? Sam deserved to be warned. After dinner, the orphans cleared away the table and brought out their own homemade apple bucket contest. All the orphans lined up while Clara was the game's host. "Can you manage to bob your head and pick up an apple out of the water? Step right up and try," she said. Toby was third in line, lost in his own swirling thoughts. If I could just win this apple bobbing contest, maybe Clara will notice me for being more than a nervous loser who can't catch a break. Sweat formed on Toby's forehead as he took in the stakes of the next few minutes. All of my happiness then comes down to this one game of apple bobbing, and there's so much that could go wrong. Like, what if I fall over and no one helps me out, and then I drown in the bucket and die? Toby's heart was racing by the time it was his turn to have a go at bobbing for an apple. "All right, Tobes," said Clara. "You're up." Toby let out a deep breath and then dove into the apple bucket. He created a big splash, but a few seconds later he came up with the apple in his mouth. "I did it," he thought. "I actually did it." Everyone cheered around him, including Clara, but Toby's happiness was short-lived. His eyes widened at the sight of a worm poking out of the other side of the apple. He immediately spat it out and screamed. "Ah!" He began flailing around the orphanage. "Is there a worm in my mouth? Do you think it's infected? Or could it already be in my stomach, eating me alive?" All the orphans laughed at Toby as he made this spectacle of himself. He eventually ran out of energy and slumped down on the floor in defeat. "So much for impressing Clara," he sighed. Sam laughed at Toby, lying on the floor depressed and exhausted from all of his screaming over the worm and his apple. Sam was sitting on the floor himself, leaning his head back against the wall. He was stuffed from the big piece of turkey he had eaten, and was happily watching the other orphans play and smile amongst themselves. He realized he missed this, being around people he cared so deeply about. He hadn't had that in such a long time, not since around this exact time in his previous life as well. After the White Gate, he had never been the same. He had become just another traveler mercenary, a hired hand, a fighter for hire. He had fought on behalf of his country and his people so long as they paid him. He followed orders, and that was it. Watching the young orphans around him, especially Clara and Toby, he realized he had missed having people he cared so much about around him. He missed that feeling. And as ironic as it was for an orphan to think this, he missed the feeling of having a family. Sam still wasn't sure how he was going to bring up the subject of the creeping danger coming for them all in the near future. He knew he had to work hard, and he was determined to do so. But he realized there and then that the reason he was going to work so diligently went beyond just the responsibility placed on him by the goddess, but it was so that in the end, people could one day live their lives happily and peacefully. With that in mind, he decided he'd let the orphans enjoy this happy moment for a little while longer, before he discussed the serious and grave matters that lay before them. Meanwhile, the scout of the Travelers Guild returned to the spot of the Blue Gate just to check on it and make sure it wasn't exhibiting any irregular or strange activity. Yet, he was shocked when he arrived at the location he'd marked on his map. The Blue Dungeon Gate was nowhere in sight. "How is this possible?" the scout said out loud to no one but himself. No squads had been assigned to the gate yet. Could there maybe be a non-guild affiliated traveler or group of travelers taking on dungeon gates on their own? The scout thought back to some words he had exchanged with the guards at the wall. They mentioned seeing a young man fighting wild beasts in the forest. There was no way that kid could have taken this gate on by himself. If he had, though, it would make him a young fighter of incredible potential. He turned around on his horse and started heading back to Resfall. He would have to inform the guild to keep an eye out for a young traveler of immense talent. 12. The party in the orphanage had begun to wind down. Many of the orphans had returned to their bunk beds and had fallen asleep in food comas from all the pilfered food that had made up their harvest time feast. Toby had joined Sam, leaning against the wall with him. Toby turned to Sam. "Do you think I'll die from the worm in that apple, Sam?" Toby asked, with a sincerity that ignored the fact that he'd asked a variation of the same question more times than Sam could count in the last 10 minutes. Maybe, Sam teased. You never know. Toby leaned his head back against the wall, with a new spiral of worries enveloping him. Oh, Toby, Sam thought. You have so much more to worry about than that worm. If only you knew. Sam glanced across the room, looking for Clara, and couldn't find her anywhere. He had decided he would speak to Clara tomorrow about what he knew. They needed to start training as soon as possible. At that very moment, Clara emerged from the bathroom and glared at Sam. "Sam," she said, "will you speak with me in my office?" Toby shivered at their orphan leader's words and whispered to Sam, "Good luck, mate." "I heard that, Toby," said Clara in a stern voice. Toby's eyes widened with fear. Sam left his friend to his incessant worrying and followed Clara into her office. Clara's office wasn't actually an office. It was a janitorial closet with brooms, mops, and other domestic supplies. Still, it was the room where Clara had her private one-on-one conversations with any orphans she thought were struggling, or more likely, she thought deserved a stern talking to. Clara closed the door behind her and looked at Sam with a serious glare in her eyes. "Sam, tell me what's going on." Before Sam could even open his mouth to say anything, she continued speaking at him. "You've been acting weirder than normal all week. Your eyes have somehow magically changed color, and you just don't seem like yourself." "You know, Toby and I had to cover for you all week when the priests and nuns were asking where you were. You know how they can be with runaways." They both bristled at Clara's last words. "Yeah, I know," said Sam. "So what's going on?" Sam looked at Clara in her sweet green eyes. She was so strong, not because she was bossy or was stern, but because she put on a brave face so everyone else around her could feel comfortable being afraid. That took real guts. Sam had told himself he was going to wait until tomorrow to tell Clara about what he knew about the future, but they really didn't have any time to waste, and the opportunity had now presented itself. Where did he even begin, though? He didn't want to come straight out and tell Clara he's a future version of himself. For one thing, he wasn't sure if that would make him more or less credible with what he had to tell her. And for another thing, he knew he should keep the source of his future knowledge as secret as possible. If people found out about it, travelers with telepathic abilities or something similar would be able to harvest his mind, and he could end up creating a second timeline that was even more apocalyptic than his first. I definitely need to avoid that, Sam shivered to himself. So what did he tell Clara then? So, said Clara, getting impatient. What's going on then? Sam stared at her intently. He needed to make Clara feel how serious he was, that he wasn't joking around. You promise not to freak out when I tell you? Said Sam. I promise. You promise to not think I'm joking with you? Sam asked. I promise. Okay, sighed Sam. I can't tell you how I know this, but I need you to trust me and believe me when I say this. You, Toby, and many of the orphans here are all in grave danger. What do you? In about a month's time at the start of Novriel, the spectral church is going to make us all enter a white gate. Clara's face paled. You can't be serious. Remember your promise, said Sam. The reason I've been away all week was so I could get ahead with my training and gather some resources so I can help the rest of you as well. Clara shook her head. No, I'm sorry. I can't just skip over what you just said to me. How could the spectral church do something like that? It's heinous. And even if it were true, how do you know what they're going to do in the future? Sam's eyes twitched. He knew even a small portion of the truth was going to be a difficult pill to swallow. If she could hardly fathom the news he'd just told her, there was no way she'd believe he was from the future. I had a vision in my dreams that warned me, said Sam, making up a lie on the spot. I think the vision is what caused my eyes to turn red. Clara's eyes widened at that. Look, you don't even have to believe me. All I want is for you to promise me you'll help prepare for this awful event. And if it doesn't happen, well, you can make fun of me forever. Here's the thing, though. If my vision happens to be right, the next month's training will be the only thing that keeps us all alive. 13. Clara blinked and looked at Sam like he was crazy. Hold on a second, she said, and before she could continue, she just shook her head, unable to process everything Sam had just said. So, you're saying... She just couldn't articulate the words Sam had just said to her. It all seemed too crazy, outlandish even. She looked at the boy. She admired him. She caught herself thinking about him more than she would like to admit. She found herself frustrated with him that she could look and watch him for whole minutes before he would turn and notice her doing so. I need you to trust me, said Sam. I've never been more serious in my entire life. The boy looked her right in the eyes, and in that moment, Clara knew for sure that he was telling her the truth. That even if the craziness he was saying didn't match up with his normal, level-headed self, the intent in his eyes and manner did. All right, said Clara. I believe you. What should we do next? I think we need to bring Toby in. Toby was still sitting on the floor, staring at the ceiling, wondering if he was more likely to die from a worm eating him from the inside out or from a poison apple. There was another thought going through his head, though, one that made him more uncomfortable than even his own impending death. He was wondering what Clara and Sam were talking about behind the closed doors of Clara's office. What if they were confessing their love for each other? Together, Sam and Clara will live the perfect life that Toby had always wanted with Clara, and he'll just be the creepy, sad uncle who comes over for dinner once a month. That is my fate, Toby thought, starting at the wall despondently. But if that is indeed the case, I must honor my friend's decision and support them in their love, however challenging it may be for me. That is what a good friend would do. Suddenly the door to Clara's office opened. He expected the two of them to walk out, holding hands, but instead it was just Clara looking at him sternly. Tobes, get in here. Toby got up and joined his two friends in the office. Oh wow, he thought. They knew they were going to break my heart, so they wanted to do it in private to save me my own embarrassment. What's going on? Toby asked. Clara looked to Sam. You tell him. Sam cleared his throat and said, There's no easy way to say this, Toby, but in a month's time, something really bad is about to happen. We're all going to be thrown into a white dungeon gate against our will. Toby blinked and said, That's it? Clara and Sam looked at each other. I mean, yeah, did you hear what I just said? A huge feeling of relief surged through Toby. They're not in love, he thought happily. They haven't gotten engaged. I still have a chance. Sam looked at Toby strangely. His friend, who normally worried about every single thing there was to worry about, had just heard that he might be sent into a deadly and dangerous magical portal, and yet he seemed overjoyed. Toby was blushing and smiling to himself. It was definitely not the reaction either Clara or Sam had expected. When Toby's fit of joyous delirium finally came to an end, he looked back at Sam. Wait, what did you say about a white gate again? Clara couldn't take it anymore and grabbed Toby by the shirt and shook him. You numbskull, did you not just hear what Sam said? What were you just celebrating in your head right now? Why aren't you taking this seriously? Toby blushed all over. It was nothing. I'm not sure. Okay, I'm listening now, and what you're saying sounds really bad. Like the worst thing imaginable. Worse than dying from a poison apple. What we need to do now is figure out an action plan, said Sam. There was just so much they needed to accomplish in such a short amount of time. Sam bristled, thinking back to his time in the White Gate from his previous life. He was not looking forward to reliving the horrors of it, even though he knew it was necessary. The three of them went over some logistics and agreed to a plan. Now, all we have to do is tell the others, said Sam. Clara, I think you should do it. Nope, she said. I'm with you 100% on this, but you're telling those kids out there what you told me. I can't be the messenger for this one. All right then, said Sam. Let's go tell them now. 15 minutes later, the orphans were nudged from their post-feast naps and gathered in a group for an impromptu orphanage meeting. Clara and Toby stood on, watching as Sam took center stage and began telling the orphans what was going to happen over the next few weeks. Clara nudged Toby. "He's amazing, isn't he?" Toby shrugged. "Yeah, well, anyone could do—" Toby wanted to muster some kind of counter-argument, but honestly couldn't in the face of their fellow friend giving such an inspiring speech. "Yeah, you're right. He kinda is amazing." Sam continued speaking to the enraptured audience of orphans. "We have a month to prepare for our trials in the White Gate. It's not a lot of time, but if we work hard, we might be able to survive. I know you'll have a lot of questions, and I'm going to hand that off to Toby and Clara here. But all I'll say is this: get a good night's sleep. Training begins tomorrow." 14. In the depths of the grand cathedral of the Spectral Church in Resfall gathered a group of men in hooded robes. The Archbishop stood in the center of the meeting, welcoming all the priests who had managed to join them. Archbishop Balin was a very powerful man. He had learned the ways of the travelers and dungeon gates and had unlocked a powerful class of his own. He kept much of his training secret, even from many within the church, though occasionally the Archbishop would snap his fingers and a flicker of bright green and nightmarish mana would emanate around his fingers. Only for a brief second, just enough time to strike terror in all of those who worked under him. Only the most trusted and highly valued priests were welcomed into this secret order that was gathering that evening. Father Irwin always reminded himself of that. He was special. He was good. He was one of the best. If only those annoying brats at the orphanage he looked after would stop getting into so much trouble, he might be able to get promoted further. It was that irritable trio of Sam, Clara, and Toby. Oh, how he quietly despised those three little wretches. The Archbishop began the meeting. "Today we will be discussing what we shall do next with our experiments with the White Gate. Our knowledge of its power is only growing deeper, but we must keep experimenting." "Great Archbishop Balin, what do you propose our next move shall be?" asked Father Irwin eagerly. "Well," the morning after Sam had told the orphans about the incoming danger of the White Gate, he led the orphans out just beyond the walls of the city to begin their training. Clara had paid off the guards with some of her pickpocketing money, so the guards wouldn't make a fuss about a bunch of orphans running around outside the city walls. It could get people talking, and the last thing they wanted was to bring attention to themselves. The one advantage the orphans had in this whole scenario was that the Spectral Church didn't know that they actually knew what was coming. Once they were gathered in the woods nearby, Sam materialized a large, heavy bag from his inventory. He turned the bag over and dumped out all the contents onto the ground. All the orphans gasped in amazement. Daggers, copper swords, and shields all piled out onto the ground. A lot of it was loot he'd got from the goblins in the Blue Dungeon Gate, but some of it was from selling off that loot and exchanging it for other things. It was far from the best equipment, most likely closer to the worst equipment, but it was certainly a step up from what they had going into the White Gate in Sam's previous lifetime, which had been absolutely nothing but raggedy clothes and empty hands. "What are you all staring at me for?" said Sam, grinning. "Go pick up your new equipment. Everyone take one of everything." Once the items were distributed, Sam began his very first lesson. He walked them through the basics of swordsmanship: how to hold a sword properly, thrusts, parries, and all sorts of other things. "It's okay if you don't remember this all in the heat of battle," said Sam. "Hopefully your muscle memory will begin to come into play at that point. But if in doubt, you see a monster, a good rule of thumb is to just shove the pointy end as deep into the monster as you can." The orphans nodded at that, their faces going pale at the idea of actually fighting monsters. "Okay, everyone get into pairs and practice the exercises I showed you," said Sam, before walking over to the shade of a tree to take a sip from his water canteen. He watched the orphans try the techniques, most of them wobbling and struggling to get the footing and handwork correct. "What do you think?" asked Clara, walking over. Sam scratched the back of his head nervously. "We have a long way to go," said Sam. At that very moment, Toby swung his sword so incorrectly he fell completely on his face. Sam then corrected himself. A really long way to go. "But," said a shocked member of the Spectral Church Council, "that will be more experiment subjects than we've ever used before." The Archbishop grinned. "To learn the secrets of the White Gate, we'll need to throw lambs to the slaughter. It's a small price to pay. If anything, we're cleaning the streets of vermin. We're doing a public service." Father Irwin nodded along eagerly. The meeting had taken place while walking through an underground tunnel until the bright, haunting lights of the White Dungeon Gate lay before them. Father Irwin grinned. He was in a good mood. When they had realized they didn't have enough people, Father Irwin had volunteered the orphans from Orphanage H to be in the next wave to go through their dungeon experiment. Oh boy, Irwin thought. He couldn't wait to send those little rodents to their demise. It would all happen in about a month's time. Irwin could not wait. 15. A day later, Sam continued to instruct the orphans. They were falling over, sweating, and complaining. The whole lot of them still seemed quite hopeless. Not only was he worrying about the orphans themselves, he was worrying about their overall strategy. Should Sam be spending so much time training them? Or would it be better for him to be gaining more power himself? He didn't want the orphans to be defenseless, but the fact that he had a class already meant he was their best hope for survival. It was a tough dilemma. Should he go gain more power for himself, or help the collective? Clara clearly noticed Sam had been lost in thought for a few minutes and came over to him. "Sam, I know the drills. I can stay and help everyone if you think there's somewhere else you need to be to help us survive." "Yeah, I can help too," said Toby, chiming in. "Says the guy who can barely hold his sword upright," giggled Clara. "Yeah, but that's only because I have blisters on my hands," said Toby. "I'll be able to do it right soon. I mean, unless blisters can be a cause of death? Can they?" Sam chuckled. "Fine, I'll leave you two in charge. I'll go get a little bit more powerful myself." Clara watched as Sam disappeared deeper into the woods until he was completely gone. He had changed so much in the last few days, and Clara couldn't quite put her finger on it. Even the way he walked was different. He didn't walk with the caution and fear like so many of them in the orphanage did. No, he strode. He marched. He walked with a confidence he didn't have a few weeks ago. She couldn't help but wonder, what changed in him? She turned back to the group of clumsy orphans trying to do sword drills and exercises. She grinned. She realized where they had gone wrong. Sam had been too soft a teacher. They needed discipline. "Stop!" she yelled. All the orphans suddenly stopped what they were doing and stood at attention. Clara had that kind of effect on people. "Listen up, you knuckleheads," she shouted. "If you aren't able to properly do these exercises by the end of the day, I'm going to make sure no one gets supper." All the orphans' eyes widened at that. There was suddenly a new sense of zeal among the group of kids. "All right," said Clara. "Are we ready to really start training?" Sam ran through the woods, eyes focused on avoiding the trees in front of him. He swerved past obstacles, jumped over thick roots in the ground, and pushed himself to the limit. Take every opportunity to train, Sam told himself over and over again. He was focusing the mana in his body closer towards his feet to help push him to improve his agility stat faster. He eventually arrived in front of a glowing blue gate. "Just where I'd thought you'd be," Sam grinned. For years after he'd unlocked his class in his first timeline, Sam had spent all of his moments not fighting or training in the library. He studied the history of the dungeon gates and everything else he could get his hands on. He read over travel logs and even old Travelers Guild reports. The blue dungeon gate in front of him was a smaller portal than normal. It was shrinking because the guild had already cleared it. By Sam's estimation, it would still be open for another couple of hours. He didn't waste a second and ran into the dungeon gate. The inside of the gate was another cavern realm, which was fine by Sam. He started running around the perimeter of the dungeon, sending mana into his feet as he did so. He ran laps like this for over 2 hours until he figured it wasn't safe to stay in the dungeon any longer and jumped back out into the forest. Standing in the woods, he caught his breath. He was drenched in sweat from his workout. His heart was still pacing. He took a moment to look over his stats and grinned. Sam class, Blood Knight, super rare. Rank, Novice tier. Ability, Pain Ring, Novice tier, level 1. Mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Class, open slot available. Strength, 11. Agility, 11.2. Endurance, 11. Magic, Affinity, 11.2. Just by doing laps in a dungeon, he was able to improve both his agility and magic affinity stats. It was the density of mana in the dungeon that allowed him to train his stats to such a degree and in such a short amount of time. If he had done the same amount of laps outside of the dungeon, he wouldn't have seen any increase in his stats. The stat increase was only 0.2 to the 2 stats, but that was okay. Training stats only got harder the stronger one became, and the increases became more incremental. Sam then decided to look at another part of his traveler profile. He called up the Skill Quest menu. Skill Quests. Pain Ring, level 2. Slay 2,000 monsters using Pain Ring, 1/20,000th. Sam grinned. He wasn't nearly as powerful as he'd like to become, but he was pleased that he could see the pathway that would lead him there beginning to open up in front of him. All traveler abilities came with skill quests that increased in difficulty depending on the ability's current level as well as what tier the ability was unlocked at. Leveling up a novice tier ability to level 2 was always the easiest skill quest to complete. They only increased in difficulty from there. Once you completed a skill quest, the associated ability leveled up and gained an evolution to its power. So far, Sam had only killed that last boss monster with his Pain Ring ability. He would have to step it up if he wanted to reach the next level. Sam smiled, knowing that there was a lot of work ahead of him, but also many rewards if he stayed focused on his task. He looked up to the sky and could see it turning the orange color of twilight as the day was coming to an end. I better go check on the others, he thought. Sam ran through the woods back to the orphans, squeezing in another 20 minutes of agility training. I hope the others are all right, he thought. I hope I didn't leave too big a task with Clara and Toby. When Sam arrived at the training ground, he was stunned. Toby and Clara were clashing swords. Even more impressive, Toby was holding his own against her. "Maybe you aren't such a numbskull after all," yelled Clara as she rushed in with a big swing. Toby dodged it and knocked her over. "Nice work, Tobes," Sam thought to himself. At that moment, Clara and Toby noticed Sam's presence. They all smiled at one another. They could all feel a powerful charging pulse go through them in that moment. It was the charge of hope. 16. Father Irwin was perturbed as he stepped out of Orphanage H. He made a right and headed in the direction of the spectral church. He had an uneasy feeling in his stomach. He had just visited Orphanage H for his weekly check-in, and he was surprised to see how happy the orphans were. Content, even. They were normally more malnourished and sluggish. They couldn't have looked stronger, could they? Irwin was troubled by his thoughts. There's no way they can know about the White Gate, Irwin thought. Even still. There was one thing he could do, just a little something in case there was any truth to his worries. When he got back to his office, he looked through some of his papers and then made a slight adjustment that would affect the orphans' well-being. Hopefully, next week, they'll seem a bit less chipper, as they should be. The orphans' training continued to steadily improve over the course of the week. It was all going smoothly until one morning they woke up and found themselves in quite the predicament. "There's no food!" cried Toby, holding up an empty sack of oats. The spectral church normally supplied the orphanage with a big sack of oats each week that created enough servings of porridge to feed the orphans for every meal. Just barely as well, where more often than not they received only half of the healthy amount of food each day as they needed. It was bland and uninspiring, but it helped them get through the day. Sam looked around the orphanage, first at Toby, then Clara, then the others. They all looked healthier and stronger than they ever had in their entire lives. Father Irwin and the spectral church must have noticed as well. They wanted to make sure Sam and the others were as malnourished as possible before they were sent into the White Gate. "What are we going to do?" said Toby. "We could all be dead of starvation in 3 days. Unless some of us—" He looked around suspiciously to the other kids and then whispered to Sam, "Resort to cannibalism. Who do you think will betray us first?" Clara ignored Toby's panic and looked to Sam. "What do you think we should do? A lack of food is going to slow down our training." Sam racked his brain for a new plan. Pickpocketing was always an option, but the orphans had long learned there was a limit to stealing. They could only do so much of it before the guards, the priests, and everyone in Resfall came down on them. Stealing had to be done sparingly. They couldn't thieve their way through all of their meals. It just wasn't possible. "I think I've got it," said Sam. "Here's the plan. The people who need the most training will keep training. While you two oversee that, I'm going to go find us some food." Without any food for breakfast, Toby and Clara led the orphans out to their training ground in the woods. The first half of the day went all right. Everyone was a bit slow, but they still had energy from their restful night's sleep and the food they had eaten the day before. But when the afternoon came and they had eaten nothing for lunch, the group of children began to get weary. Looking around with dismay, Clara turned to Toby. "Some of the plants out here must be edible." "Sure," said Toby, "but just as many of them are probably poisonous too. Sam told us to not worry. He was going to find us food." The group of children returned to the orphanage that night dismayed. Their training had truly stalled. After 2 more days, the situation hit rock bottom. The younger orphans all complained, saying they didn't want to train the next day. "Please don't make us," they said to Clara and Toby. Even Toby felt his stomach rumble and the lack of energy. "Maybe we should just wait for Sam?" Clara slumped back down on her bed. Toby went and lay on his bunk. "I'm definitely going to die of starvation," Toby thought. "My dead body will be feasted upon by vicious vultures. How ironic that my dead and starved body will be the food for another creature," he sighed to himself. Toby looked over to Clara. He could see the agony she was going through. She wasn't barking orders at the orphans like she normally did. She didn't have the energy, nor the heart, to yell at the extremely underfed kids in front of her. "Where's Sam?" asked Clara, looking to Toby. "We haven't seen him for 3 days. If things keep going at this rate, we'll die before we even get thrown into the White Gate." The situation went from horrific to much worse when one of the younger boys fainted. Clara and Toby ran over to him. "Somebody get him a glass of water," Clara shouted. She looked down at the boy. "Come on, you can survive this. Sam is going to be back any minute." "Is he, though?" shouted a different boy. Clara looked at the boy, horrified. "What do you mean? Of course he is." "Then why hasn't he come back yet? I don't believe he is coming back. He's left us here to starve." Toby, a seasoned paranoiac, had briefly contemplated the same notion that the angry boy was suggesting, but he trusted Sam too much to doubt him for more than a second. "Sam will come back," said Toby. "I know he will." The angry boy shook his head. "He hasn't been the same. He's different. He doesn't care about us anymore." The door suddenly swung open and Sam stepped into the room. Everyone looked up at the black-haired boy, stunned. He was holding onto a rope leash, leading into the dormitory the strangest creature Toby had ever laid eyes on. It was a cow with a beautiful golden horn sticking out of the center of its head. It was the cross between a cow and a unicorn. A unicow. Said Clara. "What the heck is that?" All the orphans stared at Sam with confusion. The black-haired boy smirked. "It's breakfast, lunch, and dinner." 17. Everyone looked at the unicow with amazement. When the food issue came up a couple of days ago, Sam had to rack his brain for a solution. He didn't want to just go hunt some wolf meat and keep them fed for a couple of days. No. He needed to figure out a way of creating a consistent food source in case they were ever caught in a similar bind again. That was when he recalled the famous discovery of the unicow in a low-level Blue Gate dungeon just outside of Resfall. He'd spent the last few days traveling just out from the city and back to retrieve it. There were probably other solutions he could have turned to, but the unicow would be able to feed them for a long time and gave net benefits as well. "We're going to eat that?" asked Toby. "Isn't it kind of evil to eat a unicorn? Or whatever that is, a unicow? Surely we will be destined to live a cursed life if we eat that thing." "I'm sure I'll be cursed." "I'm pretty sure you're already cursed," laughed Clara. Sam smirked. "We're not going to eat it." He then grabbed a pint glass from nearby and then crouched down and pulled at the unicow's udders, squirting out a glass of pale blue milk. He then stood up with the glass of milk, only to find the orphans looking at him with even more horror. "You've been acting super weird recently," said Clara, at a loss for words. "But milking a unicow definitely tops everything else." Sam narrowed his eyes and couldn't help feeling a brief sense of agitation. These damn orphans. I'm about to save them from starvation and they have the audacity to be embarrassed by me? The properties of unicow milk are rich in protein and other nutrients. Not only that, they help build greater stamina. It even tastes delicious. Look, I'll show you. Sam took a sip and everyone recoiled. When he didn't collapse on the ground, they were amazed. Clara stepped forward. "Okay, I'll volunteer to be the next taster to see if it's poison." She then blushed. "But, Sam, can you, make it for me?" He realized then that she felt uncomfortable milking the unicow. Sam rolled his eyes. "Sure, but I won't forever. Trust me. Once you taste the unicow milk, you guys will all be a lot less hesitant." Sam crouched down and refilled his glass. He then got up and handed it to Clara. Everyone but Sam waited with bated breath as Clara took her first sip of the unicow milk. After taking a sip, Clara's whole face suddenly lit up. "Oh man, it tastes really good." She turned to Toby. "Come on, Tobes, try some." Toby shook his head vehemently. "I prefer to wait another 24 hours to see if you keel over and die from food poisoning first. You're going to die from starvation before then. So stop being such a picky eater and huge wimp and do what I freaking tell you to do," barked Clara. "Yes, ma'am," said Toby, suddenly standing straight and at attention. Toby visibly shook and grabbed the pint, and, despite appearing as if every fiber of his being was telling him not to do it, he took a sip. After a few seconds, he blinked. "I'm not dead. Hey, I'm not dead, everyone. I drank the unicow milk and lived." After the first pint of unicow milk was passed around, Sam walked some of the others through how to milk the udders, and they started making a big bucket of it. Afterwards, Sam discussed it over with Clara and Toby. "A pint or two a day will keep us nourished. We won't need more than that, and the unicow can produce that for us with ease." "Do we need to keep it fed, though?" Toby asked. Sam shook his head. "It's a magic beast from a dungeon gate, so no." "That's amazing," said Toby. "I just assumed everything behind one of those things was designed to absolutely murder you and feast on your brains. Never in a million years did I think something so delicious would be hidden by those horrific gates." A little girl orphan came up to Sam and tugged on his shirt. "What's the unicow's name?" "That's a good question," said Sam. "I'm not sure. What do you guys think?" Clara crossed her arms and said, "I think we should call it Roxy." "Huh?" asked Toby. "Where did that name come from?" "With that horn, she looks totally wicked, like she could be the lead singer in a traveling minstrel band. You know those really cool ones that sometimes come to the Harvest Festival? Roxy feels like a name a woman like that might have." "I like it," said the little girl orphan. "Roxy it is," smiled Sam. The little girl waddled off to tell the others the unicow's new name. "We have one problem, though," said Clara. "We can't leave this creature in the middle of our room, otherwise Irwin or one of the other priests or nuns will see it and flip out." "You're right," Sam said. "I think I have an idea." He grabbed a blanket. "Hey, that's my blanket," said Toby. Sam threw it over the unicow. Said Clara. "I think they're still going to notice something hiding under a blanket." "My blanket," added Toby. "You're not going to like this, Clara," said Sam.
worried about the wrath he might face from the tempestuous girl. "Oh no, you can't be serious," said Clara as she realized where Sam was leading the unicow. And that was how Roxy, the magical unicow, moved into the orphanage's janitorial closet, formerly regarded as Clara's office.
18. With Roxy providing everyone with delicious nourishment, the orphans' training for the White Gate could finally resume. But as the days passed and Sam watched over the development of all of his orphan pals, he came to a realization. Most of them weren't going to be powerhouses inside the horrific dungeon gate. Even with the training, the bulk of the White Gate will involve Sam, protecting them and trying to escort them through it. The training had brought everyone's survivability up so that they wouldn't be helpless sitting ducks once inside the dungeon, but being able to defend themselves was a far cry from actually being able to fight their way through the tutorial dungeon. Sam's conclusion to this realization was that he shouldn't be the only proficient fighter going into the White Gate. It was abundantly clear that this wouldn't be possible for all the orphans, but if at least a few of them outside of himself could be strong, that would be great. That meant a select few needed a bit of extra special training. That was why, the following day, Sam left one of the older orphans in charge and took Clara and Toby into the woods. Sam led the way through the woods, while Clara and Toby walked a few paces behind him. It was a brisk autumnal morning. The leaves on the trees had turned orange, and some of them had begun to litter the ground. The leaves made crunching sounds as they stepped over them, deeper into the woods. "Why aren't we training with the others?" asked Toby, looking around the forest suspiciously. "Why are we in this scary forest? Why aren't you telling us where we're going? You're actually going to murder us, aren't you? New Weird Sam is going to kill us. The unicow milk was a big elaborate con to make us trust you, and now, bam! Yeah, that's right." Toby's paranoid rant would have continued had he not been stunned into silence by what appeared in front of them. Shining out was the blue, glowing light of a blue dungeon gate. "See?" said Clara. "He's not going to murder us." Toby's face went pale. If he's going to make me go in there, then he practically is murdering me." Sam turned around and faced the two of them. "Clara, Toby," he said, "you two are my best friends. You're also who I believe have the best chance at getting strong enough to help me protect the others when we go into the White Gate. You two will be my captains when we're in the White Gate, my second in command. That's why I need to make sure you two get stronger and are as prepared as possible for the task ahead." "And that preparation includes stepping inside a blue dungeon gate?" asked Clara, skepticism lacing her voice. Toby shook his head. "This is insane. I'm sorry, but I can't do this." Sam looked to Clara. "Clara, do you feel the same way?" "It seems a bit crazy, but so is bringing a magical unicow to our dormitory, and so much else that's happened over the last few weeks." She sighed. "All of which is to say, I trust you enough that if you say we should go in that dungeon, I'll follow you." Sam then looked to Toby. "Clara's convinced. Why aren't you?" Toby crossed his arms and didn't say anything. "It's an order, Toby," said Clara. The boy shook his head. Clara gasped. "Are you actually going to defy me? You've never done that before." Toby didn't budge. He kept his arms crossed and his eyes shut in an act of defiance. Toby waited with his eyes shut. He listened to Sam and Clara converse, waiting for them to agree with him that Sam's current plan was ludicrous. "You're still willing to come in, though, right?" asked Sam. "Yep. I want to do whatever I can to protect all of us when we get thrown into that White Gate." They didn't say anything more, but Toby could hear their footsteps crunch the leaves as they walked toward the blue gate. "Crap," Toby sighed. "They're still going to enter the blue dungeon gate." He had thought if he refused, maybe they wouldn't go either. Beyond not wanting to face any scary danger himself, he also didn't want his friends to be placed in such treacherous circumstances either. Are those maniacs really going to go in? Toby sighed. He couldn't believe what he was about to do next. Just as Sam was about to step into the dungeon gate, he heard a scream behind him. "I hate you two fools!" It was Toby. He was screaming and rushing towards them, tears rushing down his face. "Why are you making me do this? I hate you so much!" And with that, Toby, the most worried and fearful of the trio, was the first of them to leap bravely into the blue dungeon gate. 19. Toby stumbled into the world that lay on the other side of the dungeon gate. He blinked, looked around, and became instantly terrified. Where the heck am I? His surroundings appeared like a cavern deep underground. He started violently shaking his head. "I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this." He placed his hand on his chest, trying to steady his beating heart that had begun to pump rapidly as he felt an attack of anxiety and fear come over him. He then felt something touch his shoulder from behind him. "Ah, I don't want to die." He turned around and saw Sam and Clara smiling behind him. "Don't worry, Toby," Sam said. "We're all in this together. I promise you, you won't die." Since the first area inside a blue dungeon gate was normally incredibly safe, Sam took the opportunity to explain a few things to Clara and Toby. He explained to them how to access their profile and view their stats. That was one of the benefits of entering a blue gate before tackling a white gate. You could familiarize yourself with the system granted to travelers. Of course, Clara and Toby would have a slightly pared-down version of the system. Entering any gate could unlock an ability to view one's profile. However, many things were not granted to a traveler until they entered the white gate. That included the ability to train your magic affinity stat. In fact, magic affinity could only be trained after unlocking a class. Still, it was good to have Clara and Toby unlock their profile screens, as it would be one less thing to overwhelm them when it came time to face the white gate. He looked around and took in their surroundings next. "This looks like a simple cave dungeon setting," Sam explained to Clara and Toby. "That means we'll most likely face slimes." "Slimes!" yelped Toby. "Spiders! Spiders! Goblins! Goblins!" Both of Toby's hands were firmly smacked on his cheeks as tears rushed down his face in horror. "Oh, we're definitely going to die." Sam glared at Toby. "We're not. Stop saying that." "If I had a coin for every time I told Toby to stop with his madness," said Clara, "you know how rich I would be?" Sam grinned at his two friends. "Don't worry, you guys. I'm going to get us stronger in no time." Further afield in the Blue Gate, a group of goblins gathered around their encampment in the warm glow of a bonfire. All of the goblins' stomachs were rumbling. They were hungry, their appetites yearning for a very specific type of meal. Human traveler meat. The skull and bones of their last feast still lingered around the encampment. A cocky lone traveler had entered the dungeon on his own a few days before, and the goblins had made quick work of him, eventually roasting him on the fire. The goblins all looked at the empty roasting stick now, wistfully. Their nostalgia for human flesh was forcefully interrupted first with the whooshing sounds of arrows flying through the air, and then their eventual landing in the encampment. The arrows went through some goblins' heads. Other arrows went right through their throats. Blood splattered onto the ground. Some of the arrows were lit with fire, and suddenly the whole goblin encampment was up in flames. Finally, a well-shot arrow hit a large barrel of alcohol, which obliterated the encampment in a single blast. Sam stepped through the ashy remains of the goblin encampment. The smoke had cleared, but the thick stench of it filled his nostrils, along with the smell of blood and death. Sam picked up the mana stones and pocketed them in his inventory to drain later. It was such a shame that Clara and Toby couldn't unlock their magic affinity abilities yet. Otherwise, he would have given the cores for them to drain themselves. At the back of the encampment, they found a beautifully engraved treasure chest. "Ooh, that looks cool," said Clara. "Maybe there will be a teleport scroll so that we could leave this deadly place faster," said Toby eagerly. "Only one way to find out," said Sam, opening up the treasure chest. Their eyes widened with glee. Inside the treasure chest was a large satchel of coins, a red healing potion, and 3 swords made of a material with a slight, glowing blue tint. What a find, Sam thought, examining the items in the treasure chest. Mithril sword, rare, tier, novice. Mithril sword, rare, tier, novice. Mithril sword, rare, tier, apprentice. Sam was overjoyed. For 3 people who weren't officially travelers yet, a mithril sword was incredibly rare and valuable. It was the kind of blade wielded by rich merchants and the captains of low-grade mercenary companies. Even the official Travelers Guild sent new recruits into the White Gate with less powerful and rare weaponry. And even though Sam's current iron sword was a tier higher, the rarity and quality of the mithril blade meant that even at lower tiers it was the better sword. They talked it over, and they all agreed, as Sam was the leader and most proficient swordsman of the 3 of them, that he should take the apprentice tier mithril sword, while Clara and Toby took the slightly inferior versions of the same blade. Swinging her new sword around with confidence, Clara asked, "So what's the next plan in here then?" "Well, let me drain these mana stones and train a bit more," said Sam. "And then—" "I don't like the way you're grinning," Toby interrupted. "And then," Sam smirked, "we're going to go face the dungeon boss." 20. The 3 friends fought their way through the cavern dungeon, slaying more goblins, nasty spiders, and poisonous bats. Sam could feel the difference of the mithril blade as it sliced through the large spider flesh. It cut with a faster and smoother grace than the previous iron sword he had been wielding. He couldn't believe only a few weeks ago he had been fighting with a brittle copper sword, and now he was swinging around a mithril blade in his grip. By the end of their training session, Sam was happy to hear both Toby and Clara had raised their physical stats, everything other than magic affinity, to 7. That wasn't too far away from normal peak human attributes. Stats above 10 would be those held by professional fighters and sportsmen. These types of numbers were fairly decent, actually really good, for people about to enter a White Gate. Their stats, training, and equipment would far surpass where the Spectral Church was expecting them to be. Such stats were not held by helpless lambs being led to the slaughter. Sam then looked over his stats as well. Sam class, Blood Knight, super rare. Rank, Novice tier. Ability, Pain Ring, Novice tier, level 1. Mark part of the battlefield is yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Class, open slot available. Strength, 11.5. Agility, 11.7. Endurance, 11.4. Magic affinity, 11.7. He hadn't made as drastic gains as Clara or Toby, but that was to be expected as he was a bit further ahead than they were. The important thing was, all of his stats were on the rise, and even the smallest differences could mean a lot, especially at higher tiers later on. The good news was, with all of his stats over 10, it meant that whatever extra class he unlocked in the White Gate, he most likely should hit the requirements to unlock that class's novice tier ability straight away. Also, as he slowly moved all of his stats closer to 31, it meant he was getting close to unlocking apprentice tier level abilities as well. That was how it worked. From stats 0 to 11, you were considered unranked. From then on, it took 20 stat points to raise your tier level. He grinned. He was already getting stronger at a pace that far exceeded what he had done in his original timeline. "Don't worry, goddess," he thought to himself. "I won't fail the mission you've imparted to me." It was his responsibility to get stronger, to save his friends, to save Resfall, to save all of Westria, and he took that responsibility as seriously as possible. After the 3 friends took a quick rest, it was finally time for them to face the gate boss. Clara walked beside Toby as Sam led the way, taking them closer and closer to the final room of the dungeon, the home of the dungeon boss. "There's still no reason why we can't turn around right now," said Toby. "Shall we take it to a vote? All in favor of not fighting an even more horrific monster than the nightmarishly frightening kinds we've already encountered today already?" Clara smirked while ignoring Toby. Despite not raising her hand or giving in to Toby's fears, she felt her heart pumping in her chest. It was taking all of her focus to not grimace and shiver in the frightening dungeon they had entered. She did it for Toby's sake as well as her own. She recognized that there was a certain bravery in Toby's constant chattering of his worries and fears. Some people, herself included, were too scared to admit that they were afraid sometimes. She admired her friend for that. Not that she'd ever dare tell him that. Plus, if she admitted she was scared, Toby might lose his head and force them to retreat, which wasn't what Sam wanted them to do. As they walked deeper into the dungeon towards the Finnel room, Clara stared at the back of Sam's head, watching the black tufts of his shaggy hair gently sway as they went further down the cavernous passage. As she had noticed before, even the way Sam now walked wasn't the same way he had walked 2 months ago. Sam, she wondered, what happened to you? Are you the same Sam we've grown up with all this time? The same Sam that I've... She shook her head. She didn't want to think about those things, not when they were so close to risking their lives. What are you thinking about? Asked Toby, turning towards her. Nothing, she said, blushing. Her face went stern. Stand up straighter, Toby. This is not a time for slouching. We need to be on guard at all times. Toby immediately straightened his shoulders. Yes, ma'am? She grinned and then gripped her mithril sword and felt a surge of confidence flow through her. They finally arrived at the entrance to the final dungeon room. Before entering, Sam explained the plan to them, and then they stepped into the final room to fight the gate boss. Slumbering in the center of the final room was a giant, three-eyed troll cuddling a massive club. Remember the plan, said Sam. Right then, before Clara could even blink, the boy rushed forward, leaping into the air with his sword and shouting, Let's do this! Sam landed, cutting the troll across its body and instantly waking it up. Clara was immediately concerned when she saw Sam's attack hardly cut through the monster's flesh at all. The monster clearly was of a much higher caliber than the creatures they had fought along the way to get there. Furthermore, a strange red ring shot out from around Sam, creating a large circle in the center of the boss room. What's that? Clara wondered. Is that the troll's ability? It couldn't be Sam, could it? When did he learn magic? That's incredible. The monster's eyes bulged, and it kicked Sam, flinging him across the room. Clara immediately wanted to run over to Sam and help him, but Toby grabbed her arm. I want to go over there too, said Toby. But we gotta follow Sam's plan. Faith in his plan is the only reason I haven't peed my pants yet, so let's not fall apart yet. Clara nodded. Toby was right. Sam was already on his feet and charging at the troll once more. Clara and Toby then lifted up their bows and began shooting arrows at the troll, dealing extra damage to the monster while Sam distracted it. Clara had to stay extra focused as the troll was getting harder to hit as it was filled with more rage and fury and was moving with a chaotic quickness that was difficult to track. The most worrisome thing was the destructive beatdown Sam was taking. The troll had landed multiple powerful blows on Sam, and he looked incredibly worse for wear. The worst part was it didn't even seem like Sam was even trying to dodge the attacks. Toby fired off another arrow and said, Has Sam gone crazy? What's he doing? He's going to get himself killed. Clara kept firing arrows, but was feeling the tension too. One thing she noticed, though, was that every time Sam got hit, he'd get up and attack with seemingly significant more damage than he had before. The cuts Sam was leaving on the troll were getting thicker and deeper. This only angered the troll more, and he attacked Sam with even greater fury. But then the troll managed to knock Sam right in the head with his club. The boy went flying backwards, smashing into the walls of the boss room. The troll then slowly turned towards Clara and Toby. They both looked to Sam, who was collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Said Toby. Why is Sam not getting up? That was definitely not part of the plan. The troll took a step towards Clara and Toby. It flared its nostrils. Its 3 red eyes looked at them with a yearning to kill. It was at least 10 times their size, even if its large club was bigger than either of them. Even with all of their training, it wouldn't take much for this troll to kill them. It started running towards them.
"Ah, what are we going to do?"
said Toby, dropping his bow and reaching for his sword. "Come on, Tobes," said Clara. "We either kill this thing or die trying." The troll was soon in striking distance. It lifted up its club and Clara and Toby jumped forward to attack. They had one shot at killing this thing before it killed them. Their mithril swords bounced off the troll's flesh, and both Clara and Toby stumbled backwards. The troll then loomed over them, even angrier than it was before. "Our swords didn't even penetrate its skin," Clara thought with amazement. It made the fact that Sam was able to cut through it an even more incredible feat. If Sam couldn't kill this thing, then they didn't stand a chance. Right at that moment when the troll was about to slam its club into Toby and completely obliterate him into a bloody pile of smashed-up flesh, something incredible happened. From behind the troll, a mithril blade shining with a beautiful blue hue came shooting down from above the monster's head, slicing through its body, cutting it completely in half. 21. Toby shivered and kept his eyes shut. He had accepted his death and was waiting for it to happen, waiting for the supposed light that appeared at the end of a long, dark tunnel. But nothing came. Still trembling, he opened his eyes and saw the three-eyed troll had been sliced in half, either side of its body falling over, its insides spilling out on the ground. The monster soon disintegrated into a mana stone, and Toby was still trying to get his bearings on the situation. "I guess I'm not dead," he sighed to himself, relieved. He looked at Sam and said, "What the heck just happened?" Sam sheathed his sword and explained, "Let's just say I have a special ability that gives me more power when I get hurt," Sam explained. "I let the troll hurt me so much until I was in quite a dangerous position, then used the healing potion to get back to full health, and then rushed the monster when he wasn't expecting it, allowing me and my trusty new rare mithril sword to get a critical hit." Both Clara and Toby gasped. "Amazing," they both said. Toby looked at Sam with awe. In such a short span of time, his friend had gone from the weird lone wolf of the orphanage to someone with power and composure. "Maybe one day I can be as brave as him," Toby thought to himself. "Until then, all I can say is that Sam is truly incredible." Sam stepped over and picked up the mana stone and hefty pouch of coins. He grinned at the weight of the coins. The trip to the dungeon had been worth it alone, just for how much money they had gained. It would be enough to make sure everyone had decent rudimentary equipment going into the White Gate. But the three-eyed troll had left behind even more exciting treasure. Sam picked each item one by one. The first item was a small silver ring. Ring of Agility, uncommon. Tier, novice. Sam grinned and put the ring on his finger. He did some practice swipes with his mithril sword in the air, and he could perceive his body moving faster. It wasn't significantly faster, but even a 0.5% boost or so to his speed could make all the difference in a life-or-death scenario. The other item was even more exciting. At first, Sam thought it looked like a crummy copper sword, but when he inspected the blade in his profile, he was pleasantly surprised. Flame sword, rare. Tier, journeyman. As soon as Sam picked up the sword, from the hilt upward, the whole blade began to swirl with flames. He swung the blade and looked at it with awe. Fantastic, he thought. On one side of him, he held a sword covered with the flames, the other glowing blue from the rare, magical mithril metal. Note to self, Sam grinned. Dual-wield swords more often. Sam turned to his two companions, who looked as if they were still getting over the fact that they had just been almost killed by the dungeon's boss monster, and said, "The dungeon is going to disintegrate in a couple of hours. Let's get out of here." With the extra stat points gained, money earned for better equipment for all the orphans, and some extra powerful items for Sam to help protect them all, the following week's training went even better than the previous one. The trend even continued into the next week. As the days passed and Sam watched the orphans run practice drills, he could see they were all growing in confidence. They were no longer tripping and falling over themselves. They were no longer children pretending to be soldiers. They were becoming warriors in their own right. I'd be curious to see some of our kids go against nobles receiving pre-White Gate training in the Travelers Guild, Sam mused. Unexpectedly, a dark, horrible memory shot through Sam, causing him enough pain to lose his sense of balance for a brief second. The memory was one he'd long suppressed, one that he couldn't hold on to in his original timeline because it caused him too much anguish. The memory was the sight of all the orphans in front of him, Clara and Toby included, lying on the ground, dead. Sam shook his head as soon as the memory came up. I won't let it happen that way this time, he thought to himself. He was stronger than he had been in his previous timeline. He had better equipment, stats, and knowledge of what was to come. He believed they could live through the White Gate and whatever the Spectral Church had planned for them. The day of the White Gate wasn't far off now. First, there would be the special celebrations on the evening of Hallow's haunting, and then a few days later, it would be time to face the White Gate. Meanwhile, Father Irwin paced the length of his upper-floor office in the Spectral Church's grand cathedral. He held his hands clasped behind his back as he paced. Every time he walked by the window, he looked out onto the city of Resfall. The sun was beginning to set, bringing another day to a close. We're getting so close, he grinned to himself. He couldn't help but daydream about the deaths of the orphans at Orphanage H. With them out of the way, he'd no longer be tied to his charitable duties and would be more able to ruthlessly climb the ladder of the Spectral Church. He could not wait. Plus, he'd be more than glad to see the deaths of that loud girl walking around bossing the children all the time, the other one constantly fearing his own demise, and the eerily quiet, black-haired boy. I can't wait to be rid of them. Any day now, he grinned. 22. For as long as anyone can remember, there was a legend of a man named Hallow, who in a far distant past was murdered in his sleep. Not only was he murdered, but he was turned into a ghost, and he now haunts the city of Resfall on the very day of his death, the last night in the month of Fall's time. As a celebration, the citizens of Resfall dressed up as different monsters and ghouls and attended feasts, balls, dinner parties, and pubs to celebrate. Even young children filled the streets of the city in colorful costumes that were normally cuter renditions of much more fearsome monsters of the imagination. Neighbors would gift such children with toys and treats. That year, as all years, the city became alight with activity as costumed revelers filled the streets. Carved pumpkins dotted every doorstep, porch, windowsill, and rooftop, their ghoulish face lit up by burning candles placed inside. In a corner of Resfall, one set of nobles was hosting a lavish dinner party for guests. At the front of the dinner party at the head table was the main event of the feast, a honeyed glazed hog stuffed with bacon, caramelized apples, and onions. The main event wouldn't be eaten for a while, and the guests were still happily mingling and drinking among themselves. They didn't notice the cat-shaped shadows running across the windowsill outside. The nobles kept chatting, even though, without their noticing, the golden hog disappeared from their table. All of Orphanage H cheered their pints of unicow milk with delight as they feasted on the golden hog. Operation Eve of Hallow's haunting feast complete, said Clara triumphantly. And what a smashing success! Well done, everyone! Clara had organized the heist to nab the golden hog, and it couldn't have gone more perfectly. All the orphans were dressed up as cats and other animals, except for Toby, who just kept a white blanket over his face. I can't take all the scary creatures you're pretending to be, said Toby. Tell me when it's over. Even Roxy was given an orange, pointy party hat to wear to join in festivities. Within a couple of hours, most of the orphans were lying in bed, exhausted and stuffed from all the fun and food. Sam sat on the floor and leaned against the wall, sipping on a pint of unicow milk. He smiled at all the orphans nearby. This never happened in his first life, this sense of determination, this fun. In his previous timeline, Hallow's haunting was just another day of undernourishment and sadness. All the training had raised the orphans' spirits. They were a different group from who they were in the previous timeline. Sam had given them all a goal to work towards. I hope I've not given them false hope, he thought. Clara and Toby came towards him and sat down on either side of him. Who are we sitting beside? Asked Toby, who still had a white sheet covering his face. Can you take that damn thing off? Said Clara, snatching the blanket and pulling it off of Toby. The boy looked momentarily shocked, but then relaxed when he saw everybody was asleep. Why are you hanging out all alone like a sad sap? Asked Clara, nudging Sam. You're reminding me of Tobes. Hey, said Toby. I was the life of the party. Clara rolled her eyes. Sure you were. Sam sighed and then shared what he was thinking with his friends. I'm just worried all this training will be for nothing, he said. That I might have given everyone false hope. Clara smiled and shook her head. Who cares? Over the last few weeks, I think I've been the happiest I've ever felt. If things go absolutely horrible in the next few days, if I don't return from the White Gate, I don't care. I've lived a happier and richer life in the last few weeks than I've had for most of my life. Agreed, said Toby. I've never faced so many fears or tasted as many delicious things like unicow milk or that golden hog we had this evening. Sam smiled and put his arms around his two friends. He was so happy to be back in a world where the people he loved and cared for were still alive. He'd fight to protect this timeline and everyone he held dear within it. I won't let you down, Sam thought. He was making a promise to his friends. He was making a promise to the world. But most of all, he was making a promise to himself. 23. A few nights later, all across the city of Resfall, priests of the spectral church moved stridently through the rainy streets, carrying magic lamps to light the way for them through the shadows. Prisoners were awoken from their dungeon cells, handcuffed and then escorted outside into the stormy, cobbled streets. None of the prisoners questioned what was happening to them or put up a fight. Father Irwin arrived at Orphanage H, snickering to himself, happy to soon see these orphans thrust into the White Gate and removed from this world entirely. He stepped into the large dormitory. Silent, he thought, for once. He started banging the walls and shouted, "Get up, you miserable wretches! Time for a little field trip!" He went up to one bed and dragged a little boy out onto the floor. "Come on now," he sneered. "Don't waste my time." In about 10 minutes, Father Irwin had all the orphans wide awake and in a nice, orderly line of pairs. They seemed less drowsy-eyed than he was expecting. None of them seemed to be yawning either. They couldn't have been awake before I arrived, could they? For a moment, he began to wonder something, and then shook his head in firm disbelief. There is no way in this world they could know I was coming tonight. He went ahead and shuffled them forward, not noticing the orphans winking at each other, signaling they were ready for the challenge ahead. The rain pounded hard on Sam's head as they stepped out into the rainy, nighttime streets of Resfall. They moved quickly through the dark, shadowy streets and alleys. "Faster, you little wretches," hissed Father Irwin. Sam was near the front of the pack of orphans being shepherded through the city. They had planned it that way, with Toby and Clara at the back, keeping an eye on everyone. He breathed in and out, trying to stay calm. He knew everything that was about to happen. All of their preparation over the last month and a half had been in service of this evening, of this moment. They turned a corner, and the dark silhouette of the spectral church's grand cathedral came into view. "Keep moving," sneered Father Irwin as they got closer and closer. Once they arrived at the grand cathedral, the doors were wide open, with 2 priests guarding the entrance. Both were wearing rain-soaked ponchos and had stoic faces staring out into the dead of night. They paid no heed to the children being led through the door. Sam bristled with anger as he considered them. They knew what was about to happen, but still, they did nothing. This whole enterprise of keeping the White Gate secret, of sending people in and experimenting on them, it was all a means to acquire more power for the spectral church, so that they could be the most powerful travelers in the city and become the true rulers of Resfall. And so even these guards wanted a piece of that power too, and were willing to turn a blind eye to what was happening in front of them. Sam and the other orphans stepped into the cathedral, entering a grandiose room with a high ceiling, pews, and a lectern. Father Irwin shepherded them to the side and led them into a separate room that had a spiraling staircase lit by hanging torches on the wall. Sam was impressed with the kids around him. They weren't shivering or crying or screaming to run away. They showed no fear about the horrific thing about to happen to them. Sometimes approaching something terrifying was even more frightening than actually facing the thing itself. Well done, everyone, Sam thought. They arrived at the bottom of the stairs where there were groups of older men and women in rags, all formed in a line. The little girl beside Sam grabbed his hand. "I'm scared, Sam," she whispered. Before Sam could say anything, Father Irwin hissed at them, "Be quiet, or you'll be beaten." Father Irwin stared at them sternly. There was venom and bloodlust in his eyes. Finally, when the priest looked elsewhere, Sam looked down to the girl and mouthed with his lips, "Don't worry. We'll be okay. I'll protect you." The fear didn't completely disappear from the little girl's face, but it dissipated slightly. It was the best Sam could hope for the time being. Soon enough, fear would be running rampant through them all. It was unavoidable, but they had to stay focused on not letting it get the better of them. Ahead of them, a man clothed in dirty, stained rags said, "What the heck are you doing to us?" "Shut up," said one of the warrior priests. The guard went up to him and knocked the scrawny, outspoken man in the head with the hilt of his sword. The man, who looked weak and hungry, collapsed onto the floor. It's all happening just like last time, Sam thought, looking around. Almost beat for beat. The line of people slowly shuffled forward. Here we go. The last few weeks of training all came down to this moment. At the end of the long line of malnourished and destitute prisoners lay a great, glowing white portal. The White Gate. The line moved forward, pushing Sam and his friends closer and closer towards the looming White Gate. They weren't far away now. Only a few more people, and soon Sam and his friends would be thrown inside the terrifying tutorial dungeon as well. The priests were trying to get them all through the gate quickly because the tutorial of the White Gate reset itself every 2 hours. If they took too long getting all of their prisoners inside the White Gate, they might end up splitting the group into 2 separate tutorials, which would harm their overarching plans. The brightness of the White Gate filled the chamber and beat down on them like a malicious sun trying to blind them. "Next!" yelled one of the priests. A woman in rags stepped up to the front of the gate. She stood still. "Step inside," said the priest calmly. The woman didn't do anything. "One more chance or we'll make—" At that, the woman decided to make an escape. She jumped away, but the priests were ready for it and nabbed her before she could even get a few yards away from the entrance to the gate. They were deep underground in the spectral church's grand cathedral. Even Sam knew that escape was futile. "Help!" screamed the woman. 3 priests were holding the woman now. She was squirming, fighting for her life to escape the clutches of the priests. Her face was red from screaming, tears rushing down her cheeks. "Shut up," said one priest. "Come on, let's throw this hag in already," said another. The woman was still fighting them, pushing against them, trying to scratch their faces. Anything that might give her another opportunity to run. "You can't do this to us," she cried. "You can't do this. It's not right." One priest snickered. "We can't we? Just watch us, you dumb hag." Sam tried to contain his shudder of hatred for these people. The fact that they actually took some kind of sick enjoyment in forcing pain and misery upon others was truly disgusting. It was because of people like them that Westria was being destroyed by demonic forces. It was because such people could only see power, and they let their thirst for it blind them. When they should have been preparing for a far worse threat, they instead focused on fighting and killing one another for power. Power that would ultimately be futile when their whole world was destroyed. The priests then carried the woman, still squirming and crying, and tossed her into the White Gate, where her body completely disappeared into the other side. The priests took a moment to catch their breath, straighten out their ruffled robes, and then return to their positions, and the assembly line of death continued on its way. "Next!" Sam stepped forward. He gulped. His whole body tensed. It was important for him to go through first. That way he could protect all the orphans as they entered, rather than have them enter on their own. Better to not waste any more time, he thought, and stepped forward. "Stop!" Sam halted. What's happening? He thought. This didn't happen in the previous timeline. One priest walked up and snatched Sam by the rags. He then dragged him over to another priest. Sam made no effort to fight against the man. With his well-trained stats, he could easily push the man off him, but he didn't want to reveal that he was stronger than he looked. "This one looks funny," said the priest. "What do you reckon?" The two priests looked down at Sam. "His eyes are weird." Oh crap, Sam thought as he suddenly realized what was happening. The red eyes, the only physical sign that gave away that he had an unlocked class, weren't something he had in the previous timeline. His new eye color was significant enough to alter the events of how everything happened. Crap, Sam thought. If they didn't throw him in the White Gate, his friends would be left on their own and would most likely die in there. He needed to be there to protect and help them survive. He couldn't have gotten this close to changing the timeline only for it to alter in such a way that he ended up unable to stop anything. "Is he some kind of halfling?" murmured the priest. "Who knows? Do you think it will disrupt the experiment?" Sam's heart was pounding. Depending on what the priest said here, he'd potentially fight them and jump into the White Gate himself. That was a worst-case scenario, as it would cause a lot of problems later on. Mainly, if he fought the priests now and jumped into the White Gate against their will, it would mean they'd be waiting for him when he returned. That would screw up a lot of his planning. Still, he'd take that risk if he had to. "I think it should be fine," said the priest. "Throw him in. Let's get moving." Sam stayed as emotionless as possible. He didn't want to signal the priests in any way that he was relieved. He didn't want them to have any idea that he actually wanted to go into the White Gate. The priest snatched Sam by his rags and then dragged him up to the White Gate. "All right, you little wretch," said the priest. "Time for your slaughter." The man then kicked Sam in the back and sent him shooting through the portal into the dangerous world on the other side. Sam stumbled forward, reality instantaneously changing all around him. His back ached with a subtle pain from the priest kicking him, but he knew he didn't have the luxury to focus on it. He looked around, and the surroundings were familiar. A landscape that had haunted him in his nightmares for many years in his previous lifetime. The tutorial dungeon was a foggy, open plain where the grass was as black as charcoal. Broken statues and columns littered the surrounding landscape. The place was known as the Valley of Ruins. The people who had been thrown into the gate before him were all huddled nearby. They'd already appeared to have created small groups among themselves. A lot of them were looking around fearfully, unsure what to do next. They all looked at Sam, but when he took a step towards them, they all looked away. Sam and his friends were the only young people to be thrown into the gate. The nearby adults all knew the dangers that lay ahead of them all. They had already decided the kids would hold them back, make survival more difficult. Sam took a deep breath. He was angered by the selfishness of these people, but he remembered they were terrified for their lives. They weren't thinking straight. He couldn't hold this against them. Sam could potentially save them all if they chose to listen to him. "Hey!" Sam hollered. "Some bad stuff is going to happen really quickly, but once my friends get here, if you follow me, I can help us survive." A man in rags stepped forward and said, "Stay away from us, kid. We won't fall for your little trick. You're nothing but a street criminal, a rat in an alley. Don't think we don't know you won't betray us as soon as it's convenient for you." All the others stared at Sam with bitterness and discontent, and he knew that they all felt the same way. Sam bristled. These people were really making saving them a pain in the butt. Sam wasn't going to argue with them further as he knew some pretty critical moments were about to happen in the next 10 minutes or so. "Okay," he said, taking a step away from them. "You can still follow me if you want when things get crazy." "Just shut up, kid," hollered the man, and then the adults turned away from him. I tried my best, Sam thought. There'll be one more opportunity to help them, but I need to focus on other things now. I've given those grown-ups more time than they deserve." He turned back to the entrance of the white gate. His orphan pals had begun to stream through. Sam materialized the equipment he had purchased with the money from the dungeon runs and started handing it to the orphans. Common bronze swords, bronze shields, a basic bow, a satchel of basic arrows, and a healing potion each. "Here you go," said Sam. "Don't worry, I know it's scary in here, but remember, we planned for this." One boy stuck his hand back through the white gate, but nothing happened. Sam smiled and shook his head. "It's as I explained, we can't go back through there. The only way to get back to the world outside is to survive the challenges given to us by the dungeon." Unlike the standard dungeon he'd beaten over the last month and a half, a white gate was known as an irregular gate. It followed its own set of rules different from the more common types of dungeon gates. One such difference in rules was that there was no way to leave the white gate other than by surviving the challenges it thrust upon you. This was the main reason why white gates were considered so dangerous. Finally, Clara and Toby arrived in the new realm, the last of his orphan regiment. "Good," said Sam, handing them their equipment. "We're all here." He had explained to them during their training session how the gate would work and what would happen to them as soon as they entered. So they all already theoretically understood that they would be unlocking profiles and inventory systems. Sam gave them a gentle nudge by telling them, "Anything you can't carry or don't want on your person, put away in your inventory." And they all seemed to figure it out. As Sam had explained to them earlier, it was merely a mental command that you'd eventually get used to. Simply think, materialize mithril sword, and it would appear in your hand. It was one of the simple trademark abilities that all travelers shared. This ability to carry more than an average person was enough to put even the weakest of travelers on a level far higher than your average roaming bandit in the woods. Sam kept eyeing up the gate. He won't arrive for another few minutes, Sam thought to himself. "Let's move a little bit away from the entrance," Sam said. He shepherded the group so that they were a good few paces away from the entrance, but on the opposite side from where the group of grown-ups were huddled. Suddenly, all the orphans in front of them stood up straight. Across the way, Sam could see a flutter of activity among the grown-up group as well. A message appeared in Sam's retina, as it had done for everyone else. First trial. Survive the Valley of Ruins for 7 days. Sam shuddered. The trial prompts didn't offer any more information other than the goal to survive for a week. Historians and scholars of the dungeon gates in Sam's previous timeline went on to theorize that the White Gate's prompts were left purposefully vague, as to not offer any benefits to new entrants of the rewards, benefits, or other hidden treasures that could be found within the gate. Everything, including knowledge of the gate itself, had to be discovered for the new entrant themselves. Which was why Sam had such an incredible advantage and opportunity that he got to live through this particular White Gate for a second time. Sam could hear murmuring and chats of panic among the grown-up group as they began discussing strategies for survival over the coming days. Sam sighed. He knew that for many of them, days were too long a metric to be measuring their lifespan in right now. Sam knew that some of them shouldn't be worrying about surviving the next few days, but rather the next few minutes. It's all happening, Sam thought, just like last time. Sam kept an eye on the gate. The man he was waiting for hadn't arrived yet. No one else had entered the gate since Clara and Toby. There was only one last person to arrive. Finally, appearing in front of the White Gate's entrance was the man Sam had been waiting for. Sam gritted his teeth as soon as he saw the man. He clenched his fist with anger. The man had long silver hair and yellow eyes. He had a sword strapped on his back. He looked exactly like the nightmarish image that had been etched into Sam's mind for such a long time. Standing in front of them all was the man who, in Sam's previous timeline, went on to kill nearly every single person currently huddled at the entrance of the White Gate tutorial. 5 years ago, in Sam's original timeline, he had stood in the exact same spot within the White Gate he was standing in now, But things had gone a lot differently back then. He didn't have uncommon equipment or stats above 10. In fact, he didn't know what any of that was. The first time he was in that white gate, he had no idea what a profile screen was or what journeyman tier equipment looked like. He knew nothing. The first time Sam lived through the white gate, he was just a scared teenage boy, frightened along with the rest of his orphan friends. His heart was racing. His whole body was shivering, from his chattering teeth to his trembling knees. Tears rolled down his cheeks. He was distraught, confused, terrified. Why did Father Irwin take them here? Why had they thrown them into the white gate? Did they really expect them to survive? Why throw them all to their deaths so cavalierly? The answers weren't clear to Sam at first, but they began to get clearer with the arrival of the silver-haired mercenary who arrived last inside the white gate. "Who's that?" whispered Clara. "Maybe he's here to protect us," said Toby. For a brief second, there was a moment of hope. And then, in a blink of an eye, the man unsheathed his sword and ran towards the grown-ups. They were too shocked and confused to understand what was happening. Why would this man attack them? It didn't make any sense. The silver-haired man took advantage of their shock, chopping their limbs off with utter ease. He was a strikingly powerful warrior. Within a minute, he had butchered all of the grown-ups. He turned around with a sick yearning in his eyes and started charging towards the kids. "Run!" Sam shouted to his friends. He picked up a rock and started running, but he let his friends and other kids get further ahead. Sam listened closely to the man coming after them. As his footsteps got closer, Sam stopped and turned around and flung the rock right into the man's face. "Ah!" The warrior didn't expect such a terrified kid to have the guts to attack a man charging at him with a bloody sword. Well, the silver-haired underestimated Sam. Warrior had clearly known him. With the man distracted, Sam rushed him and tried to peel his fingers from his sword's grip. The man kicked Sam with enough strength to send the boy flying backwards. Sam hit the ground, expecting the warrior's sword to soon be plunged into his chest. But the silver-haired warrior had chosen to go after the other kids first. Sam picked himself up off the ground and felt his stomach lurch as he saw his friends running away, screaming, only to fall over, butchered by the mercenary's sword. His whole body trembled. He felt nauseous and sick. Sam watched as the mercenary stood amidst the rivers of blood and carnage he had created, and the man began to shake. Then the man's cackling laughter echoed across the dungeon realm. "That sack of garbage," Sam thought. "He's actually enjoying himself." Sam hid behind a statue and watched as the mercenary man eventually turned around and started looking for him. The man eventually gave up, muttering nearby, "The monsters will finish the job for me. I've done more than enough already." With that, the silver-haired mercenary began to traverse deeper into the Valley of Ruins, leaving Sam to his own devices. Within 10 minutes of arriving, the only living humans in the White Gates tutorial zone's first trial were the murderous man and Sam. A few minutes after the mercenary's departure, Sam realized he didn't have the luxury to be depressed, or scared, or frightened. He was alive. And so long as he was alive, he could still achieve the one and only thing he desperately wanted out of however little life he still had left to live. He wanted to kill the sick piece of trash warrior who had murdered all of his friends. The hatred and anger was so intense it fueled him out of his shock and trauma and pushed him to act. He began to follow the tracks the evil warrior left behind. Such a trail brought him to an encampment of murdered monsters that the evil warrior had just slaughtered. There in the encampment, Sam found his first sword and other equipment. He stalked the path of destruction the evil man walked, acquiring more items and knowledge along the way. He figured out how to access his profile, how to utilize his inventory, and so on. Sam managed to live and survive in the footsteps of the man he hunted. He was able to do so all the way to the very last trial. And at the very bitter end of the White Gates trial, Sam made his move. He rushed the unsuspecting warrior and stabbed the man in the back. He took advantage of the shock as the man keeled over on the ground. Sam ripped his blade out and stabbed the man again in the head. It was brutal and horrific, and it was all Sam wanted from his life at that point. He could die afterwards so long as he made this man pay. He honestly didn't care about anything after that. In Sam's new second timeline, he narrowed his eyes at the silver-haired man. Unlike in his previous timeline, Sam knew exactly why this man was here. He had learned the reason why soon after he had killed the man in his first timeline. The whole reason the Spectral Church had brought him and his orphan pals and all the destitute grown-ups to the White Gate was to see what type of classes might be unlocked at the end of the White Gate if you were to kill so many people while inside of it. The class that one unlocked after such a scenario was the one Sam currently had in his profile. Blood Knight. When Sam had stabbed the man in the back at the end of the trial, all of the man's kills transferred over to him in the Gate's calculation of potential classes he could unlock. "Who's that?" asked Clara, just as she had done in the original timeline. Unlike in the original timeline, though, Sam didn't waste a beat. In seconds, Sam was behind the man who had murdered every single person still standing at the dungeon's entrance. With zero hesitation, Sam ran a knife across the warrior's neck and slit the evil man's throat. 26. Clara felt her whole body go cold as she watched Sam kill the strange man with no hesitation whatsoever. Blood leaked out of the silver-haired man's throat, and he collapsed onto his knees. He reached up to his neck in shock, and then blood gurgled out of his mouth, staining his yellow teeth as he attempted to wail in pain. He was lying dead in a crimson puddle within seconds. "Sam," she thought, "what have you done?" In some ways, Clara felt like she wasn't just witnessing one murder, but two. First was the silver-haired man who Sam had killed, and the second was any semblance of the Sam she thought she knew. Toby and the other orphans had all gone pale and turned to her, hoping she might have the answers to what they were seeing in front of them. They all knew Sam had changed over the last few weeks, that he was different from who he had been before, but none of them had expected him to be such a ruthless, cold-blooded killer. Clara looked at Sam, the boy she called a friend, and tried to understand what was going through his mind. She could see that Sam looked down at the dead silver-haired man, this man they had seemingly never met before, with a level of seething hatred Clara had never witnessed on her friend's face, or anyone for that matter in her entire lifetime. How did Sam know this man? The black-haired boy looked down at the man with such a look of venom you would have thought the man had murdered Sam's entire family. What Clara didn't know was that for Sam, that was exactly how he felt. Sam's heart had been pounding in his chest up until the moment he killed the silver-haired man. Now, he felt a sense of relief, but he knew it wouldn't last long. It was only the first of many obstacles they'd have to face while in the White Gate. He bent down and added the man's broadsword to his inventory. It wasn't as good as any of his other weapons, but he could give it to one of the older orphans to wield, as it was better than the bronze sword he'd equipped them with. The man had a healing potion in his bag too, but he really didn't come with much else. The man was a skilled and powerful warrior and had entered the gate with confidence. Once Sam was done taking whatever was of value from the man, he turned to the group of adults who were looking at him with horror. "As I said before, I know a way for all of us to survive," said Sam. "Please, trust me." "Demon child!" one adult yelled. "Look at his eyes," said another. "Stay away from us. Don't come any closer to us." "We should kill him before he kills us," said another. Sam shook his head. He couldn't believe this was happening. "Please," he said. "This man here was going to kill all of us. I saved you. Please believe me. We don't have a lot of time. If we don't leave here soon, we're all going to die." The group of adults picked up some rocks. "Those kids have weapons," said the adults. "They'll use them against us. We need to kill them before they kill us." The grown-ups began to approach them with fear and violence in their eyes. This was the exact problem with how the dungeon gates operated. A plague that led to so much destruction all across Westria. They inspired fear, hatred, greed, and a thirst for violence and power. It was happening just on a smaller scale with these adults who were now coming for Sam and his friends. He racked his brain for some way to convince them otherwise, when out from the clouds the next threat suddenly arrived. A black raven appeared in the sky. Then two, then 3, then even more until the whole sky was filled with black ravens flying down towards them. They weren't ordinary ravens either. They were red-eyed death ravens. "Here they come," Sam sighed. Sam started running towards his friends. A flock of ravens descended much quicker than the rest of the deadly birds and went straight for Toby. Sam pushed himself and felt himself running faster with the aid of his new ring of agility, and made it just in time to slice the dangerous bird in half with his flame sword before it could take a bite out of his friend. He waved the fiery blade, and the descending flock of death ravens retreated. "Sam," said Toby, "you killed that man. You saved me." "We have a lot to discuss," said Sam, "but we can do it all later. We need to run. Everyone follow me." He rushed ahead and shepherded the orphans away from the descending flock of murderous ravens. "Kill those kids!" shouted the grown-ups. "I guess we're not just running from the ravens anymore," sighed Sam. The death ravens had no preference, though, and began surrounding and tearing into the former prisoners and criminals that the spectral church had thrown into the White Gate alongside Sam and his friends. "Come on!" Sam shouted to his fellow orphans. The kids rushed forward across the grim, foggy landscape. Sam looked over his shoulder one last time. He shuddered as the grown-ups were torn apart one by one. "I couldn't save them," he thought. "Maybe they were destined for death in the end, no matter what?" Sam looked away and ran forward in the direction he sent the other kids, leaving the poor souls who couldn't escape to their bitter, unfortunate end. 27. After running for over 30 minutes, Sam and the others eventually found a hill with a cavern tucked away at the bottom. They had lost sight of the death ravens after 10 minutes, but it took another 10 to escape the sounds of their shrieks and the horrible sounds brought on by their carnage. Standing in front of the cave, Sam looked at his fellow orphans and said, "This cave will be our home base of operations for the rest of the week." The orphans, including Clara and Toby, all looked at him with pale, exhausted, and fearful faces. Okay, morale is dropping, Sam realized. They've been through a lot. They'd already survived far more than they had in his previous timeline. Sam was now in somewhat less certain territory. He quickly came up with a plan and started giving directions to everyone. They needed to start a fire, and there were plenty of random sticks and twigs that could be gathered within the safety of their nearby surroundings. They would have to hunt food in a bit, but Sam himself needed a moment to get his bearings. After assigning the tasks to everyone, he walked to the very back of the cave. He lit up the darkness with his flame sword, making sure there were no hidden creatures waiting to attack them. When the coast was clear, he finally leaned his head against the stone wall of the cavern and sighed. He slammed a fist on the wall in frustration. I couldn't save the others. He heard the sounds of the other orphans working behind him, and that helped dissipate his anger. I did save my friends, though, he thought with relief. He took solace in this, that he'd already changed his original timeline significantly. Of course, unless they all survived the trials of the White Gate, it wouldn't make much of a difference, so they still had their work cut out for them. Even beyond the White Gate, Sam was recognizing the enormity of the task the goddess had asked of him. It made him think of those grown-ups who'd been eaten alive by those vicious death ravens. Sam had to get used to the fact that his mission was to stop the apocalypse of all of Westria. It was quite possible he wouldn't be able to save every individual person. He would try his best, of course, but he needed to stay focused on his main goal. He couldn't lose sight of that. He'd come back in time to save millions upon millions of lives, not just a handful. It was a grim, uncomfortable thought, but Sam realized he had to get used to it. Besides, there were endless variables to consider. Those grown-ups had mostly been prisoners from the dungeons. Who knew what they had done to land themselves in such a situation? And then there was the fact that they were so quick to turn on him and his friends. First, they didn't want help, and then they were quick to decide they wanted to attack them. They would have probably left them for dead, if not try and kill him and his friends outright. Sam bristled. If he had saved those grown-ups, they might have unlocked classes, and if they behaved in such a way as they had in this scenario, how would they act if given more power? Sam shook his head. He didn't want to think about it. His sympathy for the grown-ups had stemmed from his first timeline when he hadn't interacted with them at all. He and the orphans had stayed off to one side, away from them. They were probably planning to attack them even in that first timeline. Sam sighed, realizing he had to let go of what had happened. There was still so much more to focus on. After Sam had taken his breather, he returned from the cave to find the group had gathered a good amount of sticks and placed them in a fire pit. Sam materialized his flame sword and lit the sticks into a nice fire. The warmth was a good feeling. He materialized from his inventory a large chicken and skewer and set it up on the fire. He had purchased as much food and supplies as he could for the trials in the White Gate. Even still, they would have to do some hunting in a bit. But he figured with morale so low, getting everyone fed would help ease the situation. 30 minutes later, Sam and the rest of the orphans were sitting around a fire beneath the shelter of their new cave base, all chomping on their food silently. They arranged a set of times for people to be on watch duty in case any dangerous creatures showed up, and many of the orphans were encouraged to rest and get some sleep. Soon it was only Sam, Clara, and Toby sitting around the fire. An uncomfortable silence lingered in the air, only awkwardly broken by the crackle of burning wood in the fire. Sam tried to meet the gazes of both his friends, but neither one would look at him. Finally, Sam decided to break the tension. So long as they were in the trials of the White Gate, they were going to have to communicate. Holding something back could end up getting them all killed. "Is there something wrong?" Sam asked. Both Clara and Toby looked away. "The fact that you're not answering and not looking at me suggests that there is," said Sam. He was expecting Clara to speak up first, but in fact it was Toby who was the first to say it. "I can't believe you killed that man," said Toby. "There it is," thought Sam. Suddenly, Toby was shaking. "I thought I knew you. I know you've changed over the last month or so, but I thought there was still a tiny morsel of the guy I knew and grew up with, but—" Toby shook his head, tears forming in his eyes. "The Sam I knew wouldn't kill someone so quickly and brutally like that. If he could kill someone that easily, it makes me wonder, and not in an extra paranoid way, but in a serious way, what else he would do without flinching." Sam listened and took Toby's words seriously. "I agree with everything Tobes just said," Clara spoke softly, clutching her knees. "The worst part about it was, you didn't even hesitate. You didn't flinch. Even now you don't seem that bothered by it. In fact, Toby and I are more bothered by it than you are." Sam nodded, listening to his friends closely and trying to gather the right words. For one thing, they were absolutely correct. The Sam they had grown up with wouldn't have been able to do what he had done. The Sam who could kill another man, especially a man who threatened those he loved, was born after witnessing Clara and Toby's deaths at the hands of the silver-haired man in his original timeline. When Sam went on to become a soldier, a warrior, a mercenary in that previous timeline, he soon learned that uncomfortable actions like killing were simply a part of the life of a traveler. The Sam who his friends had grown up with had been long lost and forgotten. The Sam sitting in front of them now wouldn't even be able to get back to that original person, nor would he want to. That Sam, happy and content as he may have been, would not be up for the task the goddess had placed upon his shoulders. Finally, Sam looked to his friends. They were looking at him directly now, waiting for his answer. "You're right," said Sam. "I'm not the Sam you knew a few months ago. I'm a different person now. On that matter, I hope you'll accept that I can't say any more. As for that man I killed, what would you say if I told you that man planned on killing us all?" Toby twitched. "But you don't know that." "I knew about us getting sent into the White Gate, didn't I?" "But that's different." "Sure," said Sam. "But tell me what you would have done if you knew that silver-haired man was going to kill me, Clara, and the rest of the orphans. What would you have done, Toby?" Toby shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe there was a more peaceful solution." "And what if there wasn't?" I'm... Toby was lost for words. "Don't get me wrong," said Sam. "I'm a huge fan of peace." Peace is fantastic. If the nations and races of Westria were all peaceful with one another, that would be great. I'd be all for that. Yet here's the uncomfortable truth. It only takes one nation to use violence, even the threat of violence, to undo that peace. Both Clara and Toby were listening to Sam intently now. What that tells us, Sam continued, is that peace is something that needs to be protected. The deep irony is that peace cannot be protected by peace. But surely violence will only beget more violence, said Clara. Such a statement sounds nice in a fairy tale or story or out of the mouth of a self-righteous noble, said Sam. But what good does such a platitude do when a peaceful nation is invaded by one that's hungry for war and expansion? Would such an idea as the one you just espoused do anything to protect the peaceful nation? Sam stopped speaking and let the harsh truth linger in the air. I plan to survive this white gate, and I plan on keeping every single one of you alive until then, said Sam. What you choose to do after that is up to you. But keep in mind, if we indeed survive, you'll unlock classes. You'll be travelers. The very thing we're discussing right now will be something you'll have to grapple with and accept if you choose to take the responsibility a traveler must carry. I don't know if I can, said Toby. You don't have to decide this instant, said Sam. But I'll say this. I've already come to terms with it. I accepted it a long time ago. Being a traveler, being a soldier, being a warrior who protects people brings many benefits. Adventure, treasure, power. But it also comes with its own sacrifices, responsibilities, and burdens. The greatest sacrifice is becoming a person you might never have wanted to become, someone you wouldn't wish to see anyone you care about become. Yet, it's precisely that sacrifice that allows others to live peacefully and innocently. The sacrifice you make saves others from having to make that very same sacrifice. And it's in that quiet space you can find solace in the darkest decisions one has to make in the quest to protect others. They sat there quietly after that. Neither Clara nor Toby continued arguing with Sam. They sat there and began to accept the uncomfortable truth of Sam's words. And then, in the briefest flicker of moments, Sam could see his friends looking at him once again like they normally did. Not as someone they were afraid of, or mad at because he acted out of character. No, they looked at him as they would a friend, a sibling even, perhaps even as just another member of their ramshackle homemade family. 30 minutes later, Toby yawned and stretched his arms. He figured with Sam and Clara awake at the fire, he might be able to get some sleep. He was slightly concerned that his racing mind would keep him up, but he figured if there was any moment where he might get some shut-eye over the course of the White Gate trials, it would probably be right this instant. Right as he was about to suggest he might go take a nap in the cave, Sam said, "We need to go hunting." Toby's eyes twitched. "But didn't you bring supplies?" "Yeah, but what happens if we get separated?" said Sam. "We need to be prepared for anything." "Sam's right, Tobes," said Clara. "Let's go out and do some hunting." Sam started moving forward with Clara following behind. Toby looked over his shoulder. "Are we sure we can leave the others behind?" "Don't worry," said Sam. "We're not going far. They'll be in sight." Toby walked behind his two friends, and about 15 minutes later, they came across a pack of white-furred wolves. There were 4 of them, and they were all gathered around something. Toby wasn't sure what they were doing until he realized they were all feeding, chewing on the carcass of another dead creature. One wolf had to really shake its head and pull to remove the fatty piece of flesh from the dead body on the ground. Sam materialized both his fiery flame sword and the glowing blue mithril blade and charged at the deadly-looking wolves. The wolves pulled away from their current meal and barred their blood-soaked teeth at the incoming attacker. They growled and got ready to fight as Sam approached. Sam raised his blades, and 2 of the wolves leaped toward him, meeting his attack with an attack of their own. Sam quickly ducked and rolled on the ground, just barely dodging the incoming attack from the wolves, slicing both of his swords as he emerged from the roll. He felt the blade slice across the flesh of the wolves, and he heard the sputter of blood spray out from their stomachs before they collapsed on the ground behind him, dead. Toby would have been more impressed, except the two other wolves from the pack had ignored Sam and were charging directly at Clara and him. Sam's eyes widened as he saw what was happening. "Just as we trained you two," he shouted. Clara materialized her sword and rushed forward, meeting her attacker head-on. The other wolf did not stop its incoming assault on Toby, however. "What if it has rabies?" Toby cried. "It won't matter if you kill it," shouted Sam. The wolf leaped in the air. Toby materialized his sword at the last second and slashed upwards. Toby breathed hard and kept his eyes shut. His whole body shivered and trembled. He was realizing there and then that it was becoming quite a common occurrence for him to be regularly accepting his death and waiting for it to happen. "It's all good, Tobes," said Sam. "Open your eyes." Toby gently opened his eyes. He was nervous about what he was maybe going to see. "You did good," said Sam. "You slayed the wolf." "Yeah, well done, Tobes," said Clara. "Your first monster kill of the White Gate." Toby blinked in shock. He was expecting loads of blood and carnage, but it looked as if the wolf had already disintegrated down into its loot drops. Left behind were a mana stone, gold coins, and little pieces of meat that could be cooked. "What's up with the meat?" Toby said. "That's the dungeon gate system for you," explained Sam. "Sometimes the monsters don't drop food, but if there's a special quest or task in the gate, like a survival mission we're on now, monsters will drop other important goods, like food. Now come on, let's take this back to the camp." Sam was silent the entire walk back to the camp. He was going through some things in his head. Toby and Clara have both come so far, he thought to himself. They don't even realize it. Their stats were getting higher and their fighting proficiency and confidence was going up as well. They were able to slay those wolves with ease. Witnessing their improvements while hunting had reassured Sam about what he was planning to do next. "Are we going to eat that wolf meat then?" asked Toby. "Are you serious, Tobes?" said Clara, getting red in the face. "You only ate an hour ago. We'd be rationing our food supply even if we weren't in a White Gate." "The monster fighting has clearly given me an appetite," said Toby. "Unless, do you think I have a tapeworm? Oh boy, I really hope I don't have a tapeworm eating me from the inside out." Sam listened to Toby and Clara bickering as he unloaded the supplies in his inventory until they were in a nice, neat pile in front of his two friends. Eventually, the boy and girl stopped arguing and looked at Sam with a perplexed expression. Why did you take all the supplies out of your inventory?" asked Toby. "What's going on, Sam?" said Clara with concern. "You guys both have inventories now," said Sam. "I recommend you divide up the supplies between the two of you." "Why the change-up?" asked Clara. "You're clearly the strongest of all of us. Shouldn't you be holding on to all the supplies?" Sam shook his head. "That logic makes sense, only if I'm staying at the camp." "No," said Toby, shaking his head. "I do not like where this is heading. I have faith in you both. You have supplies, you know how to hunt and kill monsters. If you stay here, you should be safe from all the monsters, and I know you can deal with the wolves." "Where are you going?" asked Clara. Sam grinned. He was not going to waste the opportunity he had been given. Very few people had the opportunity to enter a White Gate with the knowledge, skills, and weaponry he had at his disposal. He had a unique opportunity to discover more secrets and benefits of the White Gate than anybody else in history ever had. He planned on heading out into the wilds. 29. With his orphan pals safe in their cave shelter with enough food and weapons to defend themselves, Sam turned his focus to gaining more power. He traveled across the Valley of Ruins, fighting every monster he could find. As he traveled, he made sure to cultivate his internal mana core, sending mana to his feet and elsewhere in his body, making even his traveling across the grim landscape an efficient part of his training. He eventually came across a large, venomous spiderling, occupying a ruined building that was missing a roof. Cobwebs draped the broken and crumbled stone columns. Sam knew better than to walk into the trap the monster had set up for him. Instead, he materialized his flame sword and placed the fiery blade onto a single silvery wisp of cobweb. It only took a gentle touch of Sam's flame sword to ignite the entire cobweb fortress on fire. Hisses and screams emanated from inside the fiery ruins, and a massive spider suddenly crawled out rapidly from its hiding place. It charged towards Sam, shooting out thick tendrils of webbing. Sam sliced the webs with his flame sword, disintegrating them before they could harm him. He materialized his mithril sword in his other hand and ran towards the large spider. He charged forward, using his flame sword as a shield from any more projectile attacks from the spider, and when he reached the monster, he stabbed it hard and strong with his mithril blade. The glowing blue sword punctured a crucial artery, and the giant spider was dead within seconds. Sam stood over the spider's body as it disintegrated down into a mana stone, some coins, and also left behind a little vial of poison. Great loot drop, Sam grinned as he pocketed all the items into his inventory. He was very pleased with how his training was going so far. He had killed that big spider with ease. Not to mention, Clara and Toby had killed those white-furred wolves very competently as well. Clearly, their preparation and training in the weeks leading up to the White Gate was proving worthwhile. The monsters within the White Gate were designed to be fearsome, powerful, and dangerous. But they were truly meant to be opponents for those who had never entered a dungeon gate before and whose stats were below 10. All the training they had done and equipment they had been able to acquire put them all in a position to really overperform against the common monsters of the White Gate. Most people who entered the White Gate merely wanted to survive, whereas instead, Sam was now taking the chance to thrive and take advantage of everything the White Gate had to offer. With his most recent kill, he took a moment to rest. He made a quick fire and roasted some wolf meat from another pack of wolves he'd found and slayed. After eating, he laid out all of his acquired monster stones and drained them of their mana and added them to his own internal mana core. When he was done absorbing the mana, he reviewed his stats. Sam class, Blood Knight, super rare, rank, novice tier. Ability, Pain Ring, novice tier, level 1. Mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Class, open slot available. Strength, 12.3. Agility, 12.1. Endurance, 11.9. Magic affinity, 12.2. He grinned. The improvements were small, but gradual gains would ultimately lead to incredible results as his stats climbed higher and higher. His strength stat had the greatest increase, moving a full 0.8 stats from 11.5 to 12.3. That was almost a full stat leap. Sam could feel the difference, just in the ease with which he held and swung his sword, and the amount of pressure and strength it required to puncture his blade through a monster's thickened skin. Sam chalked it up to the big strength increase, as that was the stat most often trained when fighting and killing monsters. He was pleased that both his agility and magic affinity stats had hit 12 and beyond, getting closer to that magic number of 31 where all stats needed to be to help contribute to unlocking new class-tier abilities. Endurance was lagging behind, but that was because the monsters he'd fought so far didn't really require him to use his Pain Ring ability. It was something to contemplate as he continued to train further. It might be worthwhile to take some hits purposefully, if only to help raise that stat. He didn't love that idea, though, as he didn't have an easy way of healing himself from his wounds. Yeah, he did have some healing potions, but only a finite amount of them, and he didn't want to recklessly waste them while training. He wanted to hold on to them for boss fights and emergencies. His endurance stat would still rise just by the very nature of him pushing himself and his other stats higher. And for the time being, he'd settle for that. Sam stood up, determining that his period of rest was now over. He narrowed his eyes and looked across the grim, gray landscape of the Valley of Ruins and marched forward on his training mission. Sam's eyes narrowed as he caught sight of a single death raven, the monster that had killed the majority of people who had entered the White Gate with them. Sam knew that if you saw one, there was likely to be many more, making them a great monster to slay and farm for loads of monster stones. He moved closer and eventually found a flock of at least 24 death ravens. He materialized his 2 blades and then rushed towards them to meet them head-on. As soon as he started sprinting towards the large flock of flesh-eating ravens, they all turned and squawked at him. The monsters did not flinch or fly away from the incoming attacker. No. There were so many more of them than him. They were confident in their sense that the human was the prey, and they were the predator. How wrong they were. With his increased stats, Sam moved faster than ever before, unleashing a large, spinning swing with his flame sword. The fiery blade was enough to create a ripple of chaos in the flock of deadly birds. Their feathers became alight with flames. The fire was contagious, as the crowded flock of birds couldn't help but accidentally let the fire touch the others. Within this anarchy, Sam continued his sword dance, slicing both his flame sword and glowing blue mithril blade, ripping the monstrous birds to shreds. Within less than a minute, Sam was surrounded by a collection of monster stones and loot drops. He had killed every single death raven, except for one that had managed to fly away and retreat. Exactly as I intended, Sam grinned. The retreating raven would lead him to the strongest boss monster in the first stage of the tutorial. 30 Sam followed the retreating death raven long and far across the white gate. He didn't focus on anything else. He gave up the opportunity to slay more monsters and raise his stats, staying singularly focused on stalking the death raven to its leader. Sam followed the lone death raven over a hill to a valley on the other side. The valley was empty, but for a large single tree in the center. The tree was thick and ancient, with large roots flowing in and out of the ground near the bottom. The tree's branches were like old fingers stretching out into the sky. None of the branches had any leaves, but the branches were holding something up. A nest. The lone death raven that Sam had been stalking all across the White Gate's tutorial zone flew across the valley and landed within the thick straw and sticks that composed the large nest at the top of the tree. Sam crouched down and observed the nest. As soon as the death raven had landed, it had gone out of sight. Sam wasn't sure how many ravens were living within the confines of that nest, but he could imagine quite a significant amount could probably fit in there together. Suddenly, there was a ruffle of movement from inside the nest. Perking its head up was an incredibly large and fearsome bird monster, the Death Raven Queen. Sam's eyes twitched at the sight of it right before he grinned to himself. Exactly the monster I was looking for. While the exact scenarios, locations, and monsters inside a White Gate were always shifting and changing, making it impossible to predict what will happen inside one tutorial to the next. Over the years of Sam's first timeline, scholars had begun to recognize key patterns and repetitions that came up again and again across the different tutorials. It didn't matter if one White Gate sent its new crop of beginner warriors to a fiery planet or a swamp full of poison frogs. Some events and creatures showed up no matter the circumstances. The Death Raven Queen was one such creature. It was one of the most powerful boss monsters that existed within the White Gate. As far as Sam knew, no one had ever managed to slay it. Many parties had even attempted to enter the White Gate with destroying the Death Raven Queen in mind. But without any class abilities, it was extremely difficult, and all known parties who tried this died in the process. It would be considered suicide for one traveler, let alone a 16-year-old orphan with no assistance from elsewhere, to be able to do it. But Sam liked his odds. He waited for the Death Raven Queen to stop moving around in the nest, returning to a resting position. Sam then crawled slowly across the valley until he was only a few yards away from the tree and the massive nest of death ravens. He had managed to get up close without alerting the horde of birds. Sam then materialized his bow and arrow, and then somewhat awkwardly materialized his flame sword, so he could light a set of 3 arrows. He then fired off the arrows right into the raven nest. Within seconds, the nest was ablaze. Squeals and screams of the death ravens burning alive echoed forth as a flood of ravens shot out from the nest and flew into the sky. The Death Raven Queen was the first to shoot out into the sky above. It then turned its head down and with an angry wrath started her descent towards Sam. Sam quickly dematerialized his bow and arrow back into his inventory and picked up his fiery flame sword from the ground and prepared himself to duke it out with the terrifying boss monster. Before the raven even landed, Sam triggered his pain ring ability, marking off a section of the battlefield where he'd increase his power for any of the damage he was about to take. He then looked up and stared at the Death Raven Queen, inviting the monstrous bird to attack him. The real skill and effort masked behind the Blood Knight class was the need for an unflinching ability to accept excruciating pain dead in the eye. Without that kind of mental fortitude, the Blood Knight's abilities were next to useless. And that was why, when the Death Raven Queen descended with its claws out, Sam let the creature's sharp nails dig into his skin and rip out the top layers of his body's flesh. It was also why he let the monster push him down on the ground and let it take a horrible bite into his stomach. Sam gritted his teeth and accepted the pain. He could feel his body's shock and stress responses going haywire, only to then be hijacked by his class's ability. The pain suddenly morphed into something else, and he felt a strength and power fill up inside of him. Time to fight back, Sam thought. He lifted his legs and kicked the Death Raven Queen, sending it hurtling back up into the sky. After not fighting back for the first minute of their encounter, the bird hadn't expected Sam to kick it with such power and force. The bird came back down, and Sam quickly materialized his mithril sword in his other hand and made a quick retaliating slash at the boss monster. He managed a thin cut across its chest, but that was it. Sam then took on a fighting stance with both his swords as the Death Raven Queen's reinforcements had arrived. The surviving Death Ravens plunged towards him en masse. "Your funeral, fools," thought Sam. Sam had multiple gaping flesh wounds, and if he didn't do something about it, he would die in a matter of minutes. For any other traveler, this would mark them as weak and vulnerable. For Sam, however, it was only a boon. With his powerful flame sword and mithril blade, Sam cut through the Death Ravens with utter ease. Blood and black feathers littered the ground around him. A few ravens managed to break through his defensive sword swings, but he was surging with so much power, a mere elbow blow was enough to crush the small monster bird's skulls. With her reinforcements failing her, the Death Raven Queen came back to attack Sam with a newfound fury. Sam lifted both swords up to take it on. Before the boss monster landed its next attack, though, it suddenly jerked spasmodically and fell onto the ground. Finally, Sam thought to himself, the spider venom has gone through. Before starting the fight with the boss monster, Sam had coated his mithril sword with the spider venom he had acquired earlier. He wasn't sure if the venom would kill the boss monster, but it was an extra insurance policy if he needed it. The Death Raven Queen was twitching and jerking on the ground. The spider venom seemed to have had a paralyzing effect on the boss monster. Sam wasted no time in seizing his newfound advantage. He went up to the Death Raven Queen and plunged both his swords into the monster, finishing off the terrifying beast in a final, devastating blow. Sam had just slain a boss monster that no one in the entire history of the dungeon gates had ever been able to accomplish before now. 31. Sam didn't have a moment to rejoice in his victory in the battle as his wounds had finally caught up with him. He collapsed onto the ground, his vision going blurry. He was mere seconds away from death. He materialized a health potion, and with his last remaining strength began to awkwardly pour the red liquid into his mouth. As his vision blurred around him, he could feel the wondrous red liquid flow through his body, patching his open wounds and bringing a renewal of life and energy into him. His wounds were patched and faded away, and suddenly the shock and pain of his near dying disappeared into an almost frustratingly close but ultimately incomprehensible memory, like the annoying feeling of déjà vu. Sam gasped, catching his breath, and then touching his body, making sure it was all there and intact. His clothing was ripped and ragged, and there were still some damp patches of blood on him, but without any open wounds or pain, it felt more like spilled liquid than anything else. Sam took a deep breath once more and leaned his head back in relief. "I did it," he smiled to himself. "I beat the Death Raven Queen." He looked over and saw that the body of the boss monster hadn't disintegrated into a mana stone, but rather a rare-looking treasure chest. A prompt suddenly appeared in his retina. Congratulations! You have completed a secret White Gate trial quest. Slay the Death Raven Queen. Reward: treasure chest. Sam's eyes widened at the prompt. So killing the Death Raven Queen was actually a secret quest? He thought in amazement. His whole objective in killing it was merely to get a powerful mana stone in the process, and maybe help him towards unlocking an extra special class at the end of the tutorial trial. But this was just as good, if not better. The dungeon gates were incredible sources of raw power, and it was a great boon any time they generated or offered a reward to a traveler. Sam got up and, full of excitement, opened up the treasure chest. At first, his shoulders slumped with disappointment as the treasure chest was near empty, housing only 3 random scrolls at the bottom. He then picked one up, and his disappointment quickly evaporated. Holy crap, he thought. This is a soul-bound scroll. A soul-bound scroll was one of the rarest non-equipment items you could find inside a dungeon. The soul-bound scroll offered a traveler a choice between 2 items, and then the scroll would transform into the item you chose. The scroll on its own was worth a significant amount of coin, and, if Sam wanted, he could fetch a huge price for these 3 scrolls at the market back in Resfall. But the opportunity here was far greater than making a large sum of gold. Whatever items he could gain from these scrolls would make him stronger in the long run, not to mention increase his survivability here in the White Gate and increase his chances of unlocking a powerful second class in the process. Sam knew what he had to do. He unfurled the soul-bound scroll and took in what items he'd have to decide between. The scroll read, "Pick one item. A. Bracers of Expansion. Increases the range of area of effect abilities by 50%. Or B. Ring of Defense. Increases one's defense and ability to withstand deadly attacks." Sam nodded and scratched his chin as he thought the decision over. Such scrolls usually made the decision difficult, but in this case, Sam felt pretty confident with what was the most optimal item choice. The Ring of Defense sounded cool, and Sam could see it having some value in certain situations. But being able to withstand powerful attacks actually worked against his Blood Knight's abilities. If the word had been endurance rather than defense, it might have made the decision more difficult, as endurance didn't necessarily mean greater ability to withstand attacks, but rather a stronger fortitude and ability to keep going despite how much damage you'd taken. It was a subtle but important difference. The Bracers of Expansion, on the other hand, sounded perfect. It would benefit him straight away, allowing him greater flexibility with his Pain Ring ability. If his ability were 50% more expansive, he could retreat and run around more without being so concerned about making sure he was in the area of effect when taking damage against his enemies. This was crucial because letting himself be hit outside of the Pain Ring was the kind of fatal error he could never afford to make. With his decision made, Sam looked at the scroll and consciously selected option A. As soon as he did so, the scroll burst into a cloud of smoke, and powerful silver bracers appeared on either side of Sam's wrists. Brilliant, he grinned. He quickly tested out the item, dematerializing it into his inventory, and then rematerializing them. Because the item was a soul-bound item, he could never sell it or gift the item to anyone else, which meant that when he rematerialized it, the bracers didn't simply emerge in his hands, but rather materialized where they were supposed to be on his wrists. Sam grinned and with greedy excitement picked up the second scroll from the treasure chest. What goodies will I get in this one? He unfurled the scroll and took in his second choice. Pick one item. A. Ring of Strength, +5 increase to strength attribute, or B. Ring of Numbing, reduce pain sensation by 40%. Sam looked the items over and contemplated his choice. This was a slightly more difficult choice than the first scroll. The Ring of Strength would give him a nice boost to his overall power, which was always good. It would mean that when he hit stat 16 in strength, he could actually have 21 strength, which would be good at deceiving certain opponents. The artificial stat boost would not let him unlock class abilities faster, though. He would still have to reach an intrinsic level of 31 strength stat to push through and unlock his next Blood Knight ability. The other benefit from the Ring of Strength was rather far off, but it meant at the upper echelons of power, when it became very difficult to raise your stats, those extra points could mean a huge difference. The other option was the Ring of Numbing, which also had a huge number of benefits as well. Unlike the Ring of Defense in the previous scroll, this item complemented his Blood Knight abilities incredibly well. The ring's ability essentially meant that it reduced his sensation of pain by 40%, but crucially, it didn't reduce the amount of damage he took. Therefore, with the Ring of Numbing, he could mentally take more pain and suffer through more agonizing attacks, which would ultimately mean he could use his Blood Knight ability for longer and harder, even while taking the same or more amounts of damage. Sam contemplated the choice. Ultimately, he came down to the Ring of Numbing. The Ring of Strength was good, but there were so many ways to increase one's strength, be it items, weapons, increasing one's stats, where there really wasn't a way of decreasing your pain threshold beyond finding an item like the Ring of Numbing. So with that, he consciously chose option B, and once again, the scroll exploded into a cloud of smoke and a new ring materialized on his finger. Awesome, he grinned. He then turned to the treasure chest and pulled out the third and final scroll. Unfurling the scroll, Sam read over his options. Pick one item. A. Necklace of Agility, plus 10 increase to Agility attribute, or B. Necklace of Healing, increase health regeneration by 50%. The choice between these two items was the most difficult choice he had made so far. The Necklace of Agility was interesting and suffered the same cons as the Ring of Strength he had briefly considered with the previous scroll. The only difference was plus 10 stat increase was much more significant than plus 5. The former stat increase meant that you'd always be operating with stats a full half tier above where you should be normally. That was an incredible boon, and agility was really crucial to his fighting style. However, the Ring of Agility suffered from similar cons to the Ring of Strength. There were plenty of other ways of improving one's agility, whereas an ability to improve one's health regeneration was a much rarer ability to acquire. In fact, as soon as Sam had seen the Necklace of Healing option, his heart had begun to race with excitement. It was the exact type of item he'd been wanting to acquire since he started his training in this new timeline. An item that improved his health regeneration would allow him to take damage in a fight, increase his power from his pain ring ability, while mitigating his own risk of dying as he healed himself instantly on the spot. He was pretty positive he wouldn't lose his bonus power and damage acquired by his pain ring ability simply from being healed mid-fight. The ability was simpler than that. He took damage, his power went up. Even if he was healed a little bit, that extra power from the initial damage remained so long as he stayed within the pain ring. All of which meant the Necklace of Healing could extend the amount of damage he took overall in a fight with much less risk while increasing his overall damage output. In short, the Necklace of Healing was a truly incredible find. Sam made his choice, and a beautiful and simple silver necklace formed around his neck. With the 3 new powerful items at his disposal, Sam spent the rest of the week training and slaying monsters, taking advantage of his new perks. He could take on a greater number of monsters by pulling them into his pain ring with the power of the bracers of expansion. Then he could take more damage due to the Ring of Numbing and increase his damage output, which he then increased even higher with the regenerative power of his Necklace of Healing. By the end of the trials week, Sam had increased all of his stats to 14 each. His plan had always been to maximize his gains while in the White Gate, and so far he was already exceeding his own expectations. He was feeling more and more confident for the next stage of the trial. Bring it on, he thought. He couldn't wait to leverage his advantages further and increase his gains even more. 32. Toby plunged his sword into a weakened wolf monster. The boy kept his eyes closed as he dealt the killing blow. He tried to ignore the uncomfortable sounds of flesh being ripped apart and the splashes of spurting blood raining down on the ground. By the time he opened his eyes, the wolf had disintegrated down to a mana stone and a few slabs of meat. He picked up the mana stone and looked at it cautiously. Sam had told them all to hold on to as many mana stones as they could find, that they would come in hand later on. He dematerialized the mana stone into his inventory, and then picked up the slabs of meat. A part of him, especially early on in the week, thought there was no way such random meat could be at all safe to eat, and that such food would lead to them all dying of food poisoning. But he'd since gotten over those reservations, or at least somewhat. Toby then turned around and started heading back to the camp. There were only a few more hours left in the first White Gate trial. He figured it would be good for everyone to eat something before wherever the White Gate sent them next. "Any sight of Sam?" Toby asked as he got back to the home base. Clara was overseeing a group of orphans doing an exercise obstacle course. "Give me 20 more push-ups," shouted Clara before turning to Toby. "No, and the trial is almost over," she said with concern. "You don't think he left us here?" said Toby, eyes widening with terror. "Or they could have died out there? I know he's different and stronger and whatever, but what if he encountered those flock of death ravens who killed all those grown-ups?" "No," said Clara, shaking her head. "He'll definitely come back." She quickly turned her head and barked at the exercising orphans. "Did I say you could stop? That's another 15 push-ups each." The orphans groaned and then continued to work. With the orphans' faces turned back to the ground and no longer facing her, Clara smiled at them, full of maternal love. She turned back to Toby. "Sam is coming back. If he died out there, I'll go find his body and kill him again myself." Toby's mind was overwhelmed with haunting images of Clara dragging Sam's dead corpse around when something appeared in the distance. A figure. Clothing torn and ragged, but significantly stronger looking. It was Sam. Toby's eyes widened with awe as he saw his friend had acquired new items. A silver necklace hanging from his neck, bracers on either arm, and a new ring on his hand. Everyone cheered, including the kids who were exercising. Clara whistled loudly. "That's another 10 push-ups for thinking you could stop." A few hours later, the group had packed up their camp and stood together, waiting for the first trial of the White Gate to come to an end. Sam looked at the group of orphans with pride. They were stronger and more confident than they had been at the start of the week. He could still see the fear in their eyes, the tremble in their legs, and the shivering of their teeth. But it was a different kind of fear than it was before. A softer kind of fear. It was no longer a fear of utter hopelessness, but rather a fear shared among young warriors ready to face a challenging and dangerous situation. Sam called that kind of fear bravery. The timer on the trial of the White Gate ticked down. They were seconds away now. "Don't worry, everyone," said Sam. "We got the—" Blip. In less than a second, the group was no longer standing in the ominous world of the Valley of the Ruins, but had seemingly teleported somewhere else. They were now standing in the front room of what appeared to be a fancy nobleman's mansion. Old gilded furniture and framed paintings of historical figures adorned the walls. Before any of them had time to truly take in the strange new room, a message appeared in their prompt. White Gate Trial, Stage 2, The Dungeon of Madness. Escape the dungeon within 72 hours. A large, high-pitched shriek went off, and everyone turned in shock. They all sighed with relief, though, when they realized the babyish yelp had emanated from none other than Toby, who was cowering in fear behind Clara. "Will you let go of me?" muttered Clara, trying to shake the paranoiac off her. "We're in somewhere called the Dungeon of Madness," Toby cried. "We're all going to lose our minds and kill each other." "You're right. I might actually kill you, Tobes," grumbled Clara. "You're freaking everyone else out." Toby stood up straight and looked at everyone suspiciously. "Which one of you has already turned evil?" He then paused. "What if I've gone crazy and don't even realize it?" "Don't worry, that already happened years ago," laughed Sam. A nervous chuckle spread across the group, and Toby calmed down enough for Sam to explain to them what they had to do next. "Just follow me," said Sam. "We'll get out of this creepy place soon enough." Sam led the way to the front of the room and entered a large dining room. The room seemed fairly innocuous until the last orphan stepped into the room and the door slammed shut on its own accord. Red glowing eyes formed in the furniture around them, and soon enough they had teeth and long saliva-drenched tongues. "Ah!" screamed Toby. "We're in a room full of mimics." "Weapons out, everyone," shouted Sam. The black-haired boy whipped out his fiery flame sword and started swinging at the furniture. He jumped around the room, utilizing acrobatic skills he'd learned in his past life, landing hits on each of the pieces of furniture. His goal was to set the mimics ablaze. He wanted the monsters to run around in a manic frenzy, too distracted to attack his friends. After hitting them all with the flame sword, he went right at them. If these monsters want to pretend they're furniture, then let's light 'em up. He swung his sword, continuing to light as much of the room on fire as he could. The mimics screamed in pain and horror as they were burnt alive. The whole room was covered in flames. Sam felt the heat push against his skin. "We escaped the monsters only to get burnt alive," said Toby, futilely yanking at the door they had come in through. Sam ignored the worried faces and headed over to a nearby wall and stabbed his blade into it. The sword went right through, creating a plaster hole. Sam knocked it all the way, revealing a secret passage that led downstairs. He looked back at the room ablaze and the fearful orphans. "Come on," he said. "Follow me." 33. Sam led the way down the secret spiral staircase. It got colder, darker, and quieter the further they went down. Sam held his flame sword above his head, using it as a torch to light the way forward. He could hear the fearful breaths of the kids behind him as they descended deeper into the unknown. Sam did not share this feeling, however. He'd gone down this passage in his previous life, and so far it was as he remembered it. At the bottom of the stairwell they stepped out into a sewer passageway. The stench of excrement immediately filled their nostrils, making many of the orphans gag. The stink was so intense, it almost felt palpable in the air, as if the smell could assault your taste buds as well as your nostrils. Sounds of water echoed across the underground tunnel from the gentle movement of the sewer water, moving towards its destination to the drips of a leak hidden further within the depths of the labyrinthine passage. Such noises were immediately displaced with the more alarming echo of something scurrying in the distance. There was a distinctively inhuman nature to whatever was moving in the unknown distance of the sewer passageway. The sounds got louder and louder until they could more than just hear the rapid footsteps, but the heavy breathing of a wild, carnivorous beast. Emerging around the corner of the sewer passage, the creature finally appeared. It was a scraggly rat monster that was roughly the same size of a large dog. The creature hissed as it got closer and leapt toward Sam, fangs and claws out. "Arg!" shouted Sam as he sliced his flame sword outward, cutting the rat monster in half. The monster's flesh and guts collapsed on the ground before disintegrating down to a mana stone. Sam picked it up and started walking further down the sewer passage. "I think I preferred the room full of homicidal furniture to this creepy place," sighed Clara. "I just hope we don't run into any more of those rat things," said Toby. "Don't worry," said Sam, and then he grinned somewhat menacingly. "We will." As Sam led the way through the murky sewers, he explained to his friends how to kill the rat creatures. "They really aren't hard to kill," said Sam. "They have a very low defense overall, and even less so at their weakest point, which is their stomach. They're repulsive and frightening, which is their greatest advantage, but if you can get over that, they really aren't difficult to fight." "Shh! Do you hear that? Some are coming right now. Any volunteers?" Clara took a step forward, clutching her mithril sword confidently. "Clara," Toby cried, "what are you doing? Are you going to get yourself killed? Those rat creatures' breath has probably enough poison fumes to suffocate you to death. This is crazy." "Shut it, Toby," said Clara, her nerves fraying as she waited for the rat creatures to get closer. "You're going to have to learn how to fight these things as well. We can't rely on Sam for everything." The scurrying steps of the rats got closer and closer. The sounds of their dirty claws scratching against the cobblestone sewer floor got louder as they approached. "Remember what I told you," said Sam. "Let it leap at you and slice, and they'll be dead before they even touch you." Clara gulped. The rat creatures turned the corner and came into view. There were two of them,
their eyes glowing red in the darkness. They rushed towards them. Clara stood out, waiting for them to come. They galloped forward, and then they leaped up to tear her face to bits. "Now!" shouted Sam. Clara grunted and slashed upwards, slitting one rat creature's stomach open and then the next. They quickly toppled onto the ground and disintegrated into mana stones and a few coins. Sam gestured to Clara to pick them up. "Those are yours." Clara grinned and picked up her loot and pocketed them into her inventory.
"Trust me," said Sam. "Right now you guys don't care about those mana stones because you can't train your magic affinity yet. But just you wait. Soon we'll be arguing over the portion of stones we each get from a dungeon gate run." The group of orphans nervously laughed. Sam realized then it was the probably first time he'd spoken about life after the White Gate. A future where they were all alive. It still seemed so distant, but they were making strides towards that, so he didn't see why it couldn't be possible. But the other orphans' nervousness was an important reminder. They could worry about the future later. Right now, they had to focus on the now. They continued traveling through the sewers for a good couple of hours. Sam knew they were making good time in the second trial and wanted to focus on taking the opportunity to train himself as well as the other orphans. Sam found a corridor where they were able to set up a bottleneck where only 1 or 2 rat creatures could come at them at a time. This, coupled with some leftover wolf meat as bait, and they had a steady supply of monsters to slay. By the end of the hours of training, all the orphans had fought against the rat creatures, gaining some valuable in-person experience fighting terrifying monsters. But more importantly, many of them raised a lot of their stats over 10. It was incredible. Even Sam had managed to raise his stats up by a few decimal points. He grinned as he looked at his stat profile once more. Sam class, Blood Knight, super rare. Rank, novice tier. Ability, Pain Ring, novice tier, level 1. Mark part of the battlefield is yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Class, open slot available. Strength, 14.5. Agility, 14.2. Endurance, 14.1. Magic affinity, 14.2. Sam grinned. He was happy with his progress. Once his stats hit 15, he'd only have another 16 more points needed to rank up to the next class tier of his Blood Knight ability. Just thinking about hitting Apprentice tier was enough to get him excited, but he also knew that was a bit far off, and there were other gains that would probably be achieved first. He was excited to see where he was with leveling his Pain Ring ability. He checked his status on that front in the special skill quest prompt of his profile. Skill quests, Pain Ring, level 2. Slay 2,000 monsters using Pain Ring. 455 over 2,000. He was almost 25% towards completing the quest and unlocking the next evolution of the Pain Ring ability. He was astounded by this. In his first timeline, it took him almost 2 years to unlock the skill, and yet now he was on course to unlocking it in a few more months. Incredible, Sam thought. In his first life, he had been an above-average traveler, but not one of the greats that people told stories about. Sam couldn't help but think he was well on his way to becoming one of those famous and mythic travelers himself. 34. After another 24s of traveling and training through the sewers, they came to a large doorway protected by a massive rodent monster known as the Rat Mother. The Rat Mother was gigantic. She lay rolled over with tons of tiny rat creatures feeding on her milk. They scurried and fought with each other for a taste of their mother's nectar. "Yuck," said Toby. "I agree," said Clara, scrunching her nose. "We take out this group of monsters and go through that gate," said Sam, "and we'll have made it to the safety zone of this stage." He looked back and saw the other orphans were all keeping their distance. The feeding rat creatures and their mother were quite terrifying and revolting at the same time. It wasn't even like the rats needed to eat, as monsters didn't go hungry in the same way as most living beings from outside the dungeon gates did. The rat mother's milk, however, was dense in mana and would help the rat creatures grow in strength and power. That was why the little rats fed from their mother with such unrestrained ardor. Just witnessing the nature of things inside the white gate was enough to scar you for life. "All right, they still don't know we're here," whispered Sam. "So let's take advantage of that." Sam explained the plan to Clara, and the girl quickly organized the group of orphans into a line with their bows nocked and ready to fire. Sam materialized his flame sword and lit each of the orphans' arrows on fire. Then Sam gave the signal, and the group of children launched their attack. The flaming arrows flew from their hiding place and into the open area where the large group of rat creatures were huddled. The arrows landed, killing some baby rat creatures, along with puncturing burning holes into the rat mother. Their fur charred, and some of them were covered in flames and were nothing but blackened corpses within seconds. A few seconds after that, they were nothing but mana stones rolling on the ground. The remaining rat creatures, along with the monstrous rat mother, scurried away in multiple directions. The sneak attack sent chaos through the entire group of rat creatures, which was what Sam was hoping for when devising this plan. The group of orphans charged into the room as the rat creatures scattered and began slicing them up with ease. The greatest advantage the rat creature horde had over Sam and his group was their sheer numbers, but by creating chaos in their ranks, he was able to undo that handicap, putting them in a situation where Sam and his pals could quickly pick off the rat creatures one by one, rather than being overwhelmed by them all at once. The plan was working even better than Sam had expected. The damage from the flaming arrows was truly astounding, and demonstrated that all of his training for both himself and the others was truly paying off. In his first timeline, he remembered watching the silver-haired mercenary, who had killed all his friends, struggle to take down all those monsters on his own, and had to take great pains to deal devastating flesh wounds to the rat mother. The fact that even the weakest members of Sam's party were harming such a tough creature in the White Gate just showed how magnificent their stat gains had been. Even still, the fight wasn't finished. The group picked off many of the weaker rat creatures, but the rat mother was still alive, and she was not happy. The rat mother was hissing and swaying and hungering for the deaths of all of those who had caused the destruction of her offspring. She lifted up her clawed hand. One hit from her arm would be enough to kill any of the orphans. For what the rat creatures lacked in defense, they made up in strength and attack power. This was why it was crucial to always slay them quickly. The rat mother's claw was swinging downward right towards Toby. The paranoid boy's body became paralyzed and still, with the fright at the descending claws of destruction coming towards him. But something happened before the claws could sink their way into Toby's flesh and kill the boy instantaneously. Instead, as Toby's eyes widened with the fear of death, the boy witnessed a fiery blade appear behind the rat mother and slice down at the shoulder, cleanly removing the attacking arm from the body that controlled it. Blood spurted out from the open shoulder where the rat mother's arm used to be. Sam hadn't had a chance yet to take any damage in this fight, so he wasn't gaining much extra power from his pain ring ability. So he had to push with all of his strength and might, both his mithril and flame sword, into the stomach of the rat mother, to really puncture and deal a devastating blow. He ripped the blades out and stabbed the creature again, and it was with the second attack that life truly faded from the rat mother's eyes, and the horrifying creature disintegrated down into a mana stone. Sam sighed and wiped sweat off his brow. Clara turned to Toby. "Aren't you happy we trained against the rat creatures now? Since we've entered the White Gate, I'm quickly coming to the conclusion that I'm going to have to rethink the metrics of how I measure happiness," sighed Toby. "Mainly, that it seems happiness is achievable by a much lower bar than before. As in, yes, Clara, I'm happy we trained, and I'm happy for not being eaten alive. Though, whether the rat creatures breathe venomous poison gas, which is going to leave us all dying on the ground any minute now, is yet to be seen." Clara rolled her eyes and turned to Sam. "You said, the final room is just this way?" she asked. "Yep," said Sam. "Let's gather our stuff and continue forward." They gathered all the loot drops and moved their way into the final chamber of the second trial. The final room was mainly just a waiting area. It was a large, cavernous room with a small pond in the middle of it. The cavern had very high ceilings and with different entrances to tunnels and passages. All different routes from within the second trial that led to this room. This was the safest room in the entire trial, and they could wait out their time here until the trial ended, and they were teleported to the third and final trial of the White Gate. They set up a base camp and quickly started a fire. "Everyone rest up," said Clara. "Wow," said Toby. "Even when you're telling people to relax, you're barking orders." "Do you want me to make you do push-ups?" grinned Clara. "I'll focus on your first order of relaxing, ma'am," said Toby. "Damn straight," she grinned. As the others relaxed, Sam paced the waiting area and contemplated the next steps to his plan. He was happy to see he'd gained 30 more kills to his Pain Ring skill quest after the fight with the Rat Mother and her brood. While he hadn't gotten a chance to really take advantage of the ability's actual benefits, it looked like, so long as he triggered it and was slaying monsters within the ability's area of effect, he was able to claim the kill towards the class quest. Sam then turned towards the pond in the center of the waiting room. This whole time he'd been in a rush to get to this pond. Back in his first timeline, he had heard about an experience a different set of travelers had faced while in the White Gate, and it involved there being a secret boss hidden at the bottom of a well. Every White Gate tutorial was slightly different, so he couldn't necessarily guarantee that it would be the case here. But ever since hearing that fact in his first timeline, he always wondered about this specific room he had come to when he'd first gone through the White Gate. He had long questioned if there was an opportunity hidden in this random pond in the waiting area. Had both him and the silver-haired mercenary missed out on an opportunity in their first pass-through? He wasn't going to let himself pass up the opportunity to find out in this second lifetime. No way. He dematerialized his shirt and walked up to the pond. Sam?" said Toby. "What are you doing? I hope you're not about to do what I think you're doing. Please don't tell me you're going to." Before Toby could even finish his sentence, Sam had leaped into the air, diving forward into the depths of the pond. 35. The water was freezing cold and sent ripples of shock through Sam's body within an instant of him hitting the water. He fought through the shock and pain and just kept swimming deeper and deeper into the pond. As he had expected, the pond went a lot deeper than it immediately seemed from the surface. A small, dark chasm lay at the center of the pond, inviting him to swim even further. A strong, athletic human being could survive for around 2 minutes underwater. Given that his stats put him just above a strong, athletic human being, Sam gave himself 4 minutes before he would suffocate to death. He tried to keep track of the seconds as he swam deeper and deeper into the dark tunnel. By the time he was at the 2-minute mark, he began to get dismayed. If he didn't turn around now, he would be risking his life. And so far, he couldn't seem to see anything that could be remotely advantageous to him. No secret treasure chest, no secret boss, nothing. Should I start swimming back up? Sam wondered to himself. Even though he knew he should, he felt compelled to keep swimming deeper. There must be something here, he thought. The White Gate wouldn't generate these unknown depths for no reason whatsoever. Sam reminded himself that this was his second go-round of the White Gate, meaning he had to take every advantage and opportunity he could find in this place. And that meant swimming deeper, even if it was a risk. As he swam deeper into the ice-cold chasm, he materialized his mithril blade. The glowing blue sword lit up the underwater tunnel and revealed a hole in the passage a few yards below him. His eyes widened, and he swam towards the hole. He felt his vision going blurry. He felt his body beginning to demand oxygen. He had 30 seconds left. He swam through the hole and saw that the hole then led upward and he could see light. 15 more seconds. Sam swam upwards faster and faster. 10 more seconds. He was so close to the surface, but every time he thought he was going to break through, there was still another few yards to swim upward. 5 seconds. Sam swam with all of his strength. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Sam's head splashed out of the water and instantly gasped for air. He was hyperventilating, his whole body violently sucking in air. He was in a strange tunnel and saw a patch of dry dirt and so he climbed out of the cold water and rolled on his back. Holy crap, he thought, his whole body still gasping for air. He felt his lungs burn with severe pain from so much time spent underwater. After catching his breath for a few more minutes, Sam got onto his feet and looked at the tunnel ahead of him. He grinned. He didn't know what awaited him at the end of the tunnel, but he knew that, as he had predicted, there was something secret down here, and whatever it was sure to bring him some great rewards. The walls of the tunnel were coated with a strange green moss and dried coral. I have to keep that in mind, Sam thought, looking around. If water filled in this tunnel, I'd be in a very difficult position to get back, especially if that remains the case the deeper I go down this passage. Sam decided that was a problem he could worry about later and continued bravely down the path. As he went down the long tunnel, he made sure to cultivate his mana core across his body. Just because he wasn't fighting any monster didn't mean he should waste the opportunity to raise his stats. Plus, cultivating one's core while walking was a meditative and rewarding practice on its own, making the tedium of walking down a long tunnel that much more enjoyable. He also was cultivating his mana so that he could keep his mana sense operating. He had a feeling he was on the verge of discovering a secret boss, much like the Death Raven Queen, and so wanted to be on the lookout for that. Plus, keeping his mana sense on protected him from any nasty and dangerous surprises. After 20 minutes of walking down the strange tunnel, his head throbbed with pain, and Sam collapsed on the ground. A huge migraine pounded against his forehead. His eyes twitched as he realized what was happening. His mana sense had detected something in the distance, something with a significantly higher amount of mana than him, that it literally caused him pain to have his senses interact with it. Holy crap, Sam thought, gasping from the shock at the piercing mind attack he'd just experienced. Getting his bearings, Sam started moving towards the powerful presence. Looks like I found the secret boss. Eventually, the strange underground tunnel opened into a large, circular chamber. As soon as Sam was even a few yards from entering the circular room, a figure from inside spoke with a sinister voice. "Who dares to disturb my presence?" The figure who spoke was crouching down, curled in a ball in the center of the room. Just hearing the creature speak was enough to put Sam on edge. He was already a bit nervous about taking this monster on from the sheer level of mana power it was exhibiting. The fact that it talked meant it was a far more intelligent boss monster than anything he'd faced so far in this second timeline. Also, any opportunity for a sneak attack was out the window. Even before the creature spoke, it must have recognized Sam's presence with its own mana sense. Sam began mentally preparing himself for a truly challenging battle. The creature began to unpeel itself from its crouched position, revealing what an utterly strange monstrosity it really was. The secret boss monster had an almost humanoid shape with 2 legs and 2 arms, but beyond that it was inhuman-looking. From the chest up to its head, it was all composed of bulbous warts that Sam assumed was a strange, fungi-like substance. The most terrifying thing about the creature, though, was its hands. The fingers stretched out into long, sharp, deadly claws that had a metallic-like texture to them. Upon seeing those claws, there was no doubt in Sam's mind that whatever the powerful substance those claws were made of would cut deeply and leave a mark. Also, the claws shone a light on whom exactly this monster was. Sam had read about the creature in his extensive research in his first timeline. This monster was known as the Rakeling. "It's been a long time since someone has visited me down here," said the Rakeling. "I'm going to enjoy toying with you." Sam cracked his neck and then rushed into battle. He had no time for trash talk. As he charged towards the Rakeling, he triggered Pain Ring. A glowing red circle shot out and took over most of the boss room's chamber. Under normal circumstances, the area of effect of his ability shouldn't be that big, but thanks to the help of bracers of expansion, he was able to do so. Next, he materialized both his mithril sword and flame sword in each of his hands. He jumped to deal a spinning attack towards the Rakeling, hitting it with his mithril sword first and following up as he spun with his flame sword. The Rakeling responded by raising its long steel claws, blocking Sam's attack with ease. Sam quickly digested the information he'd gathered from the opening attack. The claws are the most powerful and defensive part of the boss monster's body. Defeating him will require getting around the monster's blocks and landing a powerful blow on its body. The Rakeling wasted no time coming in with a counterattack, swiping in one set of claws, with the other arm already in the wings to come in for a second attack. The Rakeling clearly wanted to thrash Sam into shredded bits of flesh. Sam blocked the first attack with his mithril sword and twisted himself in such a way that the Rakeling's second attack landed, but only just grazed the side of his body. Even with his ring of numbing, the attack burned and seared into Sam's flesh. "Foolish boy," hissed the Rakeling. "Can't even properly defend yourself from my attacks." Sam kept himself from grinning. The Rakeling was the true fool. Not only was the monster arrogant enough, but it was happy to say out loud how unaware it was of Sam's overarching strategy. Perfect, Sam thought. The two opponents continued to trade blows. Sam made sure to not let every attack go through, so the Rakeling wouldn't catch on to his strategy. With the help of his necklace of healing, he could recover from the Rakeling's powerful attacks before taking any more significant damage. Still, as they traded blows back and forth, Sam accumulated damage which the Pain Ring ability then converted into new strength and power. Sam was even beginning to sense that his attacks were gaining so much strength it was even hurting the powerful claws of the Rakeling. As soon as that happened, he knew it was time to begin the final stage of the battle. Sam jumped backwards, retreating from the back-to-back trading of the blows with the secret boss monster. The Rakeling snickered. "You coward. Are you finally realizing you can't defeat me? I can sense you're nothing but a novice-tier weakling. I've fought stronger travelers than you before. Just face it. There's no way you can destroy me. The numbers just aren't in your favor." Sam let the arrogant boss monster prattle on. Perhaps it's all an intimidation tactic on its part, Sam wondered. Either way, he readied himself to finish the Rakeling. First, he dematerialized both his swords into his inventory. Then, Sam rushed the boss monster with only his bare fists. "You truly are the biggest fool," said the Rakeling. "You're going to take me on with just your fists?" As Sam ran towards him, he materialized his 2 copper daggers that he'd looted off the goblins during his early training in the standard blue dungeon gate. He then whipped them both at the Rakeling. Sam was immediately putting the boss monster into a difficult position. He either blocked the incoming projectiles, but left himself open for another attack with Sam's swords, or he took a minor hit from the incoming copper daggers. Either way, Sam had put the Rakeling in a lose-lose situation. "Who's the fool now?" shouted Sam, as he rushed forward, materializing both his blades. The Rakeling squirmed and ultimately twisted its body to take the blow from the copper daggers with its shoulder, keeping its claws ready to block Sam's incoming sword strikes. Except something happened that the Rakeling wasn't expecting. The lousy copper daggers dug deep into its flesh and cracked its bones. "Ah!" The Rakeling was suddenly screaming and overcome with pain. "How did the weakest, crummiest of weapons from a little puny pipsqueak like you do this?" Sam didn't waste time answering the monster's question, but the answer was obvious in his head. While they were trading blows, Sam was accumulating more and more power with his Pain Ring ability, to the point that even with his weakest weapons, he would be able to deal significant damage to the Rakeling. Someone with Sam's base stats shouldn't be able to defeat a monster of the Rakeling's power. The creature was at least a tier higher than him in terms of raw base stats and power, but that was the sheer beauty of an ability like Pain Ring. It could push the user to heights of power beyond his normal tier limit, meaning he could best foes who underestimated him, which clearly the Rakeling had. As it squirmed in pain from the devastating attack from the copper daggers, it left itself wide open. With Sam's swords on either side of him, he sliced each of his powerful blades in the opposite direction, cutting the Rakeling's upper half of its body down from its legs. The Rakeling screamed in pain, no longer able to maneuver itself. Sam ran around it and then plunged his 2 swords into its undefended back. Then, to finish it off, Sam sliced his flame sword right across the weird, bulbous mass of warts the rakeling called a head, cutting it off cleanly from the neck. 37. Sam caught his breath as the rakeling's fallen corpse disintegrated into a puddle of nothing. His heart was pounding, and adrenaline was surging all through his body. He was relieved the battle was over. Sam was only one misstep away from dying. The power of the rakeling's claws was fearsome, and he only had to trip or stumble and those claws could have obliterated him and killed him faster than his necklace of healing could regenerate. Luckily for Sam, the monster's own hubris led him to be defeated. Though of course Sam did have a hand in manipulating the monster to think he was so much more powerful than he truly was. Sam knew that great travelers were not great because they were lucky, but rather they were lucky because they were great. Only those who know how to create fortuitous circumstances for themselves can ever become masters of luck and truly acquire the title of greatness. Sam's breath was finally steadying when a new prompt appeared in his retina. Secret quest completed. Slay the rakeling. Reward. Soul-bound treasure chest. Suddenly, out of thin air appeared a richly engraved and beautiful treasure chest. Sam's eyes widened with excitement. The chest was different from the treasure chest that appeared after he had slayed the Death Raven Queen. It was a soul-bound chest, meaning the item inside would be determined by whoever opened it. If Clara opened the chest, the item would be different, as would be the case if Toby opened the chest as well. Scholars of the Dungeon Gate system theorized that soul-bound chests were created as an incentive for travelers to fight and slay monsters that might not necessarily drop the kind of loot one might hope to find. Soul-bound chests allowed for a bit of randomness and good fortune to be had no matter the type of monster a traveler slayed. If it also made the dynamics of loot stealing more complex, someone other than Sam were to open the newly appeared chest, they might not be given as great a reward, as they wouldn't have done anything to contribute to the slaying of the rakeling. So, if you were hoping to steal the loot of another traveler, it would be best to let them open the soul-bound chest first before doing so. Of course, Sam recalled from his first timeline a whole group of travelers dying from not escaping a dungeon after killing the boss in time, due to a botched loot steal and one traveler refusing to open their soul-bound chest. Luckily for me, it's just me and the chest, Sam grinned. He approached the large, magnificent-looking treasure chest. He unclasped the clips and pushed the top of the treasure chest open. He blinked, then rubbed his eyes, and stared down with awe at the reward he had been given for defeating the rakeling. It was a sword made of finely finished, dark steel. The blade had ribbed edges that looked like the frightening teeth of a shark. Sam picked the sword up from the hilt with reverence and read the weapon's prompt in his retina screen. Berserker Sword, super rare, tier, adept. Special ability, can regularly send enemies when hit into an unthinking hostile frenzy. Sam was totally blown away by the sword. This was the kind of weapon wielded by some of the best travelers he knew in his previous lifetime. This was an incredible blade. For Sam to acquire something like this at his tier was really a testament to how much his preparation, planning, and training had allowed him to leverage the odds in his favor. Other travelers would be aghast if they saw him with this sword. They would think at first that Sam had killed the true owner of the blade. Of course, that would quickly prove itself to not make any sense whatsoever. There was no way a novice-tier traveler would ever be able to slay a traveler who wielded a blade as magnificent and deadly as the Berserker Sword. It would be truly a puzzling, if not awe-inspiring sight. But as Sam held the powerful blade in his grip, he didn't care what people thought of him. He gave the blade a couple of swings, and he felt the intensity of the way the blade cut through the air. He could feel the sharpness, the speed. It was on a far superior level to his mithril blade and flame sword. Sam grinned and dematerialized the Berserker Sword into his inventory. He started backtracking through the tunnel, going through the route he had taken. He couldn't help but hope he was getting closer to the kind of traveler that the goddess who had sent him back in time believed he could become. 38. Clara kept her hands on her hips and eyed the orphans like a hawk. She had them all doing chores, cleaning all their camping equipment and supplies. "No one stops until all of our stuff has a sparkle," she yelled. "But we don't even have proper soap and cleaning supplies," moaned Toby. "Well then, you better scrub harder," said Clara with intense apathy. "We're probably endangering ourselves by using this pond water. It's probably infected with tons of diseases." "Ah, you see, Tobes," said Clara suddenly gleefully. "You're confusing me with someone who cares. Now back to work." "She truly is a beautiful, power-hungry demoness," Toby muttered to himself. Clara didn't quite catch what he had said and asked, "What was that?" Toby's shoulders jumped and his voice squeaked. "Nothing. I didn't say anything. Definitely nothing about you." Clara smirked. "That's what I thought." Clara oversaw the working orphans and, when they weren't looking, hid her grin to herself. When they first arrived at the camp, she had let the orphans slack off as she figured everyone needed a break. But soon after, one by one, they either began to cry or have panic attacks or freak out. All for perfectly understandable reasons, no doubt. They were living inside the white gate where death lingered around every corner. That was enough reason to cry, but also, in its own strange way, to not cry. They had to stay level-headed if they were going to survive in here. And so, after the third orphan started crying, Clara came to the conclusion that having a relaxing break was the exact opposite of what everyone needed. What all the kids needed was a distraction, and Clara could think of no better distraction than chores. As she oversaw the kids working, she couldn't help but look at the pond. "Sam," she thought, "where are you? When are you coming back?" He had been gone for quite a while. What happens if he wasn't back in this waiting area when the trial ended? She checked the timer and saw there was only an hour or so left until they all moved on to the third and final trial of the White Gate. She really didn't want to go forward without the guy who had kept them all alive so far. She eyed the time and thought to herself, "Come on, Sam. Get back to us soon." Sam exited the secret boss chamber, formerly occupied by the Rakeling, and back into the tunnel from which he came. Right as he stepped back into the tunnel, the whole underground began to shake. "I do not like that," Sam thought. He didn't want to be buried alive underground. Then he'd be truly screwed. He began to notice water rising at his feet. Oh man, that's not good either. Sam began sprinting as hard as he could down the passage. His heart pounded against his chest. His throat burned. He sent mana into his feet to give them extra strength and power with each push off the ground. He was halfway back to the tunnel's entrance when the water reached as high as his upper chest. Sam swam forward in the tunnel, keeping his head above water, so he could keep breathing for as long as possible. His biggest concern was being fully submerged for far longer than he had breathing capacity. He had barely survived his initial underwater descent. How could he survive that same journey with significantly extra distance attached? "I didn't defeat the Rakeling and acquire the Berserker's sword just to die before getting to ever use it," he grumbled to himself. He kept swimming forward until eventually the water rose so high in the tunnel he had to take his last breath before committing to the long journey back to the surface. Clara still had the kids cleaning the camp equipment, though she noticed even their diligence and fear of her as orphan leader was beginning to collapse. All of them were making furtive glances to the center of the pond where Sam had disappeared hours ago. Toby got up from cleaning their tent poles and cautiously approached Clara. He looked like he had something he wanted to say, but he was keeping a very cautious distance from her. "Why are you acting weird?" Clara grumbled. "If I come closer, you promise not to yell or smack me in any way?" said Toby. "When have I ever done that?" "You're right," said Toby. "You are the epitome of calm and tranquility." "All right, enough," said Clara. "Get over here." Toby moseyed over and spoke quietly so the other kids couldn't hear. "What are we going to do about the fact that Sam isn't here?" Toby said. Clara shuddered. It was the thought on all of their minds. She had been avoiding saying it out loud, as if declaring the situation vocally would only make the problem worse. "If he's not here, we go on without him," said Clara. What else is there to be done? Toby let out a long sigh. I guess you're right. I mean, our stats are over 10. We have pretty good equipment. Maybe we can actually survive. Toby said this loud enough so that the other kids could hear. Clara was impressed. He was proving himself to be a better leader than she had ever given him credit for. You really believe that? Asked Clara. She noticed Toby's legs trembling and the large gulp he took before he spoke, all of which revealed his real feelings. Nevertheless, the boy said, Yes, I do. With only minutes left before the second trial ended, Clara gave new orders to all the orphans to start packing everything up. Once finished, they would form a line of pairs and stand at attention. Clara could see the fear on their faces. They had all been scared this entire time in the White Gate, but she could see the sense of hopelessness and dread returning. There was no way they would survive the third trial with that attitude. We're approaching the third trial, said Clara. We've made it this far, and I believe we'll make it to the very end. We have to stay focused and work together. I know we can. At that very moment, a splash echoed behind her. Thank the goddess, Clara sighed to herself. She already knew who was behind her before she turned around, as she could see the relief and happiness on all the orphans' faces. She looked over her shoulder, and there was Sam, pulling himself out from the water and back onto dry ground. As the black-haired boy with sharp red eyes breathed heavily in and out, he couldn't help but smile between breaths. Are you guys going somewhere without me? 39. Sam didn't immediately stand up when he emerged from the pond. He felt his lungs burning. His whole body ached from the treacherous underwater swim he'd just gone through. He was just so happy to be out of the water and breathing on dry land again. Before he could say anything beyond the first few words he'd said to the group, Toby was suddenly crouching down in front of him, tears in his eyes, clasping him in a tight hug. Thank the goddess you're alive. Tobes, Sam said, patting his friend on the back. It's good to see you too. Toby let go and wiped his eyes. I was trying to keep a brave face and act all stoic and Sam-like, you know? But man, it was so hard. I just had so many different variables running through my head, all of which leading to all of our gruesome deaths, and I was trying to be all like a bad boy and cool like you, Sam. But holy moly is it hard. I have newfound respect for you, Sam. Not that I didn't have plenty of it before, but now I have even more. How do you do it without your brain exploding? Sam laughed. It was refreshing to be back in Toby's company. How about we get into it at another time? Sam smiled. He then stood up and looked over his pals. Clara smiled at him, as did all the other kids. I'd just like to point out, said Clara, that we're all happy to see you. I know it must feel a bit underwhelming after your bromantic reunion with Tobes. Sam chuckled. I'm happy to see all of you. After the fight with the Rakeling and the horrific underwater race back to the surface, all Sam wanted to do was sit around and chat with his friends, but they didn't have a lot of time. Standing in the waiting area, they would be teleported to the final stage of the trial any minute now. All right, said Sam. Any minute now, we will be sent to the third and final trial location of the White Gate. Before that happens, I just want to say I'm proud of each and every one of you. I'm proud of you for getting this far, for getting as powerful as you've all become. Weaker adventurers than us have survived the White Gate, though we shouldn't forget that many stronger than us have also died in here too. As you've come to know, the White Gate is not a forgiving place. Nevertheless, we should all be proud of how far we've come, and I believe we can make it to the very end. The fear and hopelessness had completely disappeared from all his companions' faces. Their eyes were tear-stricken with inspiration and steely determination. We couldn't have done this without you, Sam, said Clara. Then each and every one of the kids said their own individual thanks to Sam. I thought we were all going to die when those ravens showed up, said one little girl. But then you took us to safety. I never thought I'd be able to actually wield a sword, said another boy.
I didn't think I had a chance to become a hero, someone like you, Sam. But seeing you, I think, maybe I can."
One by one, the thanks and gratitude kept pouring in.
"Thanks again, Sam,"
said Clara.
"Yeah, Sam, thank you,"
said Toby. Sam didn't know what to say. He wiped away the tears forming in his eyes. "We haven't even survived the final trial yet, you dummies," he thought quietly to himself. Even still, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He was so happy that, unlike in his first life, he didn't have to live through the horrors of the White Gate without his best friends at his side. 40. The timer for the second trial in the White Gate finally reached 0, and instantaneously, Sam and the group of orphans disappeared from the waiting room. They immediately reappeared on the cliff face of a new, treacherous location.
It's not as I expected,"
said Clara.
"What?"
said Sam. This was then followed by a massive, shrill shriek.
"There it is,"
grinned Clara, looking at the screaming and panicked Toby. All the kids around them looked frightened, and Sam couldn't blame them. They had teleported right onto a narrow cliff which they could easily fall off of with one wrong step, a fact that was made worse by the heavy winds surrounding the area. The clouds were thick and stormy with thunder roaring far in the distance. At the bottom of the cliff, which looked awfully far away, were crashing waves. In the opposite direction of the cliff face was a large castle keep. There really was only one direction the trial was pointing them in. As Sam took a step towards the castle, a message appeared in his retina. White Gate Trial, Stage 3, the Boss Palace. Fight your way to the boss and escape within 24 hours. Make sure to watch your step and keep your balance, said Sam, leading the way. The walkway towards the castle was terrifyingly narrow. It wasn't impossible, but it required focus and nerves of steel. Keep your arms out in front of you and walk with determination, said Sam. Hesitation will lead you to wobble. Sam had it slightly easier than the others in terms of walking the narrow path, as he could send mana to his feet, which grounded them and added an extra bit of weight there. Sending mana to the soles of his feet helped him stay balanced and focused. Even still, if he took a moment to look down, his stomach lurched. The sheer uncomfortableness of the narrow passage was enough to send anyone off balance. Sam gulped and stayed focused on moving forward. If he maintained his pace and confidence, that would boost morale and keep everyone else behind him focused as well. After a few more minutes of walking on the edge of death, the passage thankfully opened up to a large outdoor staircase that led to the entrance of the haunted castle that loomed over them in the distance. As they moved up the staircase, Sam explained to the others what awaited them inside. It comes down to the basic 3 things you might encounter in a dungeon gate, said Sam. Monsters, traps, danger. None of the orphans gasped at that. They just nodded their heads, taking in the facts. Not even Toby made a fuss. It was proof of how much they'd grown while inside the White Gate. Sam couldn't believe they were on the final stretch of surviving the White Gate. He knew he had survived once before, but in his first timeline he had only managed to stay alive by the silver-haired mercenary mowing down everything that lay in front of him. So, not only had he survived the first 2 trials with his own strength and fighting ability, but he also had protected a group of very new and initially quite reluctant fighters. I've got us this far, Sam thought. I know I can get us to the end. Even though he was telling himself that, he knew that as close as they were to the end, they still had quite a lot of dangers they still needed to survive. They arrived at the front entrance of the keep, and Sam opened the doors wide. As soon as they stepped inside, as Sam had expected, multiple vicious howls wailed and echoed throughout the castle. Here they come, said Sam, materializing his large and fearsome berserker's sword. Running toward them were 3 violent hounds. They were no normal hounds, however. They were bloodhounds. Vicious, demonic dogs composed of deep red crimson flesh. Their teeth were sharp and could easily rip through flesh and bone.
Sam triggered Pain Ring and rushed to the two attacking hounds.
He rushed towards them and swung his sword, trying to make sure he hit all three at least once with his new powerful blade. The blade cut through the demonic dog's flesh, spurting out blood, and, just as his special ability promised, their faces twitched, and they lost control of themselves and rushed towards Sam with an even greater, uncontrollable frenzy. The dogs were no longer thinking clearly and left themselves open easily for a counterattack, and within seconds, they were all sliced in half and disintegrating into mana stones and coins. Sam grinned down at his new berserker sword. He could feel the power and speed when slicing it through the air, and even more so when chopping the demon dogs to bits. Plus, the special ability came in handy in so many ways. 1. It worked as a defensive and crowd control mechanism to keep violent monsters from attacking his weaker allies. 2. It also had a great offensive component in that the frenzied monster lost mental acuity and control, leaving it more vulnerable to easier and more powerful strikes. He picked up the mana stones and coins before turning around and seeing an awkward look on all of his allies' faces. "What?" asked Sam, looking over his shoulder to where he'd just been focusing on, thinking they were being attacked a second time. No one was there. Then, he realized they were looking at him with a weird expression. Sam, where the heck did you get that?" said Clara. "It looks like the kind of sword that would be wielded by a demon." Sam smiled and nodded his head. They didn't have time to properly catch up when he got back from the secret boss's lair. So, this was the first time they were seeing his epic and fearsome new weapon he'd acquired after defeating the Rakeling. He looked down at it and smiled. Then, back up at Clara. "What you might call an evil person's sword, I would refer to as a devastatingly cool blade." Toby turned to Clara and said, "Sometimes I wonder who's the real monster in this place. The things we're fighting? Or Sam himself?" 41. Sam led the group through the large castle, slowly leading them in the direction of the great hall at the very back of the building. That was where the final boss chamber of the White Gate lay, the final monstrosity they would have to fight until they could return home to Resfall and escape this horrible place. "We better hurry and get this over with," said Toby. "The clock is ticking ever downward." Right as Toby said that, Sam spun on his feet and turned around to face them all. He had a smirk on his face. "I don't like that face," said Toby. "I 100% do not like that face. That face is the face of a person about to tell me I'll have to fight horrific rat creatures over and over for the next little bit, isn't it?" Sam grinned. "Don't worry, Tobes. There are no rat creatures in here, but yes, we do need to train a bit more before we face the final boss." Clara crossed her arms. "You've gotten us this far, Sam, so if you say we should do this, I'll do it. But are you not worried about the timer at all?" Sam shook his head. "The time pressure in this trial is nothing but a red herring. The trial wants you to focus on plowing through and getting to the end. It ignores that there's some great training opportunities here. The monsters drop very potent mana stones, amongst other things. So shall we get started on our training?" They were in a bit of a catch-22. Fight more scary monsters or go fight one big, horrific monster. Sam didn't mind, but he could see that the kids were beginning to hunger for home and escaping the White Gate. "Just a little longer, you guys," Sam thought. "I promise." Sam led them to their training grounds, which was a large, cathedral-like building where new monsters regularly spawned and materialized, giving the group constant monsters to fight and train against. Sam walked the group through the best ways to slay bloodhounds like the ones they'd seen when they had first entered the castle, along with ghoul bats and the occasional spiderling. For the next few hours, the group tagged in and out, taking turns slaying the monsters that showed up in the room. Sam was amazed at how easily the berserker's sword ripped through the creature's flesh. But it wasn't all down to the sword either. His stats were far ahead of what they were at this point in time than in his previous timeline, and he also brought all of his swordsmanship experience from his first life back with him as well. After a few hours, Sam led them away from the training grounds and gave them an hour to rest before the final boss battle. During that time, Sam sat down and focused on draining all the mana stones he'd collected over the course of the White Gate. He took them out one by one and focused on pulling the mana out of them and into his mana core. It was a soothing and meditative practice. Sam always enjoyed draining mana stones even in his previous life. There was something wondrous and calming about mingling the energy from the outside world and bringing it into your own body and then harnessing it to improve yourself and make you stronger. He'd consumed more than half of his mana stones by the time the hour of rest was up, and he felt his core burning and glowing with a greater light inside of him than ever before. He could sense that he'd managed to raise his magic affinity stat to 21 through the draining of all the mana stones. In doing so, he'd pushed his magic affinity through the first threshold of Novice Tier Stage 1 and into Novice Tier Stage 2. He felt the difference in the way his core throbbed inside him with more power and zeal. The biggest difference was his own enhanced mana sense and control. He could now sense the mana of monsters further away than he could before. Even more critically, though, at Novice Tier Stage 2, he could wax and wane the zeal with which his own mana core throbbed. He could push himself and make his core throb with intense power, or he could pull it back and make it seem weaker than it truly was. This was a crucial development in his magic affinity, as he could now conceal his mana presence from enemies if he needed to. It wouldn't make a huge difference while they were still in the White Gate, but it was a necessary stealth and diplomatic power when dealing with enemies in the outside world. Still, Sam was getting ahead of himself. They still needed to defeat the boss monster at the end, and that was definitely not going to be a cakewalk. Sam took a moment to review his stats from their most recent training one last time before he started properly preparing everyone for the final battle in the White Gate. He opened up his profile and took in his stats. Sam. Class. Blood Knight. Super Rare. Rank. Novice Tier. Ability. Pain Ring. Novice Tier. Level 1. Mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Class. Open slot available. Strength. 16.1. Agility. 15.9. Endurance. 15.8. Magic Affinity. 21.1. Sam grinned at all his gains. If he survived the rest of the trial, he would be returning to Restfall close to the physical peak of what a non-traveler human could ever hope to achieve in terms of strength, muscle, and overall body health. The last thing he looked at was the state of his Pain Ring skill quest. Skill quests. Pain Ring, Level 2. Slay 2,000 monsters using Pain Ring. 533/2000. They were modest gains, but Sam was just pleased to see the skill ticking along. He looked forward to unlocking the ability's evolution, but it wasn't necessary for now. Having gone over his stats, Sam stood up and addressed the orphans. "All right, the final battle of the White Gate awaits," said Sam. He then went into detail about the final boss, which was an elemental golem. It was a fearsomely powerful creature that alternated between different elements and would be able to obliterate most of them with a single punch. "We're lucky, though," Sam explained. "With the help of my flame sword, all we'll need to do is to survive and dodge the monster until it goes into ice mode, and then I can attack it, using its current elemental weakness." He then went through instructions for everyone else, and then finally began leading them through the castle to the final boss room of the White Gate. Sam kept his berserker sword at the ready to take on any monsters that came up on their way. There were only a few, and Sam could always detect them with his mana sense. Furthermore, his new sword and higher strength stat meant he was able to slice the monsters down with absolute ease. The gates were designed to be extremely difficult for non-travelers with stats normally under 10. Sam's preparation and extra class allowed him to use that to full advantage and unlock more items and equipment that allowed him to gain even more power. Sam had truly exceeded the difficulty level of the nightmarish world of the White Gate, which was truly saying something. Sam stopped walking as they approached a long staircase that led down to a large room. The final boss chamber of the White Gate. If they survived the fight with the horrible creature inside, the elemental golem, They'll have successfully made it through the trials of the White Gate. "All right, you guys," said Sam. "There's the boss room. Are we ready?" Everyone shouted, "Let's do this," behind him. "Good," said Sam. He led the group down to the boss room. "Remember, do just as we planned," said Sam. As soon as they stepped into the boss chamber, a pink energy gate formed around the stairwell from which they came, blocking them from retreating. Strange, Sam thought. That didn't happen in my first timeline. Then the floor at their feet began to rumble.
"Where's the elemental golem?" asked Toby.
This isn't how it happened last time, Sam thought, looking around with concern. Sam's mana sense told him something huge and powerful was coming towards them from underground. It was definitely not the elemental golem. It was clearly something much more deadly and powerful. The unexpected had happened in the final room of the White Gate, something Sam hadn't prepared for. The timeline had changed. 42. Sam's heart pounded in his chest. The entire floor of the boss chamber rumbled and shook. He looked over his shoulder to the pink energy shield blocking the way they came in. There was no escape for them. They would have to fight whatever new boss the White Gate had sent their way. "Sam, what's happening?" said Clara. The girl was holding the younger orphans back, trying to shield them from whatever unknown danger was about to emerge upon them. "Everyone stay back," said Sam. "We're no longer fighting the elemental golem. We're going to have to make a new strategy on the fly once we know what we're actually facing. Right now, just be careful of where you stand. The monster is emerging from the floor below." Sweat formed on Sam's brow. How the heck did this happen? The White Gate must have changed or altered the boss of this room due to the difference in events that conspired from Sam's previous lifetime. The destruction of the Death Raven Queen, the Rakeling, even the survival of all of them was a change from the previous timeline, and clearly the dungeon had altered the circumstances to match those changes. And if the dungeon had altered things, it could only mean one thing. The dungeon had raised the difficulty level on the final boss. Crap, Sam thought. Sam's mana sense began to overwhelm him. The boss monster was getting close. A second later, a gigantic worm with sharp bones all over its body broke through the floor and suddenly loomed over Sam and his group of friends. Sam recognized the monster from his extensive research of dungeon bestiaries in his first timeline. It was none other than a bone fiend. It was a terrifying and monstrous worm with outer flesh composed of sharp bones from its defeated enemies. Its insides were an assembly line of sharp teeth that could easily rip an unranked traveler with low endurance. Sam materialized his berserker sword. The time for being surprised was over. If he wanted to survive and save his friends, he had to get to work. Focus, everyone. We've lost our original method of victory, but the same principles apply. Sam rushed forward towards the looming monster, triggering Pain Ring as he did so. The ring of red energy shot out from his person and encompassed a large portion of the boss chamber. He then rushed to the bone fiend's side and slashed his berserker sword at the monster. The creature flinched, and Sam managed to make a minor cut with his sword attack, but it was fairly pitiful. The creature was clearly a tier above them in terms of power. If Sam hoped to finish the monster off, he was going to have to take some significant damage to enhance his overall attack power. He slashed the creature again with his berserker sword and started to run rings around the bone fiend as it dove to attack him. The berserker sword's special ability wasn't a guarantee. Sam reckoned it was even less of a guarantee against a boss monster. He wanted to make sure he really drew the bone fiend's ire and attention onto himself and away from his friends before he started purposefully taking damage from it. Sam ran circles around the bone fiend, slashing it again and again. He hadn't planned on using his new Novice Tier Stage 2 mana manipulation, but it proved to be amazingly useful in confusing the bone fiend. 1 second he was moving one way and he'd flare his mana core, only to diminish it as he jumped back, all while the bone fiend would already be smashing its destructive mouth to the wrong spot. After a few more slashes and dodges, Sam felt comfortable that the bone fiend was solely focused on him and he started allowing more hits to go through. He let the bone pincers stab at his stomach, back, then rib cage. Even with his ring of numbing, the pain was intense. Sam winced as he took in the harmful attacks and tried to then calm himself from the shock, knowing the necklace of regeneration would soothe the pain relatively quickly. Even still, it was horrifically intense pain. The Bone Fiend was a nightmarish and powerful boss monster. Sam didn't want to imagine what the blows would have felt like if he didn't have the ring of numbing. If the pain was this bad, it would have been debilitating without the rare accessory. As he purposely took the blows from the awful creature, he every so often made sure to take a swing at it with his berserker sword. Each time he tested it and accumulated more damage towards his power output, he could feel his blade slicing deeper and deeper into the Bone Fiend's flesh. Sam calculated it would only have to be another few minutes of taking damage before his increased power within the pain ring would push him into a position to finish the boss monster off. And Sam was totally fine with that, so long as he kept his companions out of harm's way, which so far he'd managed to do successfully. It was at that moment, however, that the ground of the boss chamber began to shake once more. Oh no, Sam thought. What's about to happen now? An explosion of rocks erupted on the opposite side of the chamber from where Sam was fighting the Bone Fiend. 2 more bone protruding tentacles shot out from the ground and loomed over the boss chamber. The 2 new tentacles whipped their ferocious mouths right in the direction of Clara and Toby. 43. Sam's eyes widened with terror. He suddenly raised his sword to block the incoming attack from the Bone Fiend. Clara. Sam's heart ached with concern. Toby. He hadn't fought this hard to see his friends die this close to the end of the White Gate. He kicked the Bone Fiend back before turning around and rushing across the boss chamber to save his friends. As soon as he got in range, Sam wasted no time. He leaped in the air and swung his berserker sword with all of his might. The accumulated power from all the damage he'd taken so far within the pain ring pulsed and throbbed throughout his body. He felt his muscles engorging and swelling with a level of power he hadn't felt before. That, plus a heightened amount of rage and passion, led him to swinging his blade with extreme might. Sam's sword swing cut through the tentacles like butter. The powerful mini-arm of the Bone Fiend squirmed and writhed in pain from losing a portion of itself. Sam needed more insurance than that and sliced it a good 4 more times until the tentacle was nothing but little bits of wobbling flesh on the ground of the boss chamber. The tentacles were clearly weaker than the Bone Fiend's main form at the center of the room. As life drained from the little cut-up pieces of tentacles, one piece of flesh managed to spit out a bit of green acid onto Sam's arm. The acid burned at Sam's flesh, but was quickly healed from the power of the necklace of healing. Interesting, Sam thought as he absorbed the potential implications of the Bone Fiend having the ability to form acid from inside itself. He quickly turned to assist Clara and Toby, but the 2 of them had managed to destroy the other tentacle on their own. Doesn't look like we need rescuing this time, does it? Smirked Clara. Toby shivered beside her, gripping his bloodied sword tightly. He looked at Sam dead in the eye. Seriously, I am always happy to be rescued. Sam nodded. You 2 protect the others. It's time we finish this. Sam rushed back to fight the Bone Fiend at the center of the room. Clara kept her sword gripped and held it at the ready for any more tentacles to emerge from the ground. She was guarding the left of the huddled group of kids, while Toby guarded the right side. She desperately wanted to ask Sam if there was anything more she could do to help. She hated that her friend was risking his life while they stayed safe at the sidelines. Come on, Sam, she thought, watching the black-haired boy rush the gigantic and horrific worm head-on. Sam materialized his flame sword in his other hand and went all out with his 2 powerful swords, swiping the Bone Fiend. Left, right, up, down. Sam attacked the monster from every direction possible. From what Clara could gather, the attacks were doing more damage than ever before, thanks to Sam's special ability. He was finally dealing large cuts that had the boss monster leaking blood. The Bone Fiend writhed with pain and let out a horrific-sounding shriek. Then, moving with a lightning quickness that the monster had never displayed before, it smashed its mouth right into the ground where Sam stood, encompassing his entire body. "Sam!" Clara cried. The bone fiend ripped its mouth out from the ground, and all that remained of Sam was a patch of blood on the ground. Sam was nowhere to be found. Clara?" said Toby. "Where the heck did Sam go?" The other orphans were all huddled in balls, too frightened to watch the ensuing battle. Clara gulped. "I don't know." She felt her vision going blurry. "Is Sam really gone? Is it just up to us to take out that thing?" Clara's stomach lurched. She felt she was going to throw up. Is all hope lost? The bone fiend disappeared underground. The floor below them suddenly began to rumble. "Oh crap," said Toby. "It's definitely coming for us now." A white noise pierced through Clara's mind at that moment, and she suddenly was experiencing time more slowly. It was a moment of clarity amidst her overwhelming sense of shock and panic. Suddenly, the piercing sound disappeared, and Clara knew exactly what to do. "Everyone stand up and get your swords ready," said Clara. "This is not a drill. This is the real thing. We're going to avenge our friend Sam, even if it's the last thing we do. We all owe him that, don't we?" The kids blinked with terror, like they couldn't believe they were actually going to fight the bone fiend. And then, as if Clara's word unlocked something in their brains, a steely determination overtook their faces. "Yeah, screw that stupid monster," said one girl. "It ate Sam," said a boy. "We need to kill it for that." "Good," said Clara. She pointed ahead of them. "The worm will most likely pop out from there so that it's in snatching distance of us all. Let's surround it, and we'll all attack it with our blades as soon as it pops out." The kids all rushed into formation and waited for the emergence of the bone fiend. The rumbling below their feet shook and got louder and intense until the giant, disgusting worm monster shot out from the ground, breaking the floor and leaving a rubble of stone in its midst. "Now!" shouted Clara. The kids wasted no time, and the whole group of them, including both Clara and Toby, swung forward with their swords. Most of the orphans' attacks barely did any damage, and their swords almost bounced off the bone fiend. Clara's sword made a cut, but it was nothing more than an irritating slice similar to a paper cut. She then noticed the gaping flesh wounds left behind by Sam. "Aim for the already open wounds," Clara shouted. She pulled back her blade and then thrust it forward with all of her strength. Her sword went right into the flesh wound, and the bone fiend suddenly wailed with pain. The monster shook and swung its body, knocking Clara and Toby and a bunch of kids back against the wall. A huge amount of pain ripped through Clara's body. She desperately wanted to get up, but every time she tried to push herself, her body was unable to stand. The bone fiend had hurt her too badly. The giant monster shadowed over her paralyzed body. It was preparing to lunge towards her and eat her, just like it had eaten Sam. "Is this really it?" she wondered. "Is this how I die?" The bone fiend lunged towards her. Clara closed her eyes and accepted her fate. She felt the hot breath of the bone fiend breathing down on her, about to snatch her body and tear it to shreds, when abruptly the monster lurched sideways. It writhed on the ground in pain. Suddenly, bursting out at the side of the bone fiend was a black sword with ribbed edges. This was followed by the emergence of another sword covered in flames. Clara's eyes widened. "No way," she thought. "Sam couldn't have." The bone fiend suddenly split in two as the swords carved the monster into bits from the inside out. Emerging from the bloodied, destroyed carapace of the bone fiend was none other than the black-haired boy with frightening red eyes, who Clara had thought had died only a few minutes before. 44. Clara blinked in shock at the sight of Sam emerging from the inside remains of the bone fiend. If she could rub her eyes to check that she wasn't dreaming, she would have, but she was still paralyzed from the pain from the bone fiend knock that had sent her flying across the boss chamber a few moments before. She couldn't believe Sam was alive. Not only that, but that he had destroyed the bone fiend. They had defeated the final boss of the White Gate. Amazing, Clara thought. How the heck did Sam manage all that? Sam rushed over to Clara and materialized a red healing potion. How did you not die? Clara groaned. Shh, drink this first while I explain, said Sam, helping her take a sip of the healing potion. After the smaller tentacle spat acid onto me, I came to the realization that the inside of the bone fiend was incredibly acidic. I also knew that my necklace of healing regenerated at a faster pace than the damage from the acid, which meant I could let myself get swallowed by the bone fiend. I could rapidly absorb tons of extra damage without dying, which would give me enough strength to then destroy the monster from the inside out. Incredible, said Clara. A few moments after sipping on the health potion, Clara felt herself able to move a bit more. Help me with the others, said Sam. They moved over to the others, offering healing potions and tending to whatever injuries any of them had. Toby slowly moved over to Clara. Sam's amazing, isn't he? Said Clara with awe. Toby looked at the boy and then back at her. Yeah, he really is, said Toby. But you know what? You're amazing too, Clara. For a minute there, after Sam died, I thought we were goners, and then you were able to inspire me and the rest of the orphans into thinking, maybe not. Maybe we can do this without Sam's help. Clara smiled. Thanks, Tobes. I mean, we still needed Sam's help in the end, but I appreciate you saying that. Don't underestimate yourself, Clara, said Toby. Not all of us can be mysterious, badass, black-haired dudes with wolfish red eyes who disappear at will and re-emerge with nightmarish-looking swords now, can we? Clara laughed. No, we can't all be like that, you're right. Exactly, said Toby. It's good to remember that for every hero in a storybook, there's normally countless helping hands who assisted them along the way, and, if you ask me, those people are more important than the hero himself. All right, said Clara. I get it. You want some recognition along with Sam. Is that it, Tobes? Toby blushed. No, that's not what I was trying to say at all. I was trying to say... Toby was cut off by the sudden emergence of a large purple portal in the center of the room. A prompt then appeared in all of their visions. Congratulations, you have completed the White Gate trial. Step through the purple portal to unlock your class and return to the outside world. I'm guessing you guys all see the prompt, said Sam. Well done, everyone, we did it. We survived the White Gate. Everyone cheered. There's only one more thing we have to do before we can all go home, said Sam, and it's a big one. Beyond that portal, there is the class choosing zone. After you choose your class, you'll be taken back to the entrance of the White Gate. Does everyone understand? Clara nodded along with everyone else. Great, said Sam. I look forward to seeing you guys on the other side. With that, Sam turned away from them and stepped into the portal and disappeared. Toby watched his friend disappear through the portal with amazement. He couldn't believe it. They had really fought their way to the end of the White Gate. Beyond that portal, they would get classes. They'd actually be travelers, people with magic powers, soldiers, warriors, heroes. I never envisioned something like this happening to me, Toby thought. Becoming someone who could protect others. He still couldn't believe it. He watched as the other kids streamed through the portal and entered the class-choosing zone. Clara helped escort the younger ones through until it was just him and her left in the boss chamber. Come on, Tobes, said Clara. In you get. Toby blushed and said, Ladies first. Clara blushed herself. You fight a bunch of scary monsters and suddenly you're a charmer now, Tobes? What can I say? Said Toby. Is now the time I tell her how I feel? He wondered to himself. I was so close a few minutes ago before the portal and congratulatory prompt appeared. You know what? Screw it. Now is a better time than any. I'm going to tell Clara how much But I know exactly what you're doing, said Clara. You're trying to get out of going into this portal on your own. Come on now, get in there or I'll drag you. Toby sighed with relief. They had gone through so much already. He could save confessing his love for another occasion. With that, Toby mustered up the courage and stepped through the portal. 45. Sam stepped out onto the other side of the portal, emerging into the class choosing zone. The class choosing zone was a weird place. The ground was misty. The sky was full of sparkling stars, the kind of night sky you only saw on the clearest of summer nights. Sam sighed with relief. I made it back here, he thought. Even up until now, he wasn't sure if after stepping through the purple portal, whether he would emerge at the entrance to the white gate once more. He wasn't sure if the system would truly let him take a second class, but now that he was here in the class choosing zone, he knew that he truly would be able to do so. That brought him a brief sense of relief, but it was short-lived. Now that he knew for certain that he would be able to choose a second class, he recognized that a majorly important decision lay before him now. A few yards away were 3 stone statues. Just like last time, Sam thought. This was how the class choosing zone worked. If you managed to survive the trials of the White Gate, you came here and were given an option of 3 class choices, represented by the statues placed in front of you. The class choices were determined by your achievements while in the White Gate. Most people normally got a choice of the 3 most common classes: Warrior, Wizard, and Ranger. As Sam approached the 3 statues, he could already see that none of them were classes he recognized. The first statue was of a man crouching down with 2 daggers, his face hidden by a cloak. A prompt appeared in Sam's retina as he took in the first statue. For your calculated and cunning efforts in defeating your enemies, the White Gate awards you with the class option of Assassin, Rare. Assassin's abilities specialize in the art of stealth, poison-making, and the art of killing without anyone noticing. Sam read the prompt over carefully. A rare class was nothing to slouch at. He imagined it was for his quick kill of the silver-haired mercenary and his tracking of the lone Death Raven to the Death Raven Queen's nest that were all contributing factors towards this class option. He was definitely intrigued by the class. He especially liked the poison-making ability. Multiple times in this timeline already, he had survived battles due to having the right type of poison or venom to destroy particular monsters. A class that could leverage that advantage more sounded particularly good. He then moved on to the middle statue, which was a figure of a glorious-looking knight with an impressive sword and shield. The statue even had stone ripples of energy swirling around the bottom of the figure to indicate the magical energy the figure wielded. He then read the associated prompt with this statue. For your valiant and self-sacrificing efforts in protecting the lives of others, the White Gate awards you with the class option of Holy Knight, Mythic. Holy Knight's abilities specialize in protecting yourself and others in the midst of battle, and calling upon the power of light to defeat your enemies. Sam's eyes widened with amazement at the class prompt. A mythic class? He couldn't believe it. He'd never even heard of the Holy Knight class before, and he knew from his past life's experience that there were very few travelers with mythic-level classes. In his first timeline, he was considered special for having a super-rare class like Blood Knight. The idea of getting a mythic-level class sounded amazing. The class sounded incredibly interesting, and it was clearly the White Gate awarding him for all of his efforts for protecting his friends. Still, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment looking at the class. He definitely didn't want to pass up a mythic-level class, but it really didn't seem like it was the kind of class that would gel with his Blood Knight class. While he frustratingly couldn't see the abilities of the Holy Knight class, it definitely seemed like it would work counter to his Blood Knight abilities. He didn't need energy shields protecting him in the middle of battle. The whole point of his Blood Knight class was to take damage to increase his own power. Sam couldn't believe he was actually coming face to face with one of the rarest types of classes and being underwhelmed by the choice. Before he rejected it outright completely, he decided he wanted to know what all of his options were first. He then turned his attention to the third and final statue. The third statue showed a warrior holding a sword in one hand dripping with blood. There were actual droplets to represent the warrior's blood-soaked sword. But it was more than just an artistic flourish on the part of the statue. The statue was communicating something beyond mere raw power. A swirl of energy from the blood carried over into the statue's other hand, where the figure looked to be creating a magical flame of some kind, fueled by the blood itself. In his previous life, Sam had studied extensively the notes acquired by scholars of the different classes and associated statues found in the White Gate class-choosing zone, and never had he come across the description of the powerful-looking statue looming before him. With awe and reverence, he took in the class prompt in his retina. For your unique efforts in wreaking chaos, havoc, and destruction across the 3 trials, the White Gate awards you the class option of Death Lord, Legendary. Death Lord's abilities rely on leveraging the destruction and chaos you've created in battle to further your advantage against your enemies. Sam stood there, stunned. There had been a handful of famous travelers with mythic classes over the years in Sam's previous timeline. Not a lot, but a few. It was still an extremely rare class to find. No more than a handful in the entire population of all of Westria. But never in all of his research or experience had Sam heard about someone unlocking a legendary class. Legendary. It was a league all on its own. Such rarity would mean the class would promise abilities and powers far outside the range of what normal classes had to offer. Sam couldn't believe his good fortune. He felt himself yearning to select Death Lord straight away, but he reviewed his options once more. Assassin, cool, but it was a class known amongst travelers, and many people had developed counters against its abilities. Plus, the idea of staying stealthy and out of battle went against the natural inclinations of his Blood Knight class. Holy Knight, similar issues to Assassin insofar that the abilities ran counter to his first class. The whole brilliancy of being able to unlock 2 classes was to then be able to have their abilities complement each other. Rather disappointingly, if Sam were to pick either 2 of his first options, he'd have 2 classes that worked against each other. It would be a total waste of his golden opportunity. But then there was the third and final choice. Death Lord. A legendary class. In many ways, it was a no-brainer. It was the best option of the 3. It was the highest rarity, so he'd be a fool to pass up such an opportunity. But what gave Sam even more confidence was that the abilities sounded like they would complement his Blood Knight powers. He considered the words of the prompt once more. Death Lord's abilities rely on leveraging the destruction and chaos you've created in battle to further your advantage against your enemies. It sounded like the Death Lord class benefited from getting up close and personal in a battle, just like his Blood Knight class. In many ways, the 2 classes felt like the perfect match. And maybe it wasn't so much of a coincidence, but rather the White Gate recognizing all the feats of Sam's accomplishments and use of the Blood Knight class while in the trials that led to it offering such a class as a reward. Sam did not have the answers to why the dungeon gate system acted the way it did. All he knew was that Death Lord was clearly the best option in front of him. Without another moment's hesitation, Sam selected Death Lord and unlocked his second class. 46. In the furthest depths of the Spectral Church's grand cathedral was a quiet hallway that housed the magnificent and powerful White Gate. The hall was much quieter than it had been a few weeks earlier when the large group of people had been gathered up and sent through into the deadly trials of the irregular tutorial dungeon. Now, Declan, a lesser traveler priest, stood on guard with 3 others in the quiet tunnel, waiting for the silver-haired mercenary to return from the tutorial with a powerful new class. The randomness of the time dilation within the dungeon gate was proving to be quite tedious and annoying. How much longer would they have to wait? From what Declan understood, the whole point of the current experiment was to see what types of classes were unlocked depending on how many fellow humans you killed when in the tutorial. The powers that be had theorized that the White Gate itself did not make any moral judgments on one's behavior and merely awarded classes most appropriate to one's actions while inside the gate. The Archbishop of the Spectral Church wanted to create an army of traveler priests with the best classes possible. The whole point of the current experiment was to see what kind of class was unlocked by someone who displayed absolutely ruthless behavior. With his common warrior class, Declan couldn't help but be jealous of the silver-haired mercenary. "What does that guy have that I don't?" he thought as he leaned against the wall and stared at the bright lights of the white gate. "Hey, Declan," said his colleague. "Want to join us for a game of cards?" Declan shrugged. "I don't know. How much longer do you think we'll be down here anyway? The mercenary should be through the trial soon enough." I give it another few—" The conversation was cut short by the emergence of a figure in front of the white gate. "He's back," Declan thought. What kind of class did he unlock after killing all those people? Declan's jaw dropped. His eyes widened. The figure that emerged from the white gate was not the silver-haired mercenary they had been expecting, but rather a kid with black hair and creepy red eyes. "Who the heck are you?" "Me?" smirked the kid. "I'm your worst nightmare." "What the—" Declan's colleagues all stood up and materialized their weapons. One of them even started ringing the alarm bells. Reinforcements would be here in minutes to apprehend this kid if they didn't do so beforehand. Still, Declan was worried. This kid survived the white gate, meaning he either was able to avoid the silver-haired mercenary the entire time or had dealt with the man himself. Declan shook the worry from his head. Even if the kid had managed to survive and unlock an uncommon class, Declan was still a very high novice-tier traveler, close to ranking up and hitting apprentice tier. The same could be said for all of his guard colleagues. There was no way this kid had the power to overtake them. "Orders are to kill anyone besides the silver-haired mercenary on sight," said Declan. "Let's kill this kid." They rushed the boy. Somewhat alarmingly, the kid didn't seem to be afraid of them in the slightest. He materialized a sword in either hand. One was an impressive magic blade with conjured fire swirling up and down the edge of the sword. The other was a sword unlike anything Declan had ever seen. It was composed of the darkest black steel and had ribbed edges that looked like the teeth of dragons. It was one of the most fearsome blades Declan's eyes had ever laid upon in his entire life. What did the kid do that he unlocked such a powerful blade? Declan shook his head and stayed focused on the ensuing battle. It doesn't matter, Declan thought. After we kill him, I have to make sure I get my hands on that sword. As Declan and his colleagues got close to the boy, the young man triggered an ability. A red circle shot out from the boy and marked the area. "What kind of move is that?" asked one of the guards. "Doesn't matter," shouted Declan. "Kill him!" The black-haired boy moved with an intense quickness, managing to dodge the guards' opening attacks and landing quick slices on all of them. Declan felt blood rush up his throat after feeling the sharp-ribbed edges of the boy's sword cut across his flesh. Such accuracy to his swordsmanship, Declan thought. Such speed. He's far more powerful and accomplished than a novice-tier traveler. This kid is not normal. He fights like someone far older and more powerful than a kid of his age. He should be a squirming beginner traveler afraid of his own movement and abilities. Footsteps echoed down the hall. Thank the goddess, Declan thought. The reinforcements are here. The area outside the white gate filled with traveler priests, armed and ready to slay the boy. "Face it, kid," said Declan, who was leaking tons of blood from his body. "Even if you kill me, you won't be able to beat all of us. You're done." Declan saw one of his original colleagues keel over from the boy's sword slash, collapsing into a puddle of his own blood. The whole area was getting drenched in red. The traveler priests wasted no time and rushed the kid all at once. It was at that moment the kid unleashed an ability that none of them had ever seen before. The blood on the ground suddenly erupted into flames. The fire was not normal fire, but a magical flame with a deep red hue. It spread all over the room. Wherever there was spilled blood, the horrible flame emerged. The robes of the murderous traveler priests were caught in the flames, completely covering multiple men in the fiery swirl, charring and roasting them into nothing but burnt ash. If the blood flame didn't destroy the traveler priests, the black-haired boy made sure his swords finished the job. 47. Sam caught his breath as he took in the charred remains of all the traveler priests who had just tried to kill him. The evil men had given him the perfect opportunity to try out the unlocked novice tier ability of his new class, Death Lord. The new ability was called Blood Flame. It was an area of effect ability that could turn spilled blood into flames. It was the perfect ability to complement his Blood Knight powers. The skills of his original class forced him to get up close and personal with his attacks, and Blood Flame benefited from such a fighting style. The new power also mitigated the risks involved with such a dangerous approach to combat. Blood Flame was an excellent wide-range attack spell that covered Sam's blind spots when taking damage to increase his Pain Ring ability. It was incredible. He took a moment to review his new status profile since emerging from the White Gate. Sam class, Blood Knight, super rare. Rank, Novice tier. Ability, Pain Ring, Novice tier. Level 1. Mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Class, Death Lord, Legendary. Rank, Novice tier. Ability, Blood Flame, Novice tier. Level 1. Morph all spilled blood in a nearby radius into a powerful magical fire. Strength, 16.2. Agility, 16.1. Endurance, 15.9. Magic Affinity, 21.2. Sam couldn't help but grin. He was the only traveler in all of Westria with 2 classes. Not only that, he was the only traveler with a legendary class. He still wasn't a match for the Demon King of the Black Gate or some of the most famous travelers in Westrian history from his previous timeline. But what he lacked in their power, he more than exceeded his future opponents in potential. What the heck happened here? Sam turned around to see Toby, Clara, and the rest of the orphans had all emerged from the White Gate. They were looking at the destruction in front of them with shock and confusion. Sam looked at all the blood, ash, and dead priests and said, "It's kind of a long story." "I doubt it," said Toby. "You entered the class choosing zone, what, maybe a minute before the rest of us? Doesn't sound like a long story to me. Don't tell me you unlocked a class with a deadly disease that you can cough onto people. You didn't, did you? I don't know if we could stay friends if you had a class like that." Clara punched Toby in the arm. "Ow, why did you do that?" "Because that's the dumbest thing you've ever said," Clara said. Sam scratched the back of his head nervously. "We can catch up on all of our classes later. The most important thing now is we need to get out of here." Sam had been so focused on surviving the White Gate, he hadn't really fully considered the immediate after effects. They still needed to escape the spectral church's grand cathedral. Luckily, Sam had probably cleared more than half of the priests on guard duty that night. They pushed ahead down the tunnel they had come from and quietly tiptoed up the spiral staircase. They emerged on the ground floor to find no priests present. It was as Sam had thought. When the alarm went off, they had all come down to the bottom level to face him. "The coast is clear, you guys," whispered Sam. And they ran across the ground floor of the cathedral, past the glowing candles and statues of angels and empty pews, and out the front doors into the dark, shadowy streets of Resfall. Sam rushed down the street, only for Clara to call after him. "Sam, where are we going to go?" hissed Clara. "We can't go back to the orphanage." Sam's heart was pounding. Who would have thought the moments after surviving the White Gate would prove to be such a challenge? But they definitely were. The spectral church would soon be filling the streets with their members and mercenaries to hunt them down. Nowhere was safe.
"I have an idea,"
said Toby. Sam listened and nodded to the boy's idea. It was a good one. They hurried through the streets, eventually turning down an alleyway. At the very end of the alley was a barely noticeable hole filled with dried hay. Sam pulled the hay out from the hole, revealing a small passage. Everyone entered with Sam following and refilling the hole with hay. Once he'd done that, he turned around and materialized his flame sword to add light to the dark room. They were currently in an old hideout that they had previously used when a pickpocketing scheme went badly and they couldn't make it back to the orphanage safely. He walked over and lit a few candles nearby and then dematerialized his flame sword into his inventory. He then sat down and leaned the back of his head against the wall. The other kids looked worried and scared. He could tell they wanted him to tell them that everything was going to be okay, that he had a plan, that he knew how everything was going to go, and he knew how to avoid all the upcoming danger. But, as his heart beat in his chest, Sam realized that that was no longer the case. He recognized that beyond all the little things he had already done, he'd truly now created his first major divergence from his original timeline. He had changed history as the goddess had instructed him to. He took comfort in the fact that he still knew so much of the future history about to unfold, but he also now had to grapple with the fact that the further on this mission he went, the more unknowns he would create, and the future knowledge that he was able to leverage for his benefit would become more and more uncertain. As he looked up to the dark ceiling of their little alleyway hideout, Sam contemplated how much more chaos and destruction still lay ahead of them all, and hoped that his first few decisions in this new timeline were all for the better. The sounds of shivering teeth echoed throughout the orphans' hideout. They were all huddled close together near Sam's flame sword, trying to stay warm. Even for a hideout, hidden in a deserted alley in a forgotten part of the city, a cold, wintry draft still passed through. Sam held his knees together to stay warm. He knocked his forehead against his kneecap, thinking to himself. "This won't do," he thought. "We can't stay here for much longer." They'd spent the last few hours here resting, trying to come up with a plan, and discovering no solutions, only more problems and obstacles. Sam had quickly realized, as soon as he had felt the first whiff of the frosty draft outside, that more time had passed since they were in the White Gate than he had realized. It was no longer the month of Novrio, but the beginning of Wintersmid, the last month of the year. Hence, it was getting colder. Frost crystallized on the rooftops, walls, and individual cobbles of the street. Sam wasn't sure if this was a divergence from his original timeline or not. He winced thinking back to the painful memories of his previous lifetime. When he'd exited the White Gate then, he had been so stunned, the priests of the spectral church had swept him away to do further experiments on him. He didn't go outside again for some time after that. So he had no idea how much time had passed between entering the White Gate and leaving it in his previous timeline. He did know that the time difference between entering a White Gate and leaving it could be quite irregular. You could live 3 weeks in the White Gate trials only to return to the outside world, and only a minute had passed, or an hour, a week, a month, or even longer. It was outside of your control. Sam's teeth chattered uncontrollably. He tried to swirl the mana inside of himself, and that brought him a bit of warmth, but not much. He realized that if they didn't starve to death in this hideout, they were certainly going to freeze. And if they left to go somewhere warmer, the spectral church would find them and have authority over them to legally do whatever it is they wanted with them. Sam and his friends needed more than safety. They needed a more official form of protection. At the top of the Resfall Travelers Guild building sat the guildmaster, Edgar Redfield, in his office, looking over some papers while trying to ignore a nagging pain in his back. He could see from his office window that the moon and stars were out and a flurry of snow was beginning to fall. The cold outside made him grateful to be indoors in the comforts of his office and in the warmth of their mana heating devices along with the cozy glow of a nearby candle. The office was filled with bookshelves and old tomes, covering everything from the history of Westria to the Merchants' Guild of the Southern Kingdom of Opali. There was one set of books Edgar occasionally looked at, written by the same mysterious scribe. They went by the titles of Arcane Guildland, The Ballad of the Drunk Catshade, and The Legendary Tower Ascender. The scribe was a bit crazy, kept going on about something called the Tannerverse. He sighed and placed the papers down. "I didn't become guildmaster so I could be bogged down in administrative work," he grumbled in his head. The guild's finances were an even bigger pain in the neck than the actual pain in his neck. He suddenly hit a breaking point. He paused. His eyes furtively glanced to the door and back. Everyone's left for the evening already, Edgar thought. He calmly reached to the bottom drawer of his desk and slid the compartment open. Peeking out was a book with scantily clad women on the cover and the title, The Brilliant Buxom Ladies of Westria, Volume 8. He was about to reach for the book when there was a sudden knock on his door. Whoever was behind it didn't even wait for Edgar's answer and just pushed the door open. It was his assistant, and she looked worried. I was just finishing up," said the guildmaster, furiously slamming the bottom drawer of the desk. "And I actually don't answer to you. I'm the guildmaster. Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt your important work." "That's right, very important work," said the guildmaster. "Very important." "Something strange has happened downstairs," the assistant explained. "Strange?" Edgar huffed. Could this not be dealt by someone else? He felt the pain in his left shoulder throb and ache violently. It's all going wrong, he thought. I was supposed to have a nice, calm evening. "You're the only remaining member of senior command in the building right now, sir." Edgar shook his head in dismay and stood up from behind his desk. "Take me to the strange occurrence, then," he sighed. As he followed behind his assistant, they went down the stairs of the guild hall to the front foyer. There, huddled in the middle, was a large group of children. "What the heck is this?" Edgar grumbled in his head. "This better not be some creepy caroling choir that goes door to door and makes you listen to them sing and then demands you pay for the pleasure of sitting through the torture." As Edgar got closer, however, he could see that the children were not the kind of well-fed, spoiled children of nobles who'd come up with the shamelessly mercantile scheme of coming to him and making him listen to them sing. No, these kids were different. They were street kids. He could tell by their ragged clothes, the bruises on their arms, and the curious mix of both fierceness and fear swirling in their eyes. Edgar still wasn't sure what exactly the situation he was walking into was. The kids looked as if they needed a helping hand, but the laws in the city specifically put charity to the poor and destitute in the hands of the spectral church. Not that he trusted any of those fanatics. Even if he were to give a meal to these kids, which he'd gladly do, if the spectral church found out the Travelers Guild housed a group of street orphans, they could make quite the headache for him. But then things got even weirder. Right as Edgar was about to speak with the kids, one emerged at the front of the pack. It was a boy around 16 years old. He had shaggy black hair and strange red eyes unlike any Edgar had ever seen before. The black-haired boy was clearly the leader of the group. The first thing out of the boy's mouth was not, "Hello," or "We're hungry," or "Can we have some coin," or "Can we have a warm place to sleep tonight," or any of the things Edgar imagined the boy saying. No. Instead, the boy said something Edgar would never have been able to predict in a million years. "We'd all like to officially join the Travelers Guild." 49. Edgar Redfield's eyes twitched with disbelief at the young man's words. If the boy wasn't staring at him with such seriousness, he might have even laughed, but he judged it was better not to. Still, Edgar thought to himself, what the boy is asking for is absolutely preposterous. These kids wouldn't be able to afford the entry fee into their recruiting program, and even if Redfield was feeling generous, he couldn't sponsor all of them. That would be the exact kind of thing that would ruffle the feathers of the Archbishop of the Spectral Church. "I'm sorry," Edgar began, "but you can't just barge in here and become members of the Travelers Guild. That's not how it works. There are rules and procedures. You must train before you can enter the White Gate. What if I were to tell you we all just survived the White Gate already?" Edgar's eyes narrowed at the black-haired boy who had just interrupted him. Either the boy was speaking falsehoods and underestimating Edgar's intelligence, or he was speaking an unbelievable truth with multiple grave and troubling implications. The majority of these kids did not look ready to tackle a White Gate, let alone endure one and live to talk about it. The Guild's own recruits trained for over a year before being sent into the White Gate. Plus, their own recruits were normally children of nobles, merchants, people with the funding to enter a White Gate properly prepared. And many of those soldiers still didn't make it back from the White Gate alive. These street kids did not look the part. Then, there was the most troubling implication of them all. If Edgar was to believe that these kids had indeed survived the White Gate, He had to then ask, what white gate did they go through? The Travelers Guild housed a white gate that they sent all their recruits through when they were trained and ready for it. It was the only known white gate in all of Resfall. Could a white gate have spawned outside the city recently and it had gone undetected on any of the guild's scouting trips? Edgar shook his head. He concluded that the most likely scenario was that these kids were lying. They were miscreants. This was an elaborate con. It was probably this same group of children behind the mysterious Great Golden Hog theft that became the rumor all about town following the eve of Hallow's haunting a few months back. If you were to tell me you all had just survived the White Gate, sighed Edgar Redfield, I'd tell you you're lying. Now excuse me, I have work. Wait, said the black-haired boy. He sounded a bit less confident this time. He seemed more desperate than he initially appeared. The boy gulped before speaking. Travelers can sense other travelers' power, can't they? Why not use yours? Edgar narrowed his eyes at the boy. He seems to know more than he lets on. He's aware of mana sense. The guildmaster triggered his own mana sense, expecting to find nothing, only for his eyes to widen. All the children had the faintest, tiniest throbs of mana emanating from them. Unbelievable, gasped Redfield. They have tiny little mana cores. The children's mana levels were right where they should normally be for a group of people who had just survived the White Gate. Edgar then focused on the black-haired boy in front of him. The boy's mana levels were close to the others, but had the slightest hint to being stronger. The boy couldn't possibly be concealing his mana sense from me, Edgar thought with surprise. Could this boy be so skilled to dampen his own mana core to make him seem less powerful than he really is? They had novice-tier guild members with 2 stars to their names who weren't clever enough to do that, or could do it as skillfully as the boy in front of him was doing. Impressive, Redfield thought. Still, he wasn't sure what the best choice of action was here. There was something not right about all of this. Edgar could feel it. To accept these kids would be to let the guild accept whatever not goodness he was currently feeling in his gut. One moment, said Edgar. He then walked to the side with his assistant until they were out of earshot of the kids. What should we do? Asked Edgar. I don't know, said the assistant. You're the guildmaster. Yes, and you're my assistant, hissed Edgar. You're supposed to assist me in all things, like this decision. Is there any protocol we can draw upon? The assistant paused and thought for a moment before she spoke up. It's an odd situation. They're not our recruits. If they were, and they'd just survived the White Gate, the paperwork would already be worked out and they'd be official travelers. Since they've unlocked their powers far outside of our jurisdiction or knowledge, they're similar to a foreign traveler from another nation wishing to join our guild. In which case, we have a special test they could undergo. You know the one. Edgar nodded to his assistant's words. The test she was suggesting wasn't a bad idea. It would give them more knowledge of these kids' abilities, plus it would buy them a bit more time to figure out how these kids came to acquire these abilities. Edgar walked back to the group of kids and said, Okay, I'm starting to believe what you've told me. Still, we have protocols at the Travelers Guild and we can't just accept you so easily. You'll have to undergo a series of tests. We don't have time, said the black-haired boy. I thought if someone survived a White Gate, they automatically became a traveler. It's a little more complicated than that, said Edgar. How about I do the test on behalf of all of us? Asked the boy. You can sense that we're not lying to you, but my companions are tired and frail and fine, said Edgar. Only you have to take the test. The guildmaster didn't have a problem with this, as the black-haired boy was the one he was most curious to see display his powers. Sam's heart and mind was racing. He followed the guildmaster and his assistant down a hall and into a special room. The guildmaster was older, maybe mid-50s or even early 60s. He was balding and had a long gray beard. His shoulders were broad, and he exuded a confidence, strength, and wisdom that could only be gained through living many decades of life.
Clara, Toby, and his friends walked cautiously behind him. Sam wasn't too worried about the guild's test for him, but was more concerned with how much of his powers he wanted to display. From all that he remembered in his previous timeline, Edgar Redfield had been a fearsome and powerful traveler who had died in the build-up to the Elven genocide. He was an incredible fighter and one of the few travelers famous for having a mythic rarity class. From what Sam had been able to gather in his research in his first timeline, was that the Guildmaster had nothing to do with the assassination of Princess Alice Grace. But of course, Sam did not know that for sure, meaning until he could figure that out, he didn't want the powerful figure to know more about Sam than he needed to. That meant, whatever the test might bring, he should avoid using his new Death Lord abilities, and probably use a weapon other than his Berserker sword. Sam was juggling all the above thoughts along with the other more immediately pressing problem. The Spectral Church was definitely sending its minions all across the city to look for them. The only way they could stay protected long-term from the Spectral Church was if they became official travelers, and did so quickly. Very quickly. Everyone but Sam stepped into a separate partition, where they could observe Sam taking the test. Edgar gave his assistant the go-ahead to initiate the test.
The assistant fiddled with some machinery, and then suddenly a ripple of mana spread across the floorboards of the testing area. Emerging at the opposite end of the room were 3 creatures in the shape of goblins composed out of the mana. This was one of their training rooms where travelers could create artificial monsters to fight and test out new moves, abilities, and strategies. It didn't beat the real thing, but it was good for sharpening one's muscle memory and general battle instincts. "As soon as you move, the battle will begin," said the assistant to the boy in the testing area. The boy nodded and materialized a glowing blue mithril sword. The guildmaster smirked. "Now that's unexpected," Edgar thought to himself. "You don't normally see a mithril blade in the hands of a novice-tier traveler, let alone one who looks as impoverished as that boy." The boy rushed forward. Edgar crossed his arms. "Let's see what the kid can—" The 3 artificial goblins were destroyed within seconds. Impossible. Edgar turned to his assistant, whispering, "Did you turn up the difficulty like I had asked?" He had the feeling that the boy was talented ever since he caught wind of him concealing his mana. Before the test had started, he had told the assistant to raise the difficulty level to a place that even a highly skilled novice-tier traveler, close to ranking up to apprentice tier, would still struggle. "I did," said the assistant. Edgar turned back to the young man in the training area below. Some of his best novice-tier travelers, maybe even apprentice-tier travelers, would have struggled in that matchup. And this kid managed to defeat the powerful goblins within seconds? The guildmaster looked at the boy, amazed. How has this kid unlocked such an impressive level of power? 50 Edgar Redfield looked at the black-haired boy with amazement. For someone to be fighting at a level like what had just been displayed only hours after leaving a white gate was beyond remarkable. It was unheard of. Even the most prodigious travelers who Edgar had ever had the pleasure of mentoring in the guild had not displayed that level of battle prowess so early in their careers. Edgar's amazement only continued to grow with regards to the black-haired boy and his pals. But even still, the uncomfortable feeling he had from the start hadn't gone away. He still couldn't understand how these kids unlocked traveler abilities, and how this one particular young man had become so strong already. Edgar wasn't sure he wanted to make any of these kids official travelers until he got to the bottom of that mystery. He was about to question them more seriously when a powerful knock echoed from far across the building back at the front door. Everyone but Edgar jumped with shock at the sound. They shouldn't have been able to hear a normal knock from where they were in the building, but someone had clearly imbued their fist with enough mana to make their knock heard all across the building. Edgar's eyes narrowed. First, the arrival of these weird kids, then a powerful knock at the door of the guild hall in the middle of the night, Edgar mused. This doesn't feel right at all. "All of you wait here," said the guildmaster. "Don't you dare leave this room." The guildmaster left his assistant and the strange kids in the testing room and headed back to the front of the guild hall. He placed his hand on the front door and paused. He triggered mana sense. He could feel a huge force of power emanating from beyond the door. All of which meant it was no surprise when he opened it to find the Archbishop of the Spectral Church standing in front of him, along with 20 traveler priests behind him. And so the night gets weirder and weirder, Edgar mused, eyeing up the Archbishop and his cronies. "Good evening, Guildmaster Redfield," said the Archbishop. "How odd of you to be answering the door at this hour." Edgar smirked. The slimy creep, Redfield thought. "I've always despised you." "I could point out how odd it is for you to be knocking on my guild's door so late at night," said Edgar calmly. "But then that would make me lose sight of the great pleasure it is to see you." Redfield narrowed his eyes, making sure that the Archbishop understood how much he still despised the man, even if he was using pleasant words to greet him. "We won't trouble you for long," said the Archbishop. "We're just wondering if you could assist us with a small dilemma we're having. It seems an entire group of orphans has disappeared on us. We're hard at work trying to locate them and make sure they're out of harm's way. You haven't seen a large group of children at all, have you? Or had any reports of any sightings?" Edgar frowned, pretending as if he had not encountered anything that evening that would prove helpful to the Spectral Church in the slightest. Still, this was an opportunity for Edgar to gather more information about the strange kids who had arrived at his guild only 30 minutes before. "I've not seen any," said Edgar, "but I'll keep my eye out for you. Any particular features that I should keep a lookout for?" The Archbishop nodded. "Yes, there's one boy in particular who seems to be leading the pack. He's got black hair and red eyes. He's the most dangerous of the group." Edgar concealed his smile. "So, the church is indeed searching for the exact same kids currently in the guild's testing room." "Well, it is truly unfortunate you haven't seen them," said the Archbishop. "Do you mind if we take a step into the premises?" Edgar crossed his arms. "That won't be necessary. Most of the guild is asleep. Maybe you can come back again tomorrow if you'd like?" The Archbishop's mouth twitched as it tried to fight off scowling at the guildmaster. "Very well," said the Archbishop. "We'll wish you good night." The Archbishop and his cronies turned around to leave and head out into the cold, nighttime city. Just as Edgar was about to close the door and breathe a sigh of relief, the Archbishop spun on his heels. "One last thing, Guildmaster," said the Archbishop. Edgar's stomach lurched at the sight of the man smirking. What does he know that I don't know? Edgar thought. "Do you mind explaining why my mana sense can pick up a large group of novice-tier mana users in the back of your guild hall?" said the Archbishop. "There is clearly a group of people who aren't asleep, as you previously suggested." Crap, Edgar thought. Most of those kids clearly have no idea how to manipulate their mana cores. "If it turns out you're hiding the kids we're looking for, Guildmaster," said the Archbishop, "that could cause a lot of difficulties for the Travelers Guild. You wouldn't want to upset the uneasy truce currently held between the Church and the Guild." Edgar bristled. Outside of the Volsungar royal family, the Spectral Church and the Travelers Guild were the two most powerful institutions in both the city itself and the country at large. Before the arrival of the Dungeon Gates, Archbishop Balin was without a doubt the second most powerful man in Resfall. However, that all changed when the Dungeon Gates arrived. The emergence of the Dungeon Gates created large-scale political upheaval and strife all across Westria, as different nations and races evolved to suit their newly changing world. With the best soldiers in his army, the former king of Volsungar created the Travelers Guild to train and recruit more powerful fighters, who could enter the Dungeon Gates to gain power and protect them all. From the Guild's inception, it had always been in tension with the Spectral Church, who had believed they should have had total control of training travelers. In the end, the Spectral Church was the only other institution outside of the Royal Army and the Travelers Guild to be allowed the privileges of training and preparing soldiers to become travelers. The merchants or different craftsmen's guilds were not allowed such privileges. The Travelers Guild, therefore, had to offer their white gate to the Spectral Church once a month for their own trained regiments to enter, and the church was allowed to entice any new novice-tier travelers to join their institution instead. All of this had been decreed about a year after the arrival of the dungeon gates by the late king of Volsungar, Victor Grace, as a means of stopping an all-out civil war among the different factions of Resfall. And yet, even still, here we are with the threat of bloodshed percolating so close to the surface of reality, Edgar thought. The guildmaster stared at the archbishop dead in the eye and pieced together a few mysteries that had cropped up over the course of that cold wintersmid evening. The archbishop was aware of the children and knew they had unlocked traveler abilities, which was why he even thought to search for them with his mana sense. But how could the archbishop be aware of children who had unlocked traveler abilities when none of them went through the white gate that was controlled by the Travelers Guild? There was only one explanation. The archbishop and the spectral church knew of another white gate, one they were clearly keeping secret from the guild, the royal family, and everyone else. While Edgar couldn't prove it there and then, he was confident in his deductions. And how is it exactly that these children came to be with traveler abilities? Asked Edgar. The archbishop no longer hid his scowl. The powerful figure took a step back. "That is not the issue in question," said the archbishop, regaining his composure. "The issue in question is those orphans belong to the jurisdiction of the spectral church. You don't have the authority to keep them inside your guild hall. Now return them at once." Redfield shook his head and smirked. "I can't believe I'm actually about to do this," he thought. "This is not how I saw my evening going." "Sorry, Balin," said Edgar. "The kids are no longer your responsibility. For as of this evening, they have all officially become travelers in the Travelers Guild." The archbishop scowled at the guildmaster even more furiously than he had a few moments before. "You've made me very angry, Edgar," said the archbishop. "I won't forget this." With that, the powerful priest turned and walked back into the city with his small regiment of acolytes behind him. Edgar watched the antagonist late-night visitors disappear into the throng of city streets and then returned back inside the guild hall, closing the door behind him. He leaned his head against the shut door and sighed, as if tensions with the spectral church weren't thorny enough already. He returned to the testing room and found his assistant and the strange kids all looking at him with concern. "Why the long faces?" asked Edgar. "You're all official travelers now." The kids were silent, momentarily shocked, before they suddenly cheered with excitement. They all looked excited except for the black-haired kid, who looked to be sighing with relief. "He's clever, that one," Edgar thought. He knew that the spectral church was looking for them, and the only way to escape their clutches was to become official travelers. That was why he was in such a rush with the initial test. He knew that he didn't have long. "I'm sure you all have questions," said Edgar, "but they'll have to wait until the morning." He turned to his assistant and gave her orders to get the kids some food and prepare a dorm for all of them. "Lead them all to the dining hall," said Edgar. As they left, Edgar pointed to the black-haired boy. "You there," he said. "I'd like a word." Suddenly, it was just Edgar and the young man in the testing room, alone. "You don't need me to tell you who was at the door just now, do you?" said Edgar. The young man stared at Edgar and didn't say anything. "I've just done you a pretty big favor," said Edgar. "Some gratitude would be nice. Answers as well." "What do you want to know?" said the young man. "First off, what's your name?" "Sam." Edgar had already pieced together that they were all orphans. He wouldn't quiz the kid on his lack of a surname. "All right, Sam, nice to meet you. My name is Edgar." "I know." The guild master grinned. "Where did you unlock your traveler abilities?" "In the White Gate." "Which White Gate is this?" said Edgar. "It wasn't the one housed in our guild." The boy hesitated for a moment, as if he knew the information he had was explosive, that it could cause great strife throughout the city. The kid was smart enough, however, to see that Edgar already had a pretty good idea of the situation. "It's a secret one," said Sam, "hidden at the bottom of the grand cathedral of the spectral church." "Those slime balls," grumbled Edgar. "Do you know how long they've had the gate in their control?" Sam shook his head.
Did they prepare you for going into the White Gate? Sam shook his head. Do you have any idea why they'd send you and your fellow orphans into a dangerous White Gate? The boy clenched his fists, and a brief swell of anger showed up on his face before he took a deep breath. They wanted to find out what kind of classes someone could unlock if they murdered a countless number of people in the tutorial of the White Gate. The boy explained. Edgar's eyebrows raised at that. His stomach lurched. That might be the most despicable thing I've ever heard, said the guildmaster. Do you not believe me? Asked the boy. Oh, I think it's despicable because I don't doubt you for a second, said the guildmaster, reiterating his stance on the matter. The guildmaster felt a swell of anger rise in him. Throwing innocent people into a White Gate as an experiment, Edgar thought to himself, I can't think of a more abominable and grotesque action. Edgar grew more and more sick just thinking about it. Now that you know, said the boy.
What are you going to do about it?
If I could, I'd go burn the cathedral to the ground with all the senior members of the spectral church roasting inside, said Edgar. But hating your enemy is not always enough to defeat them. So, I'll go meditate, cultivate my mana, train myself, get stronger. Prepare for the day when I get the opportunity to topple such a horrific institution sucking life force out of Volsungar. The boy nodded. Are you satisfied with that answer? The boy nodded again. Can I rely on you to behave the same way? Sam nodded his head once more. This young man only gets more and more interesting, Redfield thought. At his age, if I were in his shoes, I'd be rushing to break the bones of every member of the spectral church. This young man's lack of hot-bloodedness suggests a wisdom far beyond his years. Edgar then gestured for the young man to run along. If you head out that way and turn right, you won't miss the dining hall, said Edgar. I'm sure your friends are wondering what happened to you. Sam nodded and walked out of the testing room. Edgar watched the boy go and then sighed. This is bad, the guildmaster thought to himself. The spectral church has always had such a vicious hunger for power. And now that they had their own secret White Gate that they could use to train people, they'd be able to create a whole army of powerful traveler priests. This will have to be investigated further, Edgar thought. Unfortunately, there's only one thing that is still achievable this evening. Rest. Sam found his friends sitting in a large dining hall, devouring huge pieces of bread along with large bowls of soup. Sam smiled at the big bowl and piece of bread clearly waiting for him and sat down right in front of it. What did that old guy want? Asked Clara. Clara, that was the guildmaster of the guild, said Toby. Please don't get us kicked out of here after we've barely joined.
Can they do that? Do you know, Sam? I really don't want to be thrown back out into the streets to die of hypothermia and have my body feasted upon by street rats. Some of us are still eating, grumbled Clara, nudging Toby in the ribs. Guildmaster, that's cool. Maybe I can be that someday. Sam grinned. You're a long way from being guildmaster, Clara. Edgar Redfield is a master-tier traveler. He's one of the strongest travelers in the entire country, if not all of Westria. Whoa, said Clara. Whoa is right, said Sam, ripping his bread in half and dipping it into the soup and then taking a bite. The first bite was a delicious jolt to the senses. He hadn't had food this good in a long time. This is incredible, said Sam. The entire table groaned with delight. We know. After the orphans had eaten a second and, for some of them, even a third bowl of soup, a guild assistant then escorted them all to a large dormitory where they would be sleeping for the foreseeable future. All right, that's about it, said the guild assistant. I'll leave you all now to it. Tomorrow you'll be walked through the basics of what it means to be a member of the Travelers Guild. Until then, good night. Clara, Toby, and Sam waited for the guild member to close the door before they turned to one another. The three friends all looked to each other eagerly. Sam had a feeling of what was on their minds. They'd been in such a hurry after exiting the White Gate, first escaping the clutches of the spectral church, then finding their hideout, and then, finally, seeking membership with the Travelers Guild, that they never had a chance to share with each other what classes they had unlocked while in the class-choosing zone. "You go first, Tobes," said Clara. Toby let out a sigh. "I'm sure it's not as cool as any of the ones you got. I got a choice of 3 common classes, Wizard, Ranger, and Warrior, and so I obviously went for—" "Wizard for sure," Clara interrupted. "How did you know?" "Something about wielding magical spells that could hurt monsters from afar, emphasis on afar. Seems like it would appeal to you, Tobes," Clara said. Toby blushed. "Well, you're right. I chose Wizard. I can't believe I'm a traveler now, to be honest. That we're all travelers. I haven't even tried my novice tier ability yet. I'm not even sure if I could at the moment." Sam nodded, listening closely to his friend. Wizard was a good class pick for Toby, though. It had some initial startup challenges. Mainly that for most travelers exiting the White Gate, their magic affinity was still super low, and that was a most important stat for those with the Wizard class. Sam explained all this to Toby and said he would teach him how to absorb mana stones before they went to bed that evening. Toby could get to work on raising his magic affinity stat straight away. "Amazing. Thank you, Sam," said Toby. "But enough about me. Clara, what did you pick?" "Like you, Tobes, I got the 3 same common options," Clara explained. "I picked Warrior because I want to fight my enemies up close and personal." "Whoa," said Toby. "Amazing. So brave." Sam grinned. Of the common class options, Sam was glad to hear Clara picked Warrior. That was definitely the right class for her. He was not surprised that Clara and Toby hadn't unlocked any uncommon or rare classes. They had survived and fought valiantly in the White Gate, but you really had to do something out of the ordinary to unlock the better classes. Sam wondered whether he should have worked harder to have helped them unlock other classes while they were in the gate. But he shook his head at the thought. His priority had been survival for his friends, and they had just barely achieved that. Plus, despite what others might argue, the common traveler classes were quite powerful, especially early on in a traveler's career. The abilities usually held a lot of raw power in them that was handy and easy to use, unlike, say, his Blood Knight's Pain Ring ability. The latter was an ability that could be exploited for incredible gains, but the trade-off was a lack of an immediate and easy-to-use power, as well as high level of risk to achieve the significant power-ups. So, in many cases, the common classes were a great choice for many aspiring travelers. The common class's biggest downside had more to do against other travelers, as the common class's ability set was generally well known. This meant there were less opportunities for surprising, knowledgeable opponents. That said, there were ways to customize the common classes and develop them in interesting and unique ways. Sam grinned as he imagined the different ways Clara and Toby could progress with their new traveler abilities. Of course, it would have to be up to them, and he would have to let them figure it out for themselves. The thing that brought Sam the most happiness was simply the fact that Toby and Clara were here with him, alive. They could make the worst choices with their classes if they wanted. He didn't mind. He was just happy that they were here with him now. Hello to Sam?" said Clara, waving her hands in front of Sam to get his attention. Sam snapped out of his spiraling thoughts of the different class builds his friends could pursue and returned to the conversation. "You haven't shared what class you unlocked," said Toby. "Now spill." Sam paused. He wasn't sure how much information he wanted to divulge to either Clara or Toby. He had already kept secret to them the fact that he was from the future, sent back in time by the goddess to save Westria from total annihilation. He figured he would continue to keep that close to his chest. But he couldn't keep everything secret from his friends, or they would grow to mistrust him. So he figured it was okay to tell them about his newly unlocked class. "Okay, I'll tell you my class," said Sam. "But you have to promise to keep it an absolute secret from everyone else. The other orphans, the other guild members. Even if the guildmaster asks you, you have to lie and say you don't know. Got it?" "This sounds like dangerous information," said Toby. "Maybe we don't even want to know. Some knowledge is dangerous enough to get people killed." Clara nudged Toby. "Shut it. We want to know." Sam looked them both with a serious expression. "I unlocked a class called Death Lord." Toby and Clara stared at Sam in stunned silence. The first to break the quiet was Toby, clutching onto Clara's shoulders and shaking her. "See? This is the exact type of information that will definitely get us killed." "Let go of me, you neurotic maniac," Clara hissed. She pushed Toby away from her, and after a moment to settle down, Clara returned to the conversation at hand. "Sam, just to make sure we're on the same page here," said Clara, "you agree that the class Death Lord sounds, how do I put this, evil as heck?" "Yep. Definitely evil villain vibes with a class name like that," Toby chimed in. Sam nodded. "This is part of the reason why I don't want to advertise it. From what I understand, it's a fairly unique class." "Oh yeah?" asked Clara. "What's the rarity for it?" Sam gulped. "Legendary." The stunned silence returned once again. Tears began to flood from Toby's eyes and roll down his pudgy cheeks. "I wish we had never asked you about your class. We're definitely going to die just for knowing you." The next day, Sam and the rest of the orphans woke up early and moseyed their way down to the dining hall, where for breakfast there was a table full of hot food: eggs, bacon, sausage, hash browns, baked beans, and more. "You mean," said one of the younger orphans, "we can take as much as we like?" "I don't think I've seen this much food on offer in my entire life," said Toby. His eyes narrowed and looked at the food, and then over his shoulder. "Suspicious, isn't it? You wouldn't know a good thing, even if it was standing in front of you, would you, Tobes?" said Clara, loading up her plate with an extra stack of hash browns. "Yeah, I would," he said. "I just wait for someone else to eat the good thing first to make sure it wasn't poison. Look, Sam's already finished his first plate and he looks all right, so I'm good to go." Toby sat down to eat his food, and Clara couldn't help but notice the other orphans were all being quite hesitant with the food on offer. "Attention!" said Clara, scaring the younger orphans to stand up straight. "The guild has generously offered us this food, so I make it an order that we eat as much of it to each of our hearts and stomachs' content." The kids all nodded, and then started loading up their plates like their lives depended on it. They ate, drank coffee, and generally relaxed when a guild assistant turned up at the dining hall, sweat on her forehead and her cheeks rosy, as if she'd been running around the entire guild building looking for them all. "What are you all doing?" panted the assistant. "Your commencement ceremony is happening in 20 minutes. The assistant practically pulled the kids out of their chair and shuffled them back up to their dormitory, where the assistant had given them each a pile of new clothes on the end of their beds. "Come on, get dressed," said the assistant. The clothing was plain and of good quality: socks, trousers, undershirts, and tunics. But the most exciting garment of them all was the official Travelers Guild cloak each of them had been gifted. The cloak was made of fine, high-quality material. It was a dark shade of royal blue, with a white insignia of 2 swords etched on the back of it. All the kids were excited after putting on their new clothes and cloak. Sam couldn't help but be pretty excited by it as well. In his first timeline, he'd been swept up into being a member of the Traveler Priests in the Spectral Church, and then a Traveler Mercenary. He'd worked alongside the Travelers Guild before, but he'd never been an official member. He'd never been someone who had donned the official blue cloak. Now, he would be. He smiled at his reflection in a nearby mirror. The blue cloak looked good on him. Once they were all fully dressed, the assistant escorted them downstairs to the courtyard of the Travelers Guild. A small podium had been erected, and a few mana-powered balloons floated in the air, glowing. It was a magical and wondrous sight. Edgar Redfield, the guildmaster, smiled at the group of kids as they came out into the courtyard. Standing behind him were his assistants and a few other senior members of the guild. The assistant shuffled Sam and everyone else into a single file towards the podium. "We are gathered here today for a very special occasion," Guildmaster Redfield began. We have had a sudden and surprising windfall of talented new recruits. Travelers Guild General Olivia Reeves strode into the guild hall and was surprised to find it completely quiet. There was no assistant or anyone to greet them. No one's even guarding the entrance, Olivia thought. What the heck is going on? Where is everybody? Maybe they're on their lunch break, said her squad member, Brock Skidmore. They take their lunches in shifts, sighed her other colleague, Curtis Ashgrove. You'd know that if you paid any attention whatsoever. I believe I was paying attention when I chopped that lizard Naga swordsman's head off before it killed you, said Brock, crossing his arms. My spell was precisely 1.5 seconds from going off, and on the basis of the aerodynamic speed by which his spear was heading towards me, he was going to hit me within 1.8 seconds, so I assure you, I did not need your assistance. I was fine, thank you very much. You two shush, said Olivia as she took another step into the hall. She could hear the guildmaster speaking as if he was giving a speech. She eventually could see a crowd had gathered out in the courtyard of the guild hall. It looked like a graduation ceremony for new recruits. Last I checked, the guild hadn't sent any new recruits into the White Gate in a couple of weeks, Olivia thought to herself. She looked at the kids going up one by one, getting their official traveler's pins on their chest. Who the heck are these kids? She thought. Most of them looked too young to be sent into the White Gate, and the few kids that did look old enough, she didn't recognize a single one of them. Olivia crossed her arms as she watched the scene unfold. She knew there was something off or strange about this ceremony, but she couldn't exactly say why. It was finally Sam's turn to step up to the podium. He walked up and Guildmaster Redfield grinned at him, and then materialized a blue pin badge and placed it on his chest. The badge indicated that he was an official Travelers Guild member. The blue color denoted the color of his internal mana, which was also the color associated with the tier of his class, Novice tier. After getting his pin badge and shaking hands with the Guildmaster, Sam walked off the podium and joined the other kids. Let's offer a big congratulations to the newest members of the Resfall Travelers Guild, said Guildmaster Redfield. Everyone in the courtyard cheered. Sam couldn't help but notice a group of 3 travelers who were watching the ceremony from a distance. The woman had an orange pin badge denoting she was of one of the highest tier groups a traveler could ascend to. She was an adept tier traveler. The only person higher that Sam knew was the Guildmaster, who had a red badge to denote his master tier status. The 2 men behind her each had yellow badges to denote their journeyman tiers. One was a tall, elegant-looking elf with the wizard class, who was known as Curtis Ashgrove. The other man was a stocky dwarf with the warrior class, known as Brock Skidmore. It took a moment for him to place them, and then he remembered who they were from his previous timeline. The 3 of them had been on the battlefield in his original timeline, fighting against the Demon King and his hordes exiting through the Black Gates. He remembered that even them, some of the strongest travelers in the final army, didn't last very long against the demon threat. Seeing the 3 of them alive now made him both happy and melancholic. All 3 of them were valiant fighters, but it hammered home just how far Sam had to go in preparation for the upcoming apocalypse that was just under 5 years away. He didn't just have to catch up to Olivia Reeves and her colleagues. He had to surpass them. Beyond the variation in color, the other major difference between the pin badges that Sam and his friends had just acquired and the badges of the other guild members was that their badges were empty, whereas the other members had an assortment of stars on them. Redfield began to explain exactly that. Now that you're officially travelers, you'll now begin doing missions and assignments on behalf of the guild. Some of these missions will be assigned, others will be optional and up to you based on the missions listed on the mission board inside. All of your missions and assignments will be determined based on your tier. That said, there's a huge gulf between a beginner, novice tier traveler and one who is close to ranking up to apprentice tier. To keep track of these differences, the guild also has the star system. You'll notice right now your badges are blank. You are considered 0-star travelers. As you take on more and more missions, you'll acquire more stars, up to 3 for your tier group. Missions assigned to a 3-star novice-tier traveler will be the highest level of mission you can go on until you've ranked up to apprentice tier. That's if you ever rank up. Many travelers never go far beyond where you are now. For some, they just don't have the willpower, strength, or fortitude to ascend to the higher tiers of power. But the more frequent reason travelers don't reach the next tier of power is because they die before they're ever able to. I say this not to scare you, but to warn you and prepare you for the great responsibility that being a traveler means. I believe in each and every one of you. That is all for now. Good luck. Everyone cheered and clapped. Redfield was about to step up off the podium when Sam raised his hand. The guildmaster turned and looked at him funny. They were now preparing to have a post-ceremony lunch that the guildmaster was clearly in an eager rush to get to. This isn't the time for question. Sam cut the guildmaster off, shocking everyone in the courtyard. Even more shocking was what he said next. How soon can we start? 54. Over the next week, Sam and the others settled into the life and work of being official travelers. Despite their glamorous new blue cloaks and pin badges, they never got close to a single dungeon gate. To Sam's chagrin, the week was spent doing odd jobs for the guild, cleaning up the bathrooms, standing guard at the front entrance, and helping out local Resfall citizens with minor problems. Over the course of the last few days, they saved 3 cats that had got stuck in trees and solved the mystery of the missing beer barrel. The pub workers were drinking it. Both Clara and Toby managed to gain some tutelage for their respective new classes with the members of Olivia Reeves' squad. Brock Skidmore, famous in Sam's previous timeline as one of the greatest fighters to ever wield a warhammer, gave Clara some good warrior exercises and drills, showing her the best ways to use her first unlocked ability. Similarly, Curtis Ashgrove, whose feats of lightning magic in Sam's first life became known all across Westria, gave Toby good wizard practice exercises, walking the boy through how to cultivate his magic affinity and the different pathways someone with the wizard class could take. The most eventful part of the week for Sam, however, was their unofficial assignment. Operation Rescue Roxy, the Unicow. Sam, Clara, and Toby were all aware that they'd left Roxy behind, but they didn't know the best way to get her back. Certainly, when they had first exited the White Gate, returning to the orphanage was the last thing they had wanted to do. Even on the evening when Sam and his 2 friends went to get Roxy, fear filled their hearts. "What if they're waiting for us?" said Toby as they hid behind some bushes in a park near their old orphanage. "They could snatch us up and lock us away." "We can't leave Roxy behind," said Clara. "She's a part of our crew." "You're just saying that because you're addicted to Unicow milk." Clara turned and looked to Toby with a serious gaze. "Are you telling me you're not? Don't you think the Travelers Guild porridge and muesli would be so much better with a splash of delicious Unicow milk?" Toby sighed. "I can't believe I'm risking my life for milk." The trio of friends stalked through the shadows of the night and made their way to their former home. Peeking through the windows, they found that their dormitory was empty. The spectral church had yet to replace them with new orphans. They climbed through the window and then tiptoed to Clara's former office. Sam kept guard at the back in case there were any traveler priests waiting in the shadows to attack them. "Please be here, please be here, please be here," whispered Clara over and over again as she turned the doorknob to her former office and pulled the door open. They stood there stunned. It was too dark to see anything. "Roxy?" said Clara. "Are you there?" Sam materialized his flame sword so they could get a bit more light to see the contents of the room. He swung it around, and to his dismay, Roxy was no longer there. "They must have taken her away," said Toby, wiping a tear from his eye. "What do you think they'll do with her?" Sam's face was downcast. "I don't even want to think about it." They started heading to the door when a strange noise came out of nowhere. "Did you hear that?" hissed Clara. "Ghosts?" whispered Toby. "No," said Clara. "Be quiet."
They stood still and waited for the noise again. This time the noise was a lot louder. Moo! Roxy! They all cheered. They ran back to Clara's former office and looked again more closely. Roxy emerged from a pile of extra blankets, cloths, and sheets. They all hugged the unicow. "Roxy!" cried Toby. "I'm so happy to see you're all right." Sam hugged Roxy tightly as well. In his first life, he'd never had a chance of owning a pet. Roxy was his first.
And he really could see what all the fuss was about. Carrying Roxy out, though, proved to be more challenging than they were expecting. Clara and Toby climbed out the window while Sam lifted Roxy to squeeze her through. It should have been simple enough, but the unicow kept kicking Sam in the face every time he tried to lift her. "Come on, Roxy," said Sam. "We need to get out of here." Eventually, after a few more tries, Sam was able to get Roxy to calm down and get their unicow friend out the window. Soon, the three friends were heading down the cobbled paths of Resfall, dragging a large unicow with them. The group's next biggest obstacles were the assistants and clerks at the front of the Travelers' Guild Hall. "What the heck is that?" "It's a unicow," Sam explained. "You're not bringing that in here, are you?" The clerks all groaned. "This is the problem with you travelers," said one of the head clerks. "Always inviting trouble." It took some pleading, but eventually the clerks accepted Roxy the unicow, and they found a little home for her with the horses in the stable, though she was given her own stable for her own comfort. Finally, it could truly be said that all the members of Orphanage H had now officially come to live at the Resfall Travelers' Guild Hall. 55. At the end of their first week of being official travelers, Sam and his friends sat around the dining hall to discuss how things were going so far. "It's great," said Toby. "We haven't had to fight a single monster or enter a dungeon gate at all. If I knew being a traveler was like this, I would have signed up ages ago." "That is 100% a lie," said Clara. "You would never in a million years sign up on your own accord, not to mention as orphans under the authority of the Spectral Church. We wouldn't have been allowed." "Well, I'm here now," said Toby, lifting a pint of unicow milk. "And I'm loving it." Sam was a lot less happy than how their first week had gone compared to Toby. They needed to start doing real assignments that would help them get stronger and gain more stars in the guild. Sam was realizing he had a short window of opportunity to train before he really needed to focus on stopping the first major historically catastrophic event from his first timeline, the assassination of Princess Alice Grace. Thankfully, it was still only Wintersmid. The new year would start next month in Jannar, and then he still had a few months until the time of the assassination, which happened at the Spring Festival at the beginning of Mai. In summary, he still had about 5 months to prepare. It should be enough to get the preparations he needed in place and to reach a level of strength to stop the horrible event that completely changed the history of Westria for the worse. Sam couldn't help but wonder what the world would look like if Princess Alice Grace had not been killed and had properly ascended the throne of Resfall to rule the Volsunger kingdom. What does that world even look like? Sam wondered. He wasn't sure of the details, but he knew it was a world that was a better and happier place than the timeline he had lived through, and he couldn't wait to discover what it might actually be like to live in. He decided there and then, as he was sitting at the dining table with Clara and Toby, that he was ready to step up his own training. And so, later that night, after they'd all gone to bed in their dormitory, Sam got up and gathered his things and went to head out into the night. "Where are you going?" whispered a voice. Sam had made it to the door. He thought everyone had fallen asleep already, and that he'd been quiet enough to not wake anyone up. He turned around and saw it was Clara. She was sitting up on her bed and rubbing her eyes. "If you're going off to face danger, let me come with you," said Clara. Sam sighed. He was worried something like this might happen. Both Clara and Toby were dear to his heart, and he had spent his first few months in this new timeline training both himself and also them and the other orphans as well. He'd held their hands for long enough. He had helped his friends survive the White Gate.
They now had traveler abilities and the means to get stronger themselves. He had to now trust that they could rely on themselves to do so. "Not tonight," said Sam. "Tonight, I must train on my own." He looked at Clara with dead seriousness, and she nodded her head in understanding. With that, the girl went back to bed, and Sam closed the door to the dormitory behind him. Sam headed down the stairs of the guild hall towards the area where the Traveler Mission Board was kept. He looked over the section that kept all the novice tier assignments. He glanced at what was available to novice tier traveler with 0 stars in the guild. There was an assignment that involved helping a nearby baker bake some cookies for the destitute, or another one that involved helping an elderly man go for a walk in the afternoon during the week to help him stay fit and healthy. Sam frowned at the available assignments. Some of these missions are so basic, it doesn't even matter if you're a traveler or not, Sam thought.
He decided to glance over to some of the other assignments on the mission board, just beyond his current level. His eyes widened at one mission in particular. It was a 3-star novice tier mission that required a minimum of 4 travelers and at least 1 apprentice tier traveler as well. It was a simple mission to clear a standard blue dungeon gate. The reason it had extra requirements was because it was discovered a bit later, and so there were only a few more days until it could potentially result in a dungeon break, meaning the guild wanted whoever was going to take the mission on to clear it straight away on the first try. But Sam's eyes widened at more than just the prospect of an effective and challenging training mission. He was suddenly recalling a minor disaster from his first timeline. Minor only in that it didn't send the world towards its doom like the assassination of Princess Alice Grace, but definitely not minor in the scale of its dead body count. How could I have forgotten, he thought. This wasn't a mission to take lightly. More than that, he had to get to work on clearing it straight away. Sam didn't sign out the mission or anything. The clerks would never allow him to. He just took in the relevant info and then headed out into the night to take on the challenge. The Blue Dungeon Gate was located about 2 hours outside of the city near the town of Lighthold. Sam got there by foot, sending mana into his feet to make sure he ran faster. It was the most efficient way to travel. Sending mana into his feet made him move faster, but it also helped train his agility stat along with his magic affinity stat. Sam didn't want to waste any time not maximizing his gains. When he arrived just outside the dungeon gate, he took a moment to catch his breath. He stared at the Blue Dungeon Gate. The large glowing portal lit up the entire darkened nighttime forest, adding a blue hue to everything nearby. The silhouettes of the rooftops of the town of Lighthold were dark shadows in the distance. The homes to so many innocent people, all of whom would die if Sam didn't get to work. Sam was eager to enter the dungeon gate. This was going to be his first dungeon gate since he had survived the White Gate for the second time. His stats were higher. He had more abilities now, more weaponry and equipment. He had cleared the Blue Dungeon Gates before entering the White Gate in this new timeline. He couldn't wait to see what the difference was now that he was even more powerful. With that sense of keen excitement, Sam stepped into the Blue Dungeon Gate. He immediately appeared in a large field of bright green grass with a blue sky overhead. Sam immediately took on a defensive stance and looked around. It was a grassland dungeon world, which was a little bit more difficult than a cavern dungeon world. In a cavern, you had a bit of breathing room upon entering the dungeon, as usually there weren't any monsters coming to attack from behind you, whereas in a grassland dungeon, monsters might attack you from any direction. Usually, that wasn't the case, as a blue dungeon was typically on the easier end of dungeons, but it was still a greater possibility in a grassland dungeon compared to a cavern dungeon. Sam was just about to relax when the ground at his feet began to rumble. Here they come, Sam thought. Sam quickly materialized his deadly berserker sword and got ready to take on the approaching threat. Bursting out from the ground nearby was a group of ant-like creatures with sharp, sickle-like metal claws for hands. Let the training begin, Sam thought, and rushed at them with his sword. He triggered his pain ring ability. A red circle shot out from him and took on a large, circular radius that encompassed both him and his attackers. He swung his berserker sword and chopped one of the humanoid ant-like warriors in half. Green goo shot out from its body. Sam was pleased. His increased strength and equipment was clearly paying off. He didn't even have to rely on taking damage to increase his strength with the power of the Pain Ring ability. He just had the stat advantage over his current opponents. He sliced up the other opponents with just as much ease. But he didn't have a chance to relax as more ant warriors showed up. Maybe they're weak individually, but they have strength in their absurd numbers, Sam thought to himself. As 5 more ant warriors emerged out of the ground, Sam took in the corpses of the monsters he'd already killed. Most of them had disintegrated into mana stones, but some of the green goo still drenched the grass nearby. Sam grinned. It was an opportunity to test out his new Death Lord ability. As the newly arrived ant warriors charged at him, he triggered Blood Flame. The green goo suddenly erupted into a huge amount of crimson-red flames, roasting the ant warriors alive in seconds. More than that, the ant warriors seemed to react much more negatively to the blood flame compared to other monsters. Many of their limbs exploded from mere contact with the magic fire. After destroying the wave of warriors, Sam waited for more enemies to arrive. But after 60 seconds, he finally took a moment to relax. He gathered up the mana stones left behind by the ant creatures and contemplated everything he'd learned from the fight with them. He was incredibly pleased to discover that his Death Lord's Blood Flame ability did not rely purely on conventional red blood from humans, but seemingly any lifeblood or liquid that coursed through a creature would trigger the ability. Even more fascinating was how the ants reacted to blood flame differently to other monsters. Sam thought this fact had the potential to be something truly powerful and exploitable in this dungeon. He materialized an empty health potion from his inventory and filled the glass tube with as much of the remaining green goo as he could find. He had managed to gather about half of the potion with the green blood of the ant warriors. Sam looked around and contemplated what he should do next. Grassland dungeons were often massive zones and usually had a large amount of monsters, which made them a great location for training. He knew from his previous timeline that thousands of ant warriors lived in this dungeon. Hordes of them had gone on to ravage the nearby town of Lighthold in an event known as the Winstermid Massacre. Sam was determined to stop it and reap all the gains from doing so. 56. Sam triggered his mana sense to see if he could gather any information. His eyes widened as soon as he did so. Sam's mana sense instantly made him feel in much more danger than he had been feeling before. Even though Sam couldn't see any monsters in front of him, his mana sense suggested that he was surrounded by a large number of monsters. He bristled at the knowledge, instantly feeling a bit uncomfortable and twitchy. He looked at the mounds of dirt and grass left behind by the ant warriors. There must be countless numbers of them burrowed underground, Sam realized. A grin began to creep onto his face. This is a training gold mine. He walked over to the mounds of dirt to study where the ants had come from. They were quite shallow tunnels in the dirt. The ants were smart enough to make sure when they came above ground to attack, they didn't immediately leave themselves open for a counterattack on their home base. But the intelligence of the ant warrior's strategy only went so far. Or, at the very least, it avoided the immediate threat of a counterattack. The mounds of dirt would still eventually lead to somewhere. As Sam began to follow the mounds of dirt left behind by the ant warriors that he had destroyed, he started to think maybe the ant warrior's strategy was to kill their opponent before they even had a chance to follow the mounds back to their base. I better get ready then. As Sam followed the dirt trail left behind by his former attackers, another wave of ants came his way. This time, they sent 10 of them. Sam wasted no time. First, he triggered Pain Ring, not because he planned to take advantage of the ability itself, but more because he wanted to collect more kills towards leveling it. Then, because he wanted to keep moving towards the ants' home base, he materialized the glass vial of ant blood. He threw the glass right into the middle of the battlefield, smashing it to bits, and creating a scattershot of green blood right near the current incoming ant warriors, and then triggered Blood Flame. Sam was cleaning up and collecting mana stones and more green blood less than a minute after the fight started. He fought about 4 more waves by the time he arrived at the end of the mounds and found a proper entrance to the ant colony. Guarding the entranceway was over 100 ant warriors, while worker ants seemed to be carrying resources found across the grassland world and bringing them down into the ant colony. Sam had expected to meet more resistance right at the entrance to the ant colony. There were too many ant warriors spread apart to use his previous strategy of smashing a glass of blood on the ground effectively. So, Sam went back to basics. With his berserker sword in one hand and his fiery flame sword in the other, Sam rushed the small army of ant warriors head-on. He triggered Pain Ring and started the long-haul battle. It was 100 ant warriors against 1. Most people would bet on the ants just by the sheer enormity of their force. But, as Sam had already discovered, they were weak individually. And for every attack that did land on him, cutting into his flesh, it only made him stronger. He was a whirlwind of destruction as the ants surrounded him. After Sam reckoned he'd massacred a third of them, he triggered Blood Flame now that they'd all gathered in one location around him. Suddenly, the crimson-red flames surrounded him. The shrill, screaming wails of the ant warriors filled his eardrums. Soon, he was surrounded by his blood flames in every direction. As he stood surrounded by the flames, Sam was glad to see the flames didn't seem to harm him at all. On his way to the entrance to the ant colony, he made sure to test more cautiously whether the blood flame had harmed him, and was glad to see it hadn't. But a cautious experiment felt a lot different from being completely surrounded by vicious red fire and not being harmed in the slightest. Sam left the mana stones behind and gathered as much green blood as he could into vials, downing a few health potions in the process just to have empty bottles. With his offensive materials gathered, he stepped up to the entrance to the ant colony and was very pleased to see it was a long, deep tunnel down. Perfect, Sam thought. He triggered Pain Ring and then lobbed his collected vial of blood down into the ant tunnel. He waited until he heard the glass smash and then triggered Blood Flame. He was just preparing to throw in another one of the blood vials when the whole ground beneath him shook. Brief snippets of pain cried out, only to be snuffed out very quickly. What's happening down there? Sam wondered. His answer came in the form of a notification on his profile screen. Congratulations, Pain Ring has leveled up. Sam blinked in absolute shock. Wait, what? The last Sam had checked, the Pain Ring had needed well over another 1,400 kills to level up. How did he achieve it so fast? He quickly surmised that when he tossed in his vial of blood and triggered Blood Flame in the colony, he had delivered a level of damage far greater than he was expecting. The only way it could have possibly worked was if it had extended the blood far faster and quicker than he had expected. The Blood Flame's explosive effect on the ant warriors' bodies must have created a ripple effect throughout the entire colony down below. That sure makes my life easier, Sam smirked. He then went on to look at his new stat gains and the evolution of his Pain Ring ability. Sam class, Blood Knight, super rare. Rank, Novice tier. Ability, Pain Ring, Novice tier, level 2. Mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Battle awareness also now increases as you take more damage. Class, Deathlord, Legendary. Rank, Novice tier. Ability, Blood Flame, Novice tier, level 1. Morph all spilled blood in a nearby radius into a powerful magical fire. Strength, 18.9. Agility, 18.4. Endurance, 18.1. Magic Affinity, 21.8. Skill Quests. Pain Ring, level 3. Destroy 3,000 monsters with the aid of battle awareness. 0/3000. Blood Flame, level 2. Seek the enlightenment of the Blood Flame. 2/3. Sam took in a breath of excitement. There was so much to take in on his new stat profile, which he was very pleased about. His plan to move forward on his training was proving to be a great success so far.
All of his stats had made gains, which was important, as he wasn't sure which stats needed to hit 31 to rank up Deathlord. It could have been the same 2 stats as Blood Knight, or the other stats, or maybe Deathlord required all of the stats to reach the 31 stat threshold in order for it to rank up to Apprentice tier.
Either way, the only way he could find out was to keep raising all of his stats, which he looked to be doing. The top 3 stats were catching up to his magic affinity stat, though he hadn't taken the time to drain all the monster stones he had acquired in the dungeon yet, so that stat was due a nice boost at a later time. The best new development in his profile was the evolution of his Pain Ring ability. It had taken him over a year to acquire this ability in his first timeline, so he was very pleased with the pace of his current progression. He looked over the words of the evolution with excitement. Pain Ring, Novice Tier, Level 2. Mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Battle awareness also now increases as you take more damage. The ability was the same as it had been before, with a now added bonus. More than just increasing in strength as he took damage, he also increased his battle awareness. Battle awareness was a difficult-to-describe enhancement, but it was a powerful upgrade. It was hard to describe exactly how it worked, but from his experience in his previous timeline, Sam knew that essentially it worked as follows. As he took on more damage, he gained a greater understanding of an enemy's weak point. It was an incredible evolution to the ability, and Sam couldn't wait to start utilizing it. Now that he had leveled up the ability, he could also see what the skill quest for the next level was. Pain Ring, Level 3. Destroy 3,000 monsters with the aid of battle awareness. 0/3000. The number of monsters necessary to kill to level up the power was only 1,000 more than the previous one, which made the skill quest deceptively seem like only a minor increase in difficulty. But that was far from the case. He'd have to utilize battle awareness to get the kill, meaning he'd have to get more harmed in the process for him to claim the kill towards the skill quest. Going from Level 1 to Level 2 with Pain Ring, it didn't even matter if Sam utilized the skill so long as he slayed monsters within the ring itself. This would require a bit more work. Sam was also glad to see he had made some headway on leveling up the Blood Flame skill as well. He quickly surmised that what the system meant by seeking the enlightenment of the Blood Flame was the discovering of how Blood Flame could cause different types of effects depending on the type of monster you were fighting. So, clearly, to level the skill further would require him to keep roasting more monsters alive with the special flame. Fine by me, Sam thought. Sam walked over to the entrance to the ant colony and considered the best way to go down and collect the mana stones when the ground at his feet began to tremble. What's going on? Sam thought he had slayed all the ants. Nearby, the ground burst open and a gigantic ant emerged. It was glowing yellow with mana all around it. Sam's eyes twitched. It was the dungeon's boss monster, the Ant Queen. And even worse than that, it had drained all the mana stones of the dead ant warriors into itself, massively increasing its stats, power, and sheer size in an instant. 58. Sam stood in awe of the gigantic Ant Queen. The size of the monster defied comprehension. It was as big as a building. Worse was the power level of the mana emanating off the creature. Yellow flames surrounded the Ant Queen, suggesting that she'd somehow rapidly drained the cores of her ant followers and had ascended up to a monster at journeyman tier levels of power. This is not good, Sam thought. The Ant Queen was so large it could barely be contained in his vision. It was mind-boggling how large the Ant Queen was. Sam's eyes twitched, just trying to come up with a strategy to take the monster out. He rushed forward. The Ant Queen swiped its massive metal scythe-like hands towards him. Sam triggered Pain Ring and let the massive sickle-like arms graze his back. Sam involuntarily groaned between gritted teeth as the powerful boss monster's attack wreaked havoc on his body. He collapsed on the ground and quickly rolled away as the Ant Queen came in with a second attack that would have sliced him right in half had it landed. The initial pain that had coursed through Sam's body lessened thanks to his necklace of healing, and he felt his pain ring convert the damage into a new power inside himself. He looked around to see if he had developed any battle awareness of the Queen's weak points, but it looked as if he hadn't taken enough damage yet. Sam didn't care and retaliated with his new bonus strength, slashing at the front leg of the Ant Queen with his berserker sword. He cut through part of the flesh of its front leg. It wasn't much of an attack, more like a scratch than anything else, which made sense as the Ant Queen was now a whole 2 tiers above Sam. But the good news was, a scratch still revealed blood, some of which had managed to fall onto the grass. And blood, even a drop, was all Sam needed to trigger Blood Flame. A bright red flame of fire began to glow around the Ant Queen's front leg, mixing in with a red flame from Sam's own blood from the Ant Queen's initial attack. The Blood Flame ability finally broke through and caused some sort of significant pain on the Ant Queen as it suddenly shrieked and wailed. Sam's red blood caused the giant ant's skin and flesh to explode, creating more blood, which only fueled Sam's Deathlord ability more. The Ant Queen recoiled until its whole front leg collapsed forward. Exactly what I was hoping for, thought Sam. The Ant Queen was as big as a building, and Sam had devised a strategy to take her down based on that. By taking out the front leg, he now was making the Ant Queen less mobile and off balance. Sam should have the upper hand now. He started running across the massive grassland battlefield towards the Ant Queen's back legs. If he can take one of those out, the boss monster would be immobile. The Ant Queen saw what he was doing and hissed. Large globules of yellow acid shot out front the Ant Queen's mouth. Sam kept retreating, as it wasn't worth taking the damage without his pain ring on. He needed to trigger the ability so that the power's radius was closer to the actual object he was trying to harm. He imbued mana into his feet and pushed himself so that he ran faster, outrunning the giant yellow bombs of acid flying towards him. His heart was racing. He arrived at the Ant Queen's back foot and triggered his pain ring ability. Now it's time to take some damage, Sam thought. The Ant Queen knew Sam was coming at it from the back, and so slammed its chitinous insectoid knee right into Sam's chest and slammed him into the ground. The Ant Queen imbued yellow journeyman tier mana into its knee, making it incredibly powerful. Sam gasped for breath as the knee lodged into his chest. It was pushing against his lungs and limiting his ability to acquire more oxygen. The Ant Queen was either going to squash him to death or suffocate him. It just depended on what happened first. Sam manipulated the mana inside of him and centered it onto his chest to increase his defense against the Ant Queen's knee trying to dig its way through to his flesh. Pain coursed through his entire body. The only thing numbing the pain was his loss of oxygen and his sense of reality. His vision was going blurry. Sam knew he was less than a minute before death. Just a little bit longer, he said to himself. He had 30 more seconds to live. Just a little bit more, he thought, as his vision blackened all around him. Right as he was about to lose consciousness and die, Sam lifted up his arms and finally pushed back. Strength and power overwhelmed Sam's body as the accumulated damage from the Ant Queen's attack surged through his body, lending unparalleled levels of reserved power into his arms and hands as he pushed the giant Ant Queen's knee away from him. He gasped for breath and rolled out from the monster's paralyzing knee. He was quickly back on his feet and reaching for his berserker's sword. He swung it at the Ant Queen's legs. Only 5 minutes before, Sam could only hope to barely scratch the monster. Since, though, Sam had accumulated so much power via pain ring that one slice of his berserker's sword cut the Ant Queen's leg in half. The monster toppled to its side, releasing a horrific shrill wail in the process. "You're mine now," thought Sam. He decided he would keep attacking from his current position, to utilize all the extra power he was gaining from the pain ring. If he attacked the other leg, he would be outside of the ability's radius and back to his normal power. And his normal levels of power were not enough to take down the Ant Queen. Sam started swiping viciously at the fallen side of the Ant Queen. He triggered Blood Flame, creating massive amounts of crimson flames that roasted the side of the Ant Queen. Sam thought he was close to finishing the Ant Queen off when something awful happened. At the Ant Queen's front, where it was missing an arm, a huge burst of liquid shot forth, followed by a brand new arm with a metallic sharp sickle for a handle. Sam's shoulders sank at the sight of the monster's ability to regenerate. That's going to be a problem, he thought. His vision then went fuzzy for a moment, and the Ant Queen's head glowed red. Sam understood what was happening. He'd finally taken enough damage to utilize the new second level of his pain ring ability. Battle awareness. The head was the Ant Queen's weak point. Sam rushed to the collapsed back of the Ant Queen where he had most recently sliced off its leg. I need to climb up onto the monster before it regenerates its back leg. Sam wasted no time, scaling the back of the Ant Queen until he was balancing himself on its back. He started running up the large creature, heading towards its head. The Ant Queen tried to shake him off, but Sam sent mana into his feet to help him stay balanced on the strange surface. He managed to get to the head. He lifted up his berserker sword and plunged it down into the Ant Queen's break. Clink! The sword bounced off the Ant Queen's head. But this is supposed to be its weak point. Then Sam realized what had happened. He was no longer in the area of effect of his pain ring ability, and so no longer had the added power bonus to his attacks. Crap. Sam looked around and quickly realized his plan wasn't completely out the window. The red circle that marked his pain ring was still there on the ground. He just would have to manage to get the Ant Queen's head inside the radius of that circle. But how? Easy, Sam thought. He triggered Blood Flame, creating a new eruption of explosive flames all across the battlefield. The Ant Queen wailed and shook and trembled. It was recoiling from the pain, writhing and moving spasmodically. Sam focused on staying balanced on top of the monster's head as it flailed around. He knew he might only have one shot before he was flung from the top of the Ant Queen's head and onto the ground. Sam might not get another chance after that. He gripped his berserker sword tightly, paying close attention to the direction the Ant Queen's flailing head was moving. It was finally heading in the direction of where his pain ring radius marker was. Sam lifted his berserker sword, getting ready to land the blow. 3, 2, 1. 59. Sam plunged his berserker sword with all of his might downward right into the Ant Queen's head. Unlike his first attack at the monster's weak point, he now had all the added power and strength accumulated from his near-death experience with the Ant Queen. And being near death only added to the accumulated power to his pain ring ability. Sam's powerful sword broke through the chitinous top layer of the Ant Queen's skin and punctured the skull and brain of the nightmarish monster, right in its weakest and most vulnerable point. As Sam pushed the sword deeper and deeper into the Ant Queen's brain, twisting it and grinding the blade into the horrific monster's mind center, Sam triggered Blood Flame once more, literally sending the entire monster's head on fire. The monster cried out and collapsed onto the ground, creating a massive earthquake across the grassland dungeon. The Ant Queen had been destroyed. A few minutes later, Sam was sitting on the ground of the grassland dungeon world, looking at the charred grass that created a comparable shape to the mighty Ant Queen he'd just fought. He took a moment to catch his breath. He'd have to exit the dungeon gate shortly now that the boss had been destroyed. The massacre of Lighthold had been a devastating moment in the history of Volsungur with the attack of the ants. Sam had stopped it before it even happened. He took it in. Just that morning, he had saved thousands of lives who would have died horrifically later that day. Thank you, Goddess, he thought to himself. Thank you for sending me back and letting me help so many people. General Olivia Reeves led a squad of travelers through the woods. She had her 2 right-hand captains with her, Brock Skidmore and Curtis Ashgrove, as well as their 2 protégés, the new recruits Clara and Toby. Clearing a standard blue dungeon gate was a bit below their level, but it was a slight emergency as it had been discovered late. Plus, it's a good learning experience for the new recruits, Olivia thought to herself. She did find herself yawning as they went through the cold, snowy woods, though. She couldn't help but yearn for the comfortable warmth of her bed, especially out in the thankless cold of the forest. "I say we clear the dungeon as fast as we can," said Curtis. "I'd like to get back to the guild library and continue my research on the differences between old and new magic." "Boring," yawned Brock. "Let's take our time and relish the battle. I'd never rush back to a bloody library in a million years." "Yes, because you're a foolish barbarian of a man," said Curtis irritably. "You say barbarian like it's a bad thing," spat Brock. Olivia ignored the bickering, which she hoped the two younger, wide-eyed travelers would learn to do as well. Otherwise, it would be a long journey to the Blue Dungeon Gate. An hour or so later, they arrived at the Blue Dungeon Gate. Olivia turned around to go over the instructions for the gate, but before she went into her normal pre-dungeon gate entry spiel, Curtis had his hand raised as if he had something important to say. "Yes, Curtis?" "There's something off about this dungeon gate," Curtis said. "Looks like any other dungeon gate I've ever seen," grumbled Brock. Curtis gave Brock a snide eye. "Of course you'd say that. If you look closely, however, you can see that the gate is beginning to shrink. It's about a half a yard smaller in diameter." "Wouldn't that mean someone's cleared the gate already?" said Toby. "Very good, Toby," said Curtis. "That is my conclusion exactly." Olivia narrowed her eyes and looked at the gate. How could it be cleared already? Her answer arrived a moment later, when the other notable new recruit, the strange black-haired boy with red eyes known as Sam, stepped out from the dungeon gate all by himself. Impossible, Olivia thought. There's no way this novice-tier traveler with 0 stars could have cleared this dungeon on his own. It was simply unheard of. Olivia was full of both amazement and rage. Guildmaster Redfield sat gleefully in the chair behind his desk with one hand holding a fork and another holding a knife. He had a large white napkin flowing out from beneath his shirt collar. He had finally decided to take a break from going over the guild's finances and eat his lunch. His assistant had run downstairs to the dining hall and brought back a full plate of roast chicken and vegetables, and it looked absolutely scrumptious. No way will I make the mistake of taking my lunch break in the actual dining hall again, Guildmaster Redfield mused. Too much opportunity for distraction or gossip. It takes away from the enjoyment of the meal. "Thank you," he said to his assistant as she placed the meal down in front of him. "Please close the door on the way out." He wanted to enjoy his meal in the peace of his own company. He cut a piece of chicken that was dripping with gravy and was about to take his first bite when General Oliva Reeves kicked open his door and dragged their most promising new recruit, Sam, behind her. "Guildmaster," said Olivia, cheeks red and clearly angry. "This young man must be disciplined. He has broken the codes of the guild. We cannot allow this behavior to stand." The guildmaster put down his fork and knife and narrowed his eyes at the two guild members intruding on his lunch with a level of wrath few had ever seen. Redfield knew Olivia Reeves was a brilliant general and traveler, one of the best members of the guild without a doubt. If she was bringing a problem to him, it was serious. But what could Sam have done to upset her so much? He looked down at his lunch forlornly, knowing it was going to be room temperature, or, even worse, cold by the time he dug into it, and sighed. "Can you elaborate, General Reeves?" said the guildmaster. "What exactly happened?" "The new recruit pursued an assignment far outside his station," said Olivia. "He took on a 3-star novice-tier mission, knowing full well that was completely against the rules, seeing as he has 0 stars. Redfield blinked in surprise. The black-haired boy kept his arms crossed with his normal, stoic expression that revealed nothing. Is the kid bored? Is he upset that he's in trouble? Redfield found it troubling that a 16-year-old boy could be so emotionally blank. It's disconcerting, Redfield thought. Maybe even a little creepy? He shook his thoughts away and looked up to the general.